know you heard me on the radio flexing. She loved the sound of my voice, it's the best thing. Daydreaming of the jazz all day. Pick up the phone late night with Larry K. I know you heard me on the radio flexing. She loved the sound of my voice, it's the best thing. Daydreaming of the jazz all day. Pick up the phone late night with Larry K.
Fury fam, this is a Tuesday episode of LG Shaking the Panel. We're going to switch it officially to Tuesdays, and that's going to be upcoming. But, you know, we're going to have a little bit of a different off-season schedule. I told you that. We'll get back to you on when the next panel episode will be after this one. Don't forget, Shake's coming out with his own show. That will be up in a week or two. I am going to do a season recap and grade out various aspects of the Miami Dolphins. You'll have that from me this week. And you know I'll be going live whenever there's breaking news and things like that, and I can get to a computer and make it happen. I'll do that. But I apologize. This was kind of a last-minute rescheduling. I have something going on tomorrow, so I'm not able to get on and do the show tomorrow. So I figured, hey, we do it Tuesday, and then I think Tuesday's the ticket going forward for next season and whatever else. We'll be doing the show more on Tuesdays, so this is just a head start for all that. First of all, I'm assuming most Dolphins fans saw the press conference yesterday. Coach Mike McDaniel, general manager Chris Grier gave a press conference. They kind of stated their opinions on how the team did this year, what we can expect going forward, and they did not mince words. This was reported before the Buffalo game. They did not renege on it. They stuck to it. They said it. Tua Tagovailoa is QB1 next year. He is QB1. That is what it is. They're not making any changes in that regard. The fact that Chris Grier was there with Mike McDaniel also proves that, you know, they're coming back. So there's not going to be anybody fired there. Will Josh Boyer be fired? I don't know. As of now, it looks like Josh Boyer might be here to stay as well. It doesn't look like he's getting fired. It said there were some defensive changes, but it didn't say anything about Josh Boyer. Actually had a picture of Josh Boyer on the headline. He wasn't gone. So as I said a while ago, actually I said it when Tua got the concussion, which was after he got it. They didn't report that he had a concussion until the day after, which we talked about. I said as soon as he got the concussion and Mike McDaniel came out and said, I saw some inconsistencies in his play and I wondered, was he hurt? I told you that the narrative was going to be that, Tua was playing at an MVP level and he was just lights out, amazing until he got hurt. And I told you that by a month or so later, that would become the actual truth, even though it wasn't, because people will just start regurgitating it so much that it becomes the common narrative. And so if you look across Dolphins land now, if you look to different channels and you look at different people and what they're saying and all of those things, you'll see that I was right? The common knowledge now is that Tua was playing at a absolute awesome level, that he was MVP, that he had the highest QBR, he was the highest rated quarterback, the guy is balling out, and the only thing that stopped him from balling out was the injury. And if he can just get healthy next year, then we are going to succeed, because this was a great start and Tua is just balling on people. That's not true, because he struggled against Pittsburgh, struggled against San Francisco, struggled against the Chargers, struggled the first game against the Patriots, actually failed to win a game after our road trip and didn't get us into the playoffs. Skylar Thompson and the team got us into the playoffs by beating the Jets, and he didn't even play in the playoffs. But you won't hear that from the majority of the media. You won't hear that from the majority of Dolphins fans. You won't hear that from the majority of Miami Dolphins YouTube channels or any other content creators related to the Miami Dolphins, because once a narrative takes hold and once a narrative infiltrates the general psyche of a group of people, it is almost impenetrable, and you cannot any longer get to the actual objective truth, because the narrative takes on a truth of its own. And so that's what we're operating in. Now, the Miami Dolphins are an intelligent group of high-earning, highly educated people, right? So they knew about this messaging. They are feeding into this messaging. They have been feeding into this messaging since it happened. The best thing that could have happened to the Miami Dolphins and their fans is that Tua never got hurt, especially the second time, because then he would have either redeemed himself and he would have done well towards the end of the season and done well enough to win a playoff game, or to perform well in a playoff game to show us some hope and prove he is the guy, or he would have continued to struggle since defenses had figured him out. He would have continued to have a rough go of it, and we would have known definitively that Tua wasn't the guy, right? The one thing that everybody agreed with, Tua-neers and Tua haters and Tua skeptics and Tua fans and Dolphins fans across the globe, the one thing everybody agreed on before the season started was we just wanted to know, is Tua the guy? And we thought, everybody said, this year we know either he is or he isn't. And the most Dolphins thing in the world happened. He didn't become the guy, and he didn't fail because he got this injury, which just kicks the can down the road, which is the most Dolphins thing in the world, because the Dolphins, in their current iteration, in their current ownership, are just a kick the can down the road type of franchise. They're a mediocre franchise. They sell tickets, they win some games, they lose some games. They're never really contending for a Super Bowl, but they're never really the worst team in the league that forces you to change anything. They're just a team that's kind of treading water. And as long as there's some storyline that'll allow you to tread water, then they'll tread water, and that's what they'll do. And this concussion gave them a chance to continue to tread water and pretty much do nothing and stick to the status quo, and that's what they're doing. Guys, if you haven't done so yet, hit subscribe, join Fury Fam. If you haven't done so yet, hit the like button, get some more people in here, subscribe to the channel. We're trying to hit 1,400 subscribers tonight. Hit subscribe if you haven't done so yet. We're about to go on a journey with the panel, with the guys, with myself. We're about to talk about all of these things. Now, first of all, I want to say something to all you guys, because I've been watching different channels. I've been watching different content ever since we lost to Buffalo. There's a lot of angry people out there in this fan base. I've heard a lot of screaming, a lot of accusations, a lot of F-bombs, a lot of S-bombs, all kinds of insults. Just people are incensed. I understand it. I get it. But you know how we do things on this show and on this channel. So when the panel comes up tonight, you know how we're going to do. We're going to do it orderly. We're going to do it composed, and we're going to, be respectful. And we can vent, and we can talk, but we're going to have a really objective conversation, like some astute businessmen, because that's what we all are, right? We're about our business. Our business is the Miami Dolphins. Our business tonight is discussing the Miami Dolphins. That's what we're going to do. But I've heard a lot of people out there on two sides. And no matter what side you're on, you look the same. I've seen people out there trying to say and convince themselves. I understand why you try to convince yourself of things. You're a fan. You're a football fan. So what fun and what use is being a football fan if you don't have hope? What use is being a football fan if you can't convince yourself that something can happen? We saw it leading up to the Buffalo game. Plenty of people convinced themselves we could win that game. Now, by the way, I was wrong. I thought it would be over and done, but shoot, the team almost did win. Well, we didn't. We didn't win. I mean, we lost at the end of the day. Credit the Bills' offense with all those mistakes. They are mistake prone. Credit our defense with finally capitalizing on mistakes for the first time this year in a big way and keeping us in the game, keeping us close. But we still lost. First round exit, as most of us thought. But there's two camps of people out there, right? One camp of people is trying to convince themselves, and people think, there's another thing. People will tell themselves a lie internally, right? With their internal monologue. They'll tell themselves a lie, and they know it's BS, right? But they want to convince themselves it's true. So in order to convince themselves, here's what they do is, it's a psychological phenomenon. They start saying it as often as they can to other people. and try to get other people's reaction. Because if other people confirm it and co-sign it, then they can start to believe their own lie. And they can internalize the false narrative. So you're seeing a lot of people as of recent saying, hey, despite the media reports that the team is sticking with Tua, he's QB1. Despite Chris Greer's statements that Tua is QB1. Despite Mike McDaniel saying that his McGruber watching, corny joke, can't get the play in time, best friend is QB1. Despite all of these comments and all these reports that Tua is in fact going to be QB1, despite people like me telling you that I knew this from the beginning of the concussion issue, Tua was going to be QB1. You have people out there trying to convince themselves, mince words. Well, he said for now. He said he expects him to be QB1. He said they're going to go out and get Tom Brady, and they're going to go out and get Aaron Rodgers, and they're going to go out and get Derek Carr. You know what you look like when you're trying to mince words and find ways to lie to yourself that they're going to move on from Tua? You look like this right here. This is what you look like. That's you. That's you. This is our good friend Pete the other day on the Fins tailgate. This is what he sounds. This is what he looks like. What it looks like. This is him. This is so many people right now. No, because they say it now. But here's the thing. They didn't quite commit to him. That's what you look like. That's what you look like. Then you have the other side of this whole shenanigan. Those are the people trying to say that Tua is great, but he just needs to do things that are very feasible, like for instance, learn how to fall properly. That's where we are now. He's going to learn how to fall. And that, you know, if you had any doubt that the Miami Dolphins as an organization were just as ridiculous as some of the fans, you had Mike McDaniel at the presser talking about, well, we're going to coach him. We're going to try to coach him to fall in a certain way. They tell you what you want to hear to keep you gullible, right? Like, you think they don't pay attention to what the fans are talking about? You think they don't pay attention to what is going on in the media sphere and what the fans are talking about? You don't think they talk to media figures who talk to fans to find out the right messaging? Like, that's what politicians do. That's what corporations do. That's what marketing firms do. And let me let you in on a little secret. NFL teams are all of those things combined. They know, and Color's saying it. And what's up, Color, bro? And I've been listening to Color a lot because Color is one of my go-tos, man. I go to TD, but I go to Color a lot because Color speaks some sense. In fact, Color's getting so fed up with the nonsense that I've seen even Color go off. And usually Color is so smooth because people are so crazy. People are always crazy out here, man. But the people that are convincing themselves, well, if he just falls properly, if you actually look at the trajectory of the team when he got hurt, then Armstead went down. If he just cleans up this one cornerback situation and we call a blitz 1-2 more times a game and he takes judo classes and his head doesn't quite hit and we wrap his head in bubble wrap and put a helmet back over it, then we are going to be Super Bowl bound. This is what you look like. This is what you look like. This is what you look like, sir. Stop it. Not only do you look like this, you also have a side of this. Go team. Miami Dolphins for life. I just want Tua to be great. You guys are bad fans. You don't really like Tua. What kind of fans are you? Hey, go be a Jets fan, man. Dolphins. That's what you look like. You disgusting me. You out here disgusting me, man. You out here playing damn fool. And keep the comments going. I love it. Super Chat's also open, man. Subscriptions are open. Subscribe to this channel if you want real talk, because I'm going to keep it real all off season. And let me tell you something else. You think the New York Jets and the New England Patriots are acting like this? Because they're not. You think the New York Jets are sitting there right now saying, Zach Wilson, if we just teach him how to not be a loser, we could win. What a novel idea. They ain't doing that. You think the New England Patriots are sitting there happy with this crappy offensive coordinator and this terrible Alabama quarterback? They ain't happy. You think they're going to sit stagnantly the way the Miami Dolphins are and just say, well, we could figure it out? They ain't doing that. They're not doing that the way our ridiculous organization is. So we don't have to just come back and do well next year and build on what we did. We got to do better than those teams. And those teams are making moves. They're not just sitting idly by. People got to realize this, man. Jericho, thank you for the super chat. First one of the night, breaking it in, getting us rolling. Thank you, sir. He says, hell, let's keep Josh Boyer too. Let's make no changes and expect to win a Super Bowl. I hate them. That's what Jericho says. Jericho, I couldn't agree with you more, sir. And I love how you threw super chat in just to say it. Because we are doing what we are not playing in this channel. We're not playing this. I got Barry Cunningham over there right now giving some, synopsis of Christianity or whatever, talking about Tua. I don't know what's going on. All I'm talking is football over here. That's it. Because I don't, whether you got faith or not, it's hard to have faith in this team. All right? And here's the thing, too, guys. Didn't we see the NFL is not like a college team where you're building a program and you got guys in the pipeline, and NFL football, there's so much parity that year to year, every year is completely almost, not entirely, because you have dynasties, you have other things. The NFL, every season is almost in a vacuum. Every season is its own animal. Every season is its own story. So you can't assume that just because we made the playoffs this year and we had a good middle season, that all of a sudden next year is necessarily going to be another step forward. And simultaneously, you can't assume that just because certain teams had down years or have had down years recently, that they're going to continue a downward slide or are going to stay stagnant and stay on the bottom of the league. You could come back in here next season and see the Miami Dolphins have just a terrible season and a team like the Jets have a great one, or the team like the Patriots have a great one, or some other lowly team. Maybe the Colts go out and get somebody and they have a good season. Everything changes year to year. It happened to us in 2016. In 2016, we all thought, what was the narrative? Finally, we got a coach who unlocked Ryan Tannehill. Finally, we have an offensive guru who's different than Philbin, Magoo Jr. Finally, we're going to go on an upward trajectory. Jay Ajayi is balling out. Ryan Tannehill, if he only didn't get hurt, we might have won a playoff game. So wait till Tannehill comes back next year. Oh boy, Dolphins are coming. 2008. Oh, we came up with the Wildcat. The Wildcat. Tony Sperano, R.I.P. Great guy. Great Italian man. Fist pumping. Not only did we do great with the Wildcat, but we had Chad Pennington. Chad Pennington, oh, he's okay. But wait till you see what we got on the bench. Chad Henne from Michigan. Now, Fins are coming. Fins are coming. 2 years later, you're talking about blame it on the Henny. That's my theme song, because the guy was an interception machine, number one. His helmet always never fit right. You never know. He always had his helmet. It was always like his face was always like smushed in his helmet, Chad Henne. I don't understand why. Why was that? Guy didn't know how to wear a helmet. Now you got two and you need a special helmet. Chad Henne couldn't even fit his regular helmet. Just a mess. And then, remember when we got Brandon Marshall, and instead of keeping Marshall as like the big body tough receiver and Ginn as like the burner, we like got rid of Ginn automatically and got like this organization is lost. And even a broken clock is right twice a day. So they made the playoffs this year. They backed into the playoffs. But do you really think that we're going on an upward trajectory next year? Do you really think so? I mean, come on. But here's the thing. I'm not here to just, for the next 8 months, just bash Dolphins and just tune into Larry if you want to just have a terrible pessimist fest. That's not why I'm here. I'm going to talk Fins, positives, negatives, pros, cons, is what it is. We're going to talk about free agency. We're going to talk about who's coming, who's going, this and that. But here's the thing. We're going to operate on the assumption, because it's the only one that's actually has any merit to it right now, is that Tua's coming back and McDaniel's coming back, and what can we do to maximize our results with that being the situation? What can we do to maximize results with that being the situation? We have built things around Tua. We will continue to do that. How do we solidify things around Tua? And how do we fix that defense so that it gets better? Richard Arroyo, thank you for the super chat, my brother. Another awesome Fury fan member who's always around throwing down donations for the cause. He says, McD needs to be a coach, not a friend. Wannstedt vibes. Yeah, that's another thing I agree with. I finally saw, Richard, and that's a good point, sir. I finally saw McDaniel get mad at the end of that playoff game, like for once. And he needs to stay that way. Like this best friend thing where the guys, you know, they're not necessarily accountable. There's a ton of penalties. There's a ton of missed plays, and nobody seems to be too angry or too scared about it. It's got to stop. You can be everybody's friend. You can be cool. You can be collaborative. You also have to set certain standards and not allow guys to cross those lines. And if they do, you need to hold them accountable. It's not just you're some, you know, secondary facilitator and they just come to you if they want. You're the coach. You're the coach. You demand certain results. You demand certain standards of your guys, especially guys getting paid this much, guys of this caliber. You demand certain standards. Now, for the quarterback situation, and I'll talk about this with the panel as well, and I'll talk about it with L and G. I mean, Shake and G. Look, end of the day, man, I'm not gonna go too far, and I don't want you guys to go too far talking about pie in the sky nonsense, because I told you, you don't want to look like the guy from It's Always Sunny with his hand. Enough with the Brady, with the Lamar. I don't think it's happening, okay? Let's talk about the actual situation. Are we going to bring in a veteran to back up Tua again, which we do every year, and every year it doesn't friggin' work? Or are we going to roll with Skylar Thompson? And here's my thing. Here's my theory. You want hope from Larry? You're going to get some hope from Larry K today. Here's my crazy conspiracy. Here's my wildness. Here's my that and my that, okay? I think it should happen. Now, if this damn organization, because you remember, you have this in charge of it, if this organization has any sense, which is, we're not sure if they do at this point, but let's assume they might have a little, okay, then they keep Skylar on as QB2. Because if the guy can play the way, you know, he threw 2 picks in the playoffs. He wasn't stellar, but he held his own on hostile territory in the playoffs. And he won a game late in the year to make the playoffs. It wasn't pretty. In basketball, college basketball, you call those 2 games a rock fight. Rock fight. Just like sloppy, messy, clunky, dirty, just all over the place. He did it, though. He got those wins. So what else do you want in a backup quarterback? You want somebody who's gritty enough to go in there and pull out wins in ugly ways, because that's how backup quarterbacks got to win games. You're not going to get star elite quarterbacks. When you do it, they usually are not what they used to be, a la Teddy Bridgewater. So I say you keep Skylar as QB2, and here's my little rosy prediction. If Tua gets hurt next year again, which is likely, let's just face it, it's likely, or if Tua is underperforming really badly at a certain time, which remains to be seen, either way, you have Skylar there to step in, and here's the beauty of it. Skylar is on his 2nd year next year. He's still a young quarterback. Tua is reaching the end of his rookie contract, and it depends if they exercise the 5th-year option. If Tua isn't the guy, perhaps just maybe the guy, at least as a bridge guy till we do another rebuild, or maybe for the future, if you're really optimistic, perhaps Skylar continues his development, and by pure happenstance, Skylar winds up still developing and getting the job, and then things change around him. That's a possibility. Now, my honest, you know, what I would do is I would have them legitimately compete to see who's going to be the starting quarterback, Skylar and Tua. That's what I would do. I would legitimately have a competition. But that's not going to happen. You know that, right? Tua is QB1. It's not Skylar. Number 1. And number 2, even if you had a legitimate competition, in practice, there's nobody flying at you. In practice, we know what the defense is throwing at us. In practice, we know the other guys across the line of scrimmage. So even if there was a competition between Skylar and Tua, Tua would probably win it because it's all practice. Practice? It's all practice. Okay? So he'd probably win anyway. So the fact is, Tua is QB1. My hope is that they let Skyler be QB2 to see how it just naturally, organically develops, because that's the only hope we've got right now. If you guys haven't done so yet, hit the subscribe button. It's right here. Just hit it. Right, quick. Hit subscribe. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 1,400. Hit like. Let's do it. Thank you again for the super chat, my brother Richard. It'll be open all night, so guys, feel free to chime in. Let's bring in the fellas. Shake Money. G, not at work.
Yeah.
What's going on, guys?
What is up?
Larry, what you've been saying all night, you kind of make me want to cry right now with all these Dolphin mistakes and whatnot.
It's Hootie and the Blowfish, man. They make me cry, and it's not because of the field. It's just because how they run things, man.
Yeah.
It's like when I closed yesterday, we're the organization that sells the car for gas money, man.
Yeah.
We are. Yo, we sell the car for gas. Bro, I love that, Shake. I love it. Now I got my gas money if I just got to get a car.
Hey, listen, at the end of the day, being a Dolphin fan is finally sitting on top of the world with a bad case of hemorrhoids.
It hurts to sit on top of that damn one. Shake, you describe it so perfectly, just the sheer irony and paradoxical nature of being a Miami Dolphins fan at all. So guys, look, we haven't spoken live since the playoff loss. So I want to hear your thoughts on the loss, on what the latest news we've been hearing about how we're going into next year. I want to hear from both of you. You guys take it. Whoever wants to go first.
I want to touch on two things. Number one, I remember when I first let me light it up real quick.
There you go. That's like McDaniel was doing on the sidelines with the vape. Like, what goes on? Like, this is our guy. Guy watches like Adult Swim. Like, he's like just on the sidelines, just vaping. Gotta love it. It's Miami Dolphins life.
I remember when I first came on the panel, I told you that Dolphin fans are like that Laurel and Yanni, especially with this press conference. The pro Tuaniers heard this.
Yes.
The anti-Tua heard another thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
They hear different things when it comes to this press conference. It's like Laurel and Yanni.
Yes.
And secondly, when a weatherman predicts a hurricane coming, he's only doing so you could prepare for the hurricane. He doesn't bring the hurricane over.
True.
He's telling you a hurricane. He didn't make the hurricane happen. He didn't wish the hurricane upon you, but he's just preparing you for next year. And that's what you did this year with Tua. You said you're going to bring it back. They're going to bring it back. And everybody's like, no, it's your fault, Larry. No, I'm like, no, I'm just warning you what's going to happen, bro.
Yes.
That's it. I'm the meteorologist.
I appreciate that, Shay, because it's like that famous like thing, don't kill the messenger, don't shoot the messenger. It's like when I started saying this after the Packers game, you're like, you're a conspiracy theorist, you're reaching, you're this, you're that. I'm like, bro, I'm just telling you what's happening, what I've seen in the media. I'm the guy with the insight, I'm the meteorologist, I'm letting you know you could deny it. So if the meteorologist says go in your shelter and you say, screw you, I'm not evacuating. And let's face it, Shake, every time there's a storm, there's people like that, right? Like, oh, I'm not moving, they're always wrong. Well, you could think that, but hey, I'm just trying to spread the news. That's it, Shake. I appreciate it because it's true. It's true. G, while he takes some more puffs of the victory cigar just for being the man, because he is the man, Shake Money, but the team is it. But Shake, I mean, Greg, what's your thoughts on this whole situation?
Let's start with the Bills game here, man. We should have won that game. I feel like McDaniel kind of cost us. 3rd and 19, why are you telling Skyler to throw deep here? Like, go with a little run play, screen play, slant play, do something other than throw it deep. Because I'll tell you right now, they wouldn't have gotten that pick. They probably wouldn't have got a touchdown off that drive. Then the issue with the play calling, I noticed every time Skyler comes out of the huddle, there was like 10 seconds on the play clock, no time to adjust. I don't know if that's McDaniel or Skyler. I don't know who to blame on that, but I don't know. But that was the main issue. Skyler did, yes. Skyler missed some plays. I will admit that to the two people and everybody up there. Skyler missed some plays, but we also had receivers dropping balls left and right. I was at work and I saw Skyler go deep to Jalen Waddle, and I didn't get to see it. He dropped it or something. I didn't get to see the full play. I had to go help someone. But if we would have scored off that, we probably would have either gone to overtime or won it. But hey, It's better than what we thought. Let's say that. I thought we were going to kind of get blowout. I mean, I was rooting for us winning, but at least it wasn't a blowout. Good game to the Bills. Hopefully they lose this weekend, but hey. But now let's get on to our drama here in Miami land. Tua Tagovailoa is a starter next year. I was upset about it, yes. But now I agree. I want a new quarterback. I agree. But now we got Tua now, man. It's Tua time again. But I will say this though. When they reported it on Sunday before the game, I was upset they were saying this. Like, why are you going to go into a playoff game and just say this? You know, don't know what's going to happen. But I was upset that it was January 15th and we're out announcing this instead of, going over the options and whatnot. But hey, if they're gonna go with Tua, I gotta go with them. There's nothing I can do. I can come up here and cry about it, but they're not gonna do anything. So, but the thing I will say is with Tua, man, I looked at our schedule next year, and it looks brutal, to be honest with you. I see some winnable games, but it all, like I said, Washington, Carolina, Tennessee, those should be easy wins, to be honest with you. The losses I see, Chargers, Chiefs, Cowboys, Eagles. And now first I didn't say the Giants were a loss or a W, but I said the Giants were a W. But now after that playoff game, that's probably going to be a loss. What other games do we have? Oh, the Broncos. I can't really predict the Broncos. I don't know how they're going to do this offseason. Same thing with the Raiders. That's too early to predict. Bills, I think, will split. And Jets and Patriots, I can't predict because I know Jets fans. Larry, you know Jets fans. I know Patriot fans. They don't want their quarterbacks. They're moving up. They're going to go get both teams are going to go get a real quarterback.
Yes.
And we're going to be stuck with a quarterback that we don't even know if he's the guy yet or not. And,
right.
I don't care what anyone says. In my opinion, the season was a failure. The goal was to win a playoff game. We didn't do that. We needed to find out Tua was the guy. We still haven't found that out yet. I think the season was a failure. And for me, my expectations, I don't care if Tua gets hurt or whatnot. I think our expectation next year should be an AFC championship or bust. Because if I'm thinking, in my opinion, before free agency and draft, I personally think it's going to be the same thing again next year, possibly worse. And if that happens, McDaniel, Greer, and Tua need to go. But we're still early. Hopefully we make some free agent acquisitions to get us to that Super Bowl. But I can't see it right now. I just can't.
And Greg, I'm with you on all of that. And it's funny because, when you say something like that, like, oh, it's AFC championship or bust, it sounds initially like, oh my God, how could you say that? That's such a high standard. But dude, I agree with you because how long are we going to do this? Like, we already built the team to win this year. And I mean, we were supposed to win a playoff game this year. We didn't. I agree. Get to the AFC championship or it's bust. Like, what are we doing if we can't do that?
You bring in Tyreek Hill, who's arguably top 10 receiver. You bring in Terrell Armstead, best tackle in the league. You acquire Bradley Chubb. I mean, the defense is balling out. You clearly saw it Sunday. We have I would argue top 5 defense, but at this point, top 15. But
right.
Like, we can't be wasting, man. And it sucks to say that. I mean, the only good note is Skyler. I mean, if Tua doesn't work out next year, hopefully Skyler's the answer, but I don't know. And I'm going to be honest with you, since we're not moving off Tua this year, going into next year, there's realistically no more options next year because either Brady's retiring or going to go to a new team for 2 years. Rodgers is either going to retire or go to a new team. Lamar, that's our best shot. Hopefully he gets franchise tag and they trade him next year, but I don't see that happening. Derek Carr is probably going to be signed with a new team. There's going to be no options next year. So it's going to be back to the draft, baby, finding the next top quarterback. And I don't want to deal with that no more. So,
yeah, me either. And at the end of the day, Greg, it's just what do we have to work with, which is, and I know past performance does not necessarily predict future performance, but Greg, we've seen this before, like an early exit in the playoffs. You got to remember, what does an early exit mean and what does a backing in mean in the first place? It not only means that we barely made it, it means that there were teams right next to us, basically. Yeah, right next to us. So we got to not only get past where we were and get that back in again or find a way in again, we got to also beat out these other teams that are next to us again who are also saying to themselves, oh, we're close. We're one step away. We're close. So we've seen this movie before. It usually doesn't work out that the next year we go farther. It usually works out that the next year we're worse, especially with a tougher schedule. So we got to be realistic, but like I'm rooting for it. I'm rooting for Tua. I hope Tua comes in and just lights everybody up and just destroys everybody and is just like the future Hall of Famer that, people think he is. But I don't know.
Hey,
One more thing too, the AFC is going to get a lot more tough for people. You got Mahomes still. Russell Wilson, maybe he bounces back. I don't know. You got Justin Herbert. Trevor Lawrence now. You got Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar if he stays in the conference. Don't forget, the Jets, Patriots are looking at quarterbacks. The Texans and Colts more than likely will be drafting a top prospect this year. You got the Steelers and Kenny Pickett. Maybe he has a sophomore slump.
Yeah,
maybe
him too.
He improves more. You got Deshaun Watson still. The Raiders, who knows what they're doing at quarterback. It's going to get a lot tougher, man. It's going to get a lot tougher in this conference. And that sucks because the AFC my entire life was garbage outside of like the top teams, and the NFC was loaded. Now it's opposite, and all of a sudden the Dolphins got a good team now. What is this?
And the Patriots fall away finally, and the Bills are amazing. What on earth? Why wasn't it us? It's the Bills? Shake.
Like I said, man, sing on top of the world with a bad case of hemorrhoids.
Yeah, that's exactly what the hell we're doing.
But listen, two things. Number one, I wanted to address Greg, about you didn't know whose fault it was. Was it Skyler or was it the coach? Well, the great Mr. Miyagi, if those old enough to know who that is, said there's no such thing as a bad student, only a bad teacher. So it's the coach's fault. And number two, I was on a Twitter space today with Batman from the Phin-Addict, which I am going to be bringing him on here one of these days. Mm-hmm. He's a pro Tua guy, so we're trying to get different perspectives on this channel because that's what we're about, right? Mm-hmm. But anyway, this one gentleman, ironically named Mr. Negative, brought up a good point.
I swear it wasn't me disguised. I swear.
He brought up a real excellent point, actually. And the fact that was we invested in a good backup this year and last year. And when Tua got knocked out, we didn't win anything. So let's just, instead of investing in a backup quarterback, let Skylar Thompson be the backup quarterback because he got valuable reps in the playoffs and meaningful games. And instead of getting that backup quarterback, invest in other places of the area. At the end of the day, let Skylar Thompson be the backup so we could use that resource towards the O-line, towards linebackers, towards the areas of need, instead of trying to do this backup quarterback, because at the end of the day, if Tua gets knocked out, we probably won't win anything anyway. So it doesn't matter who the backup quarterback is.
I agree wholeheartely with your backup quarterback thing and using the resources for something else. Gee, what we're saying.
I'm going to say this. We're not bringing in a backup. Tua's the starter. We're not, there's no competition. I don't believe it. Tua's just the starter at this point. I don't care if we bring in some scrub off the street to compete with Tua, Skyler. I don't care if it's Tom Brady. Tua's going to be the starter. And that kind of upsets me. I feel like Tua needs to be challenged a little bit in camp. But hey, we're not the GMs of the team. We're not the owner. So we just have to suck it up and get ready for Tua. I'm not even going to bother with looking at preseason, what Skyler does, because I know he's not going to be Tua all day.
No, I agree. And Hollywood, what's up? I'm just singing Hollywood Swinging in my head because I see your name and you came in like, yo, so what's good, Hollywood? But, yo, Shake, to your point, too, that it's always the teacher, Mr. Mike Miyagi, and if you guys don't remember, wax on, wax off. That was about a kid from Newark who went to California, got bullied until he learned how to do karate, and he knocked him out, and that's great stuff. So I will say this, too, to your point, and I forgot to piggyback off what Greg said because it made sense. End of the day, man, that issue has been going on even with Tua. And I actually don't – here's some things. I like McDaniel. I like some of his potential. I do. But again, being objective means there's always things on each side of the spectrum. As much as I've seen from McDaniel that makes me encouraged about him, there are things that are negatives. And one of the things was how his assistant tight ends coach talked about Mike Gesicki. We already went over that. The second thing is I'm getting wind from some of these reports that he was kind of insinuating that he misses Tua Tagovailoa, that, with a backup in there, things were tough, whatever. No, that play call thing, getting the play in late, that's been going on with Tua in there too. That's been happening all season. That's definitely on the coach. I don't know what the problem is, but when you have an offense that relies so predominantly on pre-snap motion, and you have to run the pre-snap motion in order to run the play, you better damn well get the play in on time with enough time to spare to go out and run that play. Now, if that means no huddle, if that means whatever, then do it. But you're huddling up, you're taking forever to get the play in, then you're running this pre-snap motion. All season, I'm watching that play clock. And if you notice, the modern NFL, which I understand because it's really an annoying penalty if it changed the game, but they kind of give you like a second grace period. If it hits 0, they'll kind of let you snap it. But we've gotten a bunch of those penalties. And how about this? I heard this on another show. I'm not going to take credit for it, and I forget which show I heard it on. But imagine if we hadn't had to use all those damn timeouts on the delay of game issues. Maybe we could have called a timeout on that 4th down play, figured out that he didn't get the first down, figured out that it was 4th and very short, and lined up better and maybe under center and maybe run a much better play. You got Ingold, who's a monster blocker. You got a big quarterback. There's so many things you could have done except run a shotgun snap and a terrible off-tackle run, which wasn't going to work anyway. And McDaniel's excuse was, I thought we got the first. Let me tell you something. That's not the first time he said some nonsense like that. Remember not challenging the catch against the Patriots, I think it was, all the way down the field that we all knew was incomplete? And he's like, well, the guys didn't tell me quick enough in the booth. Bro, that's twice that the guys in the booth apparently aren't doing their job. You need to take accountability. Those are your guys in the booth, right? That's your staff in the booth, right? That's the way you run things, right? That screwed us up too. So just saying. McDaniel deserves some blame too. We can sit up here and talk about quarterbacks all day. There's other people on this team that deserve blame for the way this season went. That's what I'll say. And I'll do this real quick too, because we're just going to segue right into one of our favorite segments.
The good. The bad. The ugly.
Shake, you got free reign, man. It could be about the game, could be in general. Just go off.
Right. But the good is that we hung in there with the Buffalo Bills. I know, listen, at the end of the day, I'm going to tell you a story. A man went to the park. All right. You know what the moral of the story is?
Yeah, no.
Because there's no moral in that, and there's no moral in this victory, in this loss either. So, but this is what I'm going to say. The good was the fact that Skylar Thompson at the second half was making better decisions. I think I've seen him when he threw the ball deep passes. They were nice throws. Yeah. And the defense stood up with two takeaways and a kick return. That's good. The bad is we used all our timeouts when we didn't have to. Mm-hmm. And the play calling was, again, the offensive play calling was suspect. And the ugly is we got to wait 6 months to do a segment again. Oh,
I like that. And the dogs have had enough of it too. Who let the dogs out? Shake let the damn dogs out, and that's it.
Randomly, on some of the plays.
Thanks again for allowing me to do this, Larry. Appreciate it.
Absolutely don't have to thank me. Thank you for doing it with me. And your show is something I'm actually very excited about. And listen, I like you see the little banners and the little stuff. I like the producer chair a lot, bro. I'm excited to let you run with it. One of your biggest talents is getting people in and being a real member of the community who knows and has contacts all around the community. So I'm very excited about your show too. You don't have to thank me, man. We're just going to keep building. And same with you, G, and all the other people that have kind of become regulars. We're all going to build. This channel's still growing. Remember, it's still one of the smaller channels, yet we have dedicated Fury Fam members who donate, who listen, who talk to us. And so it's just only going to grow from here, brother. So thank you guys both. I didn't get to do that yet. Thank you both for joining me. We met over when TD had me on his show. We made this a whole brand, LG shaking the panel with a whole banner and everything that people around the community look forward forward to. I even saw somebody confuse like Greg with John the other day, and I know it was because they watched this show. So it's interesting, man. But go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So it randomly thought in my head. You know how we have to call our penalties to get the playoff? How come we just didn't take the delay a game off? Mike McDaniel wants to throw it deep on 3rd and 19. What's wrong with doing it for 3rd and 15?
Bro, I know. I don't know. And I agree with you. That's another thing you said, Greg, that again, offense, you don't have to press. You don't have to launch that ball when you're backed up against your own end zone. It's a close game. It's a playoff game. Live to fight another day. If we were down by 3 touchdowns, it's one thing. We weren't.
Yeah.
Punt the ball. Our defense is playing good. They're making mistakes on the other side of the ball. Punt the ball. He has some things to learn in game management and strategy. He designs very nice plays, especially for Tua, but there's other aspects of his head coaching strategic, game that should be changed. And whoever that is on Google, says Google user, thank you very much for the kind words. Guys, subscribe if you haven't yet. This is what Fury Fam does. Welcome to the channel. Hit subscribe. Join Fury Fam. We're going to have off-season content. We're going to have season content and everything. Shake already has a theme song, by the way, and it's dope. Especially for my swaggy people who know a lot about, old school swag. You're going to like this song a lot, which I do, so I was impressed with it. Guys, anything else you want to say in general, before we bring some panel members up and whoever wants to engage with us?
Hit him with a teaser or theme song?
Yeah, you could hit him with that. Can you play it from
No,
I can't play it from here because I'd have to upload it before the show.
Okay,
so.
that's all good. Next time.
So you know what? Next time, or we'll just hit them with it in general.
But anyway, that was a rough draft. I'm still gonna be, I'm adding and taking away. So
cool. And we're perfecting the show right now, guys, too. So it's coming in like the next week or two. Once we get it all figured out, we'll hit you with it, and it's gonna be fun. We'll promote it, and I'll make sure I promote it, on videos I do too, so you guys know when it's coming. And it's gonna.
And by the way, I'm thinking Thursday nights, if that's all right with you.
Thursday nights should work. Yes. Yeah, we could do Thursday nights.
I like Thursday nights because it's right after Hump Day and right before TGIF. So,
I like it.
In that good place.
I like it a lot, bro. We can definitely do it'll be Thursday night, so I'll get you guys a time. And then some of them will be live and some will be pre-recorded depending on shaking my schedule. So either way, it'll be Thursday night. So get ready for that show. It's going to be dope. Now, I see somebody in there saying, Aaron Zubia saying, Tyler Heineke is coming down to back up Tua next season. But Aaron's been saying that he hates Skyler. Skyler's not good. Skyler's not even close. Skyler's not good enough to be the backup. I'm wondering if Aaron is a Tua guy. But see, Aaron says Thompson had dudes running wide open. Someplace Tua would easily hit. Thompson runs to the sideline and throws to the running back like 80% of the time. And I would say Tua throws to Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle in the middle of the field 80% of the time. But hey, that's where we're at these days.
You got to remember, people got to remember too that this whole game plan was built around Tua specifically. So,
yes.
So when the backup quarterback did come in, he was going to have a little bit of challenges. Not to mention, Tua during the offseason got with his receivers to get that time. So I think maybe this offseason, Skyler should be a part of that offseason throwing sessions with his wide receivers.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And remember, it was designed for Tua. And the anticipation issue, yes, Tua's a great anticipator. But some people out there have said, while he might be a great anticipator, perhaps that's a byproduct of just first read pre-snap, launching the ball to a spot. And that also led to some problems and led to some, turnovers. So, there's pros and cons to being somebody who waits till post-snap to make the read and may hesitate, and then somebody who pre-snap anticipates and puts the ball to a spot. So there's a lot to unpack there, and there's more than one way to see it. Guys, subscribe if you have not yet. We're about to get the panel started. I'll post the link periodically in the comments. Click to join. Super Chat's open if you want to talk to us, and we're getting ready to go here.
The good thing about the Dolphins being eliminated now is that I get to focus more on the draft, get to scout more people.
Yeah.
One thing I always do is I always follow the draft. Last year, you guys may think I'm crazy. I made a flipping spreadsheet of all the rounds, so I know what players went where and what they were picked.
That's fun, and we'll do draft shows too when the draft gets close. We'll go live. We're not going to stop doing live shows. I'm just going to figure out the schedule. Take a couple weeks off maybe, and then we'll figure out a schedule maybe every other week or something. We'll still do live shows.
Intervals Saturday, February 4th. I'll probably be watching.
Yeah. It makes sense. Start scouting, G. Start scouting. And I'm kind of excited about the playoffs, man. There's a lot of interesting storylines. I spent that game out in Cincinnati, so who dey? I'm kind of feeling the Bengals right now. Let's hope they beat the Bills and then go from there. Carlos again, man. Carlos, every time I'm live, Carlos just feels a need to just be a master donator and just support the channel. So Carlos, thank you again for another donation. Much appreciated, my brother. Carlos says Tua is a 1-read to 2-read quarterback since college. Nick Saban said it himself. So Carlos is out here just saying, look, bro, I'll put $5 on that. He's a 1 or 2-read quarterback, and that's that. And that's where we at. So Carlos, you're right. I mean, we've seen that throughout the season. We've seen that, unfortunately, play out. He's been a 1 or 2-read quarterback at max. At max, Carlos. And that's a problem. That's obviously something that we've got to deal with. And, the fact that he's a 1 or 2-read quarterback does not allow us to go to these 3rd and 4th options, which is why you don't see guys like Gesicki get the ball much during the season. You don't see Cedric Wilson used as much. Craig Kraft, when he got involved, was good. They were good when they got involved, but they didn't always get involved, and part of that reason was because of that 1 or 2-read thing. Guys, we're going to bring the panel on now. If you haven't done so yet, subscribe is right under here. Right under G's face, right under here. Click subscribe. Join the Fury fam. We're moving. Carlos, thank you again, my brother, for the super chat. Much appreciated. And let's hear from our first person up, man. We got RD. We got a couple guys. Go in the order that you were called, so that you popped up. So, RD, you're second.
What's going on?
What's up, my brother? How are you?
I disagree with a couple of things.
All right. What do you disagree with, sir?
First off, I think McDaniel's scheme is awesome. I think he has one of the best schemes. We almost had a 1,000-yard rusher. We had 2 receivers over 1,300 yards. The scheme is great. Now, his play calling, he needs to get a play caller. And who am I getting feedback from?
I don't think it's me because I got the headphones.
I hear my own self talking.
Yeah, I hear it a little. I hear a little echo coming from you, but
I'm muted. So.
You should be good. I don't hear it too bad.
No, it's just his play calling. I think he's almost trying to call too perfect of a play and taking too long. His OCD. He does need to get a play caller in. I do agree with that.
But he's not going to do that, right?
He might eventually if he thinks he's going to improve. As long as he can trust the guy. He's got to bring somebody in he trusts completely.
We'll see.
I wouldn't have minded our quarterbacks coach getting promoted.
I mean, I would like that too, to keep him away from other teams, especially because it looks like they're trying to poach him.
Yeah, because the Jets are trying to interview him for the offensive coordinator job.
Yeah, and that would hurt. If they get him and then a quarterback, watch the hell out.
And Skyler played like a 7th-round rookie. Okay? It wasn't bad. It wasn't great. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't great. But the key thing is Tyreek Hill got targeted 14 times, which led all the receivers in the first round. How the heck did he miss him over the middle when he stepped up in the pocket? And there was a clean view straight to Tyreek down the center of the field at the end. And then he ran out to the right and threw it to Gesicki.
Well, I saw that play too, but I thought that safety, when he was coming across the middle, that safety was looking right at him, man. And I think once you lay that ball, he's laying right into Tyreek or jumping the route.
No, it was shown on. Tyreek had room to go.
I don't know.
So
maybe.
I'm just saying.
That was a perfect throw to Gesicki too, though, past the sticks in his chest.
It was, but the guy had good coverage. Yes. What can you say?
True.
Now, the play to Jalen Waddle on the sidelines that Waddle got hurt.
Yes. That
ball was underthrown. He had to stop, slow down, and that's why the defender got his arms in to make the play. I'm not saying, hey, Tua does that too. He's done that a lot.
Yeah.
But overall, I don't know. I would rather bring in a veteran backup next year, like a Tyler Heineke, and give him Skyler one more year. To become the backup.
But do you really think a guy like Heineke is that much better than Skyler that we want to pay him money to come over here?
He has that much more reps, and he's not going to be that expensive. He won't be a $10 million Teddy Bridgewater.
But okay? So you say like Heineke because Tua's injury prone. Heineke's a better option than Skyler. You just trust him more.
Yeah, I trust him more right now. You know, one more year, then Skyler could be ready to step in.
Fair enough. I mean, fair enough. I think. I mean, look, when you play, I mean, you know, I guess there's, you know, who knows if we had a better quarterback, maybe we win that game. I guess you could.
I know y'all are going to get on me about. I know y'all are going to probably get on me about this because I came in late. I don't know your opinion. Boyer needs to go.
Well, I think he needs to go just to bloodlet, just to give the fans some red meat. But he was plagued by injuries. I don't think he did a great job or a bad job. By the way, I don't think he's going based on the headlines we've seen.
I think he might be still.
Is if he goes, I don't care. If he stays, I don't care as long as the defense plays.
Well, here's the thing. Why did it take to the last 3 weeks of the season for us to play football on the defensive side the way we did, especially on the road?
I think the guys had to grow into their roles because they were mostly backups. But I'm also not giving him an excuse.
Listen, here's the thing. Number one, his scheme, like you said about McDaniel's scheme. I think Boyer's schemes is good too because at the end of the day, there was a lot of bad tackling. So if there's a lot of bad tackling, that means they're in place. The players aren't executing what they're supposed to be doing because if it was a bad scheme, there wouldn't be any bad tackles because they would be out of place. And number two, if we're gonna go off of Boyer, we're gonna need a clear upgrade. We're not gonna just get rid of him for the sake of getting rid of him.
I like a coach like Lovie Smith. The man's been a defensive coach for years.
No, I'll take him. Look, if you got Lovie Smith or Vic Fangio, somebody like that available, and McDaniel knows he can make a clear upgrade, get rid of Boyer.
Jim Schwartz, I'll take him. He's unemployed.
I'll take him.
Well,
too.
actually, he got the Cleveland job.
No, we should go out and get Flores as our DC.
That'd be hilarious, but he might go somewhere else. Greg, what are you eating right now? Can you tell us, please?
Need some ice cream.
Ice cream? What flavor?
I think DC Cup thing.
I like it. I like it.
But
all right, I was just curious, sir. But all right, Lakers, my brother. How are you? How you feeling? What's your thoughts?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Everything's good over this side, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm chilling with Fury fam on a Wednesday night, so I'm happy. You know that, guys. 68 of you in here. Hit subscribe if you haven't done so yet, please. Join the fam. Thank you very much. Lakers, man, what's on your mind in general about the Miami Dolphins?
Man, listen, bro. Listen. I don't know, bro. Like, it's going okay. Everybody, our GM said that Tua's coming back, right? I mean, nothing's going to change with the dude. You know what I'm saying? He's not going to get better. He's gonna do the same thing he did. You feel me? Like next year's gonna be the same thing. You feel me? Mike McDaniel's gonna run his play call.
Yep.
It's gonna be the same thing over here. You know what I'm saying? The same exact thing. Tua's gonna do the same thing. He's not gonna get no better, bro. You know what I'm saying?
And it's a tough spot to be in, isn't it, Lakers?
Yeah, but to be honest with you, when Tua was playing, he wasn't too bad. He was in the top 5. So I can't really argue that.
Who cares about that, bro? It's all about how you play on the field, bro.
Yeah.
Like what you doing.
Okay.
He wasn't in the top 5 the last 4 games. He wasn't top 5.
He was terrible. Everybody forgets that he played San Fran, he played the Chargers, he played Pittsburgh, he played the first game against the Pats. They act like he had an injury before that. He didn't. He played, and he wasn't playing well when he went down the second time. He was not playing well.
It's all about how you play on the field. You know what I'm saying? Look at. I don't know what team did Heineke come from? Is that Washington?
Where's Heineke now? Washington. He's with Washington.
What's that noise?
So I get it. I think somebody's out by the roadside. That's my
okay.
I think Heineke to be a backup to Howell. That's just my opinion. I don't know.
I mean, shoot, wasn't Heineke looking good over there at Washington though? He was playing pretty good over there.
He was. So that's why he's saying to bring him in as the backup.
I mean, if we're gonna bring him as the backup, he might take to a job, man, because he can run, he can throw, and you know what I'm saying? He won some couple games over there.
So I think the only way anybody takes Tua's job, unfortunately, is if he just gets hurt. Because I think they're going to anoint him QB1 no matter what. And I think Tua, I don't know for a fact, but I think his camp, the people around him, based on what happened with Brian Flores, are the type of camp that if he's not guaranteed QB1, they're going to raise hell.
Larry, what happens if, let's say this, I don't want this to happen, by the way. Tua has a week 1 injury out for the year. What do you think we should do? Start Skyler, give him the year, or trade for a quarterback? Well, doubting that happens. But let's say
depends who's out there. If you got a guy you believe in can step up, who's a significant upgrade over Skyler, you bring that guy in. And if it's that early in the year, you don't know. It could even be preseason. That's what happened to Tannehill. Remember, we were watching his gait as he walked to see if he was hurt. I mean, he could get hurt in preseason or not be ready. And then I think you go out, and if there's a clear upgrade over Skyler, you bring him in. Because remember, Skyler hasn't done anything where we should legitimately be like, yo, this is the dude. Like, there's potential. I like the kid. He played tough. But some of the people like Skyler's on the team. He's already our franchise. That I can't, like, get down with right now. So if you see somebody who you think is clearly an upgrade, you go with them. That's what I would say.
Would that put the nail in the Tua Tagovailoa?
Yes. If Tua's out for a significant amount of time before the season even starts, or week 1 or week 2 or week 3, I mean, look, I would say if he's out for any significant amount of time next year and it costs us playoffs and wins, then again, the Dolphins seem to use that as an excuse. So I really don't know. But I do want to welcome Carlos in, because Carlos, you've been like a freaking super donor. That's much appreciated, my brother. And I want to hear your thoughts on the panel. Welcome to the panel, first of all. I don't know if you've been. I don't remember if you've been on before, but welcome.
Heineke, to me, is not a solution. You're going to take 3 steps back just to bring a backup quarterback?
Yeah,
I would bring a starting kind of quarterback that's willing to stay as a backup just in case. I don't believe in Tua. You know my take. He's never finished the season, not even in high school. So, I mean, I don't know what people are thinking about Tua. He's not even worth the franchise tag or worth a contract extension at this point.
Hey, Carlos, man, you speaking the truth, man. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like this organization, bro, is babying him. You know what I'm saying?
We're going to another Tannehill situation. I know. Is he going to be here 7 years?
He might be, bro. I was on a page the other day, one of the Dolphin groups, and I said, I put like a funny meme, and somebody was like, oh, Tua needs more time or something. We gave Tannehill 7 years. So I said, what, are we supposed to give Tannehill 7 years? How long for Tua? He's like, oh, well, he was hurt. He was this. I was like, so you're not giving me an answer. He's like, I don't know. Like, people would give him 7 years. And this organization very well may. Whereas the Jets and Pats, I don't think the Jets and Pats are doing that.
You already heard what Greer said, though, and the way he kind of tippy-toed around it. There's going to be no 5th-round option or extension until he proves something that he's going to be able to stay healthy.
Yeah,
good point, because I did hear that from Greer.
Greer is gambling his career, because if Tua fails, which right now he is, he's not going to find another job. He's going to have to go back to the Patriots.
And look, the NFL and football is an interesting industry. Like, guys fail and then they know somebody somewhere else and they think they got a better situation. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But I do think, look, if Tua fails ultimately, now maybe that wouldn't be the case if he had failed this year and we had moved on already. But the fact is, at this point, they've continued to go all in on him. That means that I think if Tua were to fail, I think then McDaniel and Greer are also going to have to go. And if there is some silver lining to all of this, if we're not confident that we turn the corner next year or the year after, then maybe it's that everybody goes if it fails and we get a clean slate. But that would be heartbreaking considering how much talent we have on the roster right now.
Like,
My biggest problem is
I hear people complain, oh, Skyler's not ready. I understand he's not ready, but compared to where Tua was drafted, Skyler's a lot better than Tua at the position he was drafted. Tua right now was not worth that first-round pick.
Yep.
Anybody want to? Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
My biggest issue with Greer right now is he's still hanging his hat on Liam Eichenberg and Austin Jackson.
Well, I understand Austin Jackson. He's got a very good upside.
But how long are we going to give him? I mean, he's been struggling. To his point, he makes a good point. I mean, he's been struggling for how many years? I mean, when do we pull the plug on him? Because I got to agree, that's another thing Greer's doing. And what about Noah? He was barely playing. He had some good plays, but Bottom of the depth
Yeah,
chart.
hold up. Noah had one good play. One
that's
good
it.
play.
No,
Hey, the reason why we're in the playoffs.
Well, you could say that about any game, to be fair, because I've been playing that with Tua people all day too. They're like, well, take away any game Tua won, we're not in. I'm like, fair. Greg, what were you saying?
No, total bust.
Austin Jackson, Tua, and Liam Meckenberg, they're all going to be here for the next 7 years. You watch.
that's the Greer plan. Is that what you're saying?
7-year plan.
All right, listen. I want to give Mounty the floor, man. Mounty, what's up, my brother? How you
Mounty-
feeling, and what's on your mind?
And Monty, before you cook, there was something about Carlos. I said, I like this guy, right? And I couldn't put my finger on it, and now I know what it is.
There you go, bro. That's another Gator in here, Carlos and Shake Money, man. We got Gator heads in here.
Hey,
Man.
yo, don't show me that no more,
Got
bro.
some Gator heads in here, bro.
Yo, don't show me that Gator stuff, man.
Yo, Lakers, who you a fan of in college? I'm not even down south, so I got. Who are you?
Damn,
Who you
baby.
I'm over
Damn,
here
baby
Miami
lizard.
Hurricanes, man.
He a Hurricane fan. Okay.
I'm Miami Hurricanes all day, man.
I know y'all definitely got a beef down there. If you in Florida, you got Miami versus
I'm
Florida. I already know.
I'm a Kane fan too, so I don't like seeing that baby lizard thing anyway.
You mean the tropical depressions?
that's I like that. I like that. All right, but listen, let Mounty say his piece.
Sorry,
Mounty, what's on your mind, my brother?
Hey, first off, peace and blessings to everybody.
You too, sir.
You know, hey man, it was good to see us finally get in the playoffs, and you know, we didn't get the outcome that we would all expect, but the beautiful thing is, the silver lining is, Sir Skynet got much needed playoff experience. He's got something that Tua does not have.
True.
So that's a plus for him.
Mm-hmm.
As for seeing his film, yeah, he missed some throws. However, what was Tua's stats his first career start? Basically, when he started out like that, you know, he's throwing for 90 yards and 100 yards or something like that in a touchdown, maybe. So, I mean, look, the guy. I think we have something in Skyler. It's just going to take repetition. He's got to get on the same page with his receivers. You know, for one, I'm quite disappointed in Waddle and our number one and number two. They didn't do Skylar Thompson any favors.
Yeah, what's up with these Bama boys?
Waddle, Tyreek Hill, and Mike McDaniels did not do Skylar Thompson any favors. Mike McDaniels, he's adding to his anxiety, his already anxiety, by getting plays in late. Like,
and
dude,
vaping.
come
He's
on,
also
man.
vaping. Yeah.
And see, that's why I don't know if you guys remember. I said this from the beginning of the season. If you're going to make him head coach, he should not be offensive coordinator as well. He can't. I don't think he's equipped to do both.
I agree, and we had somebody say that earlier that he should hire somebody. I just don't think he will because these guys never do. Like, they very rarely do that. They always want to retain play calling, and he seems like the kind of guy that wants to retain it.
Hey, guys, you know, I want to see Waddle do this offseason. I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember when Jerry Rice came into the league.
Not when he came in, but I remember Jerry like at his prime.
When he came in, he led receivers in drops.
No, yeah, look, I'm not down on Waddle long term.
No. I want to see Waddle go do what Jerry Rice did, which is all offseason jug machine catching with hands, doing whatever he had to do to get it to where he was catching with his hands and not his body. That's what Waddle needs to do.
Absolutely.
He's not the only one, though, bro.
And see, Skylar Thompson threw an absolute dime. I mean, a dime to Waddle. Had Waddle just high pointed the ball, that was a catch.
Yes, yeah, that there was a few catches, and if you really rewind it, Mounty, they're game changing. They're game changing. Like Waddle,
we would have got points out of that drive.
Yes, and it would have changed the whole feel of the game and trajectory of the game. And
we would have went up by 3.
Yes, and Cliff says sabotage. No, I don't buy that. I don't think anybody like purposely sabotaged Skylar, but I do think that there is a rigidity to this team where they designed it for Tua. They are committed to Tua. In their collective consciences, Tua is the guy. So they didn't bother to really tweak it too much or set anybody else up for success because they maintained the Tua offense. That I can see.
And
I also-
Hey,
I'll
one
also
real quick. The part is, Mike McDaniel. I saw his inexperience with play calling because why are you got your seventh round rookie quarterback that's in there? Yeah, he's bigger, he's stronger, he's faster, he's mobile. But why would you call plays where you know our offensive line, our pass blocking is suspect, and everything's suspect on the line, but you allow him to get his ass beat behind this porous offensive line? But it took for him to start getting beat up till you start calling screens and things like that to get the ball out of his hand quick.
Also true. And Mounty, you touch on something else. And by the way, Anthony, what's up, my brother? Thanks for the donation. Another big donation from another Fury fan member who, Anthony, I'll drop the link again in a couple minutes once everybody talks. It's already on here and I get RD on. Hopefully you'll join us. But what's up, my brother? And thank you for the donation. Much appreciated, my bro. But Mounty, to your point, one thing that I don't think is being discussed very much, and I don't think anybody could necessarily help it, but was that offensive line. We were down like another tackle, so Hunt had to shift out to tackle, and we completely reshuffled that thing, and it was a mess. So to your point, yeah,
we had a guard we signed 3 days or 4 days prior starting.
yes. So like that's another reason why, yes, they tried to go in with the run, which I understand you want to establish the run, but then yeah, they should have called earlier in the game. Great point, Mounty. With that porous offensive line that was reshuffled, they could have done some tweaks earlier in the game that they failed to do that maybe would have made life easier, earlier. So good
Yeah, but
point.
I will say this. You add with the offensive line, you're missing your leading rusher, Moser, too.
Also
so that
true.
hurts your run. Dude, that was a big loss for us.
Yeah, he hits holes like, very quickly and sharper
He
than
finds the holes.
Yeah, he's a damn good running back, and I hope he's back next year, to be quite frank with you.
I think all three of them are going to be back. Ahmed, I think we're going to stick with the same three.
Fine with me. I like
because you notice what McDaniel did with the running game. That scheme is so difficult to learn for offensive linemen and running backs that he stuck with three people that he knew from San Francisco for a majority of this year.
Yeah, I liked it. I think the running back room is fine. I know people want to upgrade, but actually the way they were able to put it on when they really turned it up and he started calling it correctly, I like the guys we have. I think that's one place we don't need to spend money or spend resources when we have plenty of needs elsewhere.
We need middle linebacker.
Yep.
We need some more offensive line depth.
Yep.
And we need some more secondary depth.
And we need another wide receiver,
you made
too.
G. And Lakers, yeah. Well, then again, if we got Wilson and we got Sherfield and we got, I like them.
I think Cedric Wilson's gone. I think Cedric
is he
Wilson's
gone?
gone. I think so. He's going to be a cap casualty, I think.
I think Wilson's gone if he doesn't restructure. But at the same time, I like Sherfield, as our third. We might need a draft a tight end because I don't like Jones at all.
We need a tight end because Gesicki is definitely gone.
Yeah.
And by the way, Van Ginkel's gone, so we're going to need another outside linebacker for depth.
Van Ginkel is gone, thank God.
He's gone. I like Van Ginkel, actually, but when he posted on Twitter, he was gone because he was basically saying goodbye to Florida.
Yep.
Can I ask you all something?
Yeah.
Remember when Van Ginkel hit that offensive lineman head to head?
I don't, but I know he got some turnovers for points, like through his career here.
Their left tackle went down, lost his balance, and went down on one knee after he went head to head with Van Ginkel. And he goes to the sideline, doesn't go to the blue tent, comes back out on the next play. Their best offensive lineman that they had left.
Wow.
I'm sitting here going, how is that?
That's another thing, an oversight. They let somebody come in. There should have been a spotter that kicked him out.
I am telling you right now, the officials need to get shit together because in this offseason, because it's looking bad for them.
Yeah.
Edmonds should have been tossed possibly for that hit on Ahmed. He went high and hard.
Yeah, no, they had some issues, the officials, all year. They always have officials. It never ends with them. Von Joe, what's up? I see you in the comments. But we have some holes to plug. I think receiver, I can't put it on Wilson or on Sherfield or any of them. It's just that McDaniel never used them. I don't think it's their fault. Like, I think their skill was fine. They just were rarely used.
Larry, let me ask you a question, right? How do we have a coach, right, that does not use Gesicki or our two, the wide receivers you just said, right? You have, you don't use your tight end. or you don't use Wilson and the other guy you just said. You
Because
know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't
Gasecki,
make no sense.
No, I
Gasecki,
agree, and I've been
Gasecki,
calling that out. Go ahead.
Shen,
Go ahead,
Gasecki,
Carlos.
tight
Sorry.
end. He's not a blocking tight end. He's more like a receiver.
Yeah,
Yes.
but like, look, did I feel like having Gasecki and Hill and Waddle, that's a good little tandem we have because you know what I'm saying. Like we know that Gasecki's gonna catch the ball and he's gonna get yards. You feel me? Like
I am.
having a tight end that can't catch the ball and just know how to block, that's
No,
not gonna be good either.
I think he wants like a Kittle type tight end, and I think that's
Exactly.
how his offense works.
That's my point. Yeah, Larry. I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm not saying I don't like Gesicki. I like the kid a lot. He just
I do
doesn't
too.
fit. He doesn't fit this offense.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
All right,
Good point,
then.
Carlos. And yeah, that's the answer, Lakers. I think. And can we get a guy like that? We'll see, bro, because they don't grow on trees. So,
But
and
that's what I'm saying. I mean, for me, like Gesicki, he's a good player. You know what I'm saying? But like, I just don't want us to like saying for me, I don't want him to leave right until like he goes to like a team, like like a team that's gonna be win like a freaking maybe like a Tom Brady stayed at Buccaneers or you know what I'm saying. He might go there and then he go shine over there just because the type of tight end he is. You know
no,
what I'm
yeah.
saying? Like,
I think it's inevitable he's going to go somewhere and do well because it's going to be a team that knows how to use him and wants to use him. We're just going to have to find a guy that fits the mold of what this coach wants to do. And it sucks because we draft guys that we like and they're loyal and they're good, but if they don't fit the new regime, then that's what happens. So it sucks. And I think he is going to – I wish him success, and I think he's going to have it, just hopefully not against us. You know what I mean? But,
Gasecki only played 2 years in college football, right?
yeah, he played Penn State.
yeah, because he was good. That's why he was
Yeah.
good over there in Penn State.
Played basketball most of the time.
Yeah, he's a beast. He's from Jersey too. He's from South Jersey. So I followed him for since his recruitment into college. Good player. Good player. RD, my man. What's on your mind, my brother? How you feeling? What's going on?
Hey guys, hey everybody, how are you?
What's up, my brother?
Oh man, I tell you what, I had a great time watching that game because I invited some of my friends and we went to a bar here in Toronto and it was filled with Bills fans.
Oh God!
And I was just having a good time, just chirping them the whole time there.
Yeah, they were nervous. I bet they were nervous.
I was like, we're playing with house money, so whatever it is. I'm enjoying my wings, my food, my beer, but I never thought that our defense would shine the way it did. I couldn't believe it was 2020 defense. It was vintage defense, is what we expected all year long. We finally clicked it, and again, we played to our strengths because Josh Allen has some weaknesses when he overdoes it and he Allens it. So we took advantage of that all year long. I don't think our defense is afraid of him at all. So I think that's a huge advantage that we have moving forward. But as far as our team, dude, I just got to tell you, between the quarterback, between the discipline and no accountability on the coaching side for all the mistakes that we've done through penalties, guys just dropping wide open passes, and doesn't matter. And it's not the first time we've had Waddle cost us games in the regular season with what is that, Minnesota Vikings and other games
the
as
fumble
well.
Was terrible.
There's absolute it gives me zero hope because of the core, which is accountability, a coach, and a quarterback. We don't have any of that. So we have a lot of talent, no doubt about it, but we don't have the core is just in shambles. And to me, when you look at the framework of this entire conference, right? Because it's not the NFC, it is the AFC. Mm-hmm. You got Mahomes, you got Herbert, you got Lawrence. You saw what they did. Herbert didn't lose that game. The Chargers coaching staff and the Chargers lost that game because Herbert did all that he could. Lawrence is amazing with his new coach now, and you see it. You see what happens when the raw talent is inescapable. You cannot. Raw talent will eventually shine. You know. So once you dial it up the right way, you can't. You can put him in a 27-0 hole. He can throw 4 interceptions and he'll win you the game. Why? Because he's got it. He's got the goods. You know what I mean?
Right.
The intangibles, I don't know if he has the intangibles. I really don't. But I know the tangibles are there.
Yes.
You know, so it just Allen. I mean, what do you need to say more
Same
about
thing.
Allen?
I was just going to say Allen to go with your point. Yeah.
You got Burrow. You got like all of these guys, they have the it factor. They have it all. They have it in spades. And you have Lamar Jackson there, but you also have the Ravens combination, right? So there's 6 teams that are going to make the playoffs year in, year out for the next 7 years. No doubt about it. These 6 teams locked in. So now you got the 7th seed, and the 7th seed, you know, depending on what the Jets do with the quarterback position, if they get Carr or somebody else. But even still, it's going to come down to strength of schedule, right? So there's going to be that special team this year was us. We got in. Fine. This honeymoon is over. I don't care if you fire them this year or you fire them next year. It's done. Like, it's because trust people when they show you their colors the first time. No excuses. We've been making excuses enough for Tua now for 2 years, right? I'm sick and tired of them. It's done. The man can be healthy. He's not special. He's just not special. There's nothing fundamentally special about him. And the one thing that he had was consistency, and he doesn't have that. The way people judge Tua, they look at the bullshit numbers. No, look at the numbers one way and one way only. Take the first half of the season out of the window. Start after the bye week. After the bye week, the man was subpar at best. At best. He won 1 game versus the Texans. Oh, my God. Who doesn't beat the Texans, right? And he was awful as soon as Terran Armstead left. It was just goddamn awful. And then after that, it was game over. Like, it was literally game over. He couldn't get anything right. And we're making excuses here, left, right, and center, all because of this, all because of that. Oh, you know what? No. He's an unproven commodity. This was his moment to shine. He's had 2.5 years to get ready for this moment. Okay. All the stars had aligned. All right. He had no excuses. And yet you had the Sunday night, like, disaster. You had the fact that he on Christmas Day, he loses to the Packers. Okay. He goes to Buffalo. Okay. Gets bailed out a few times because people don't want to point it out. Gets bailed out a few times with the missed coverage on Jalen Waddle and then a penalty on the punt that we would have punted away. But because of the penalty, we continue to go down the drive.
Yeah.
One second, guys. Sorry. What is this?
You got Big O coming on. Look at this.
No, it's my phone.
RD,
My phone.
RD, what are you doing, sir?
My phone my phone, because I have 2 phones, so the other one just picked off. I guess the algorithms. I don't know.
Oh my goodness, Big O, unreal. Go ahead.
It's like an alarm. It's like you wake up to the alarm. It's the Big
O show, and he's like, "All right, everyone, Omar Kelly, let's talk about Tua balled out. And if you don't think so, you're stupid. You're stupid. You don't know football." No. But that's just a brief interlude from Big O.
One thing about the Big O, like he called out Justin Herbert in one of the episodes this year with big yellow. It's like he basically called him out like being a phony. Like, I'm telling you, the Justin Herbert Tua debate, well, like, it's over. It's fundamental. Like, if anyone's still having that debate, you're not delusional. You need help. You need a lot of help in your life. Whatever is ailing you, you need a psychiatrist. You need drugs. You need physical. Like, it's over in every shape of the word. Over. Like, the very definition of over, it's that.
Yeah,
Tua versus Herbert.
Agreed.
So, like, all I'm saying is right now, for us, for the Miami Dolphin fans, keep your eye out for the next head coach and the next quarterback. Because right now, we are just, it's all, it's, what is it called? When you have fake hope or false gold or fool's gold. Fool's gold. Oh my God.
Fool's gold. That's all right. Yeah, we got it, bro. I know we're all jumbled. Fool's gold.
Yeah.
Big old knocked you a little bit. It's okay.
Just
Fool's gold.
fool's gold. It like no other. We have a crack in our foundation. Okay, it's insurmountable. We had that game given to us by the defense. Okay, we had that game given to us by the defense. So Jalen Waddle decides to have the worst game of his life, followed by Mike McDaniels completely drops the ball in the last drive of the game, followed by Skylar Thompson, right, being told on 3rd down and long, hey, just chug it up, man. Like, just punt the ball away. Just run the play, punt the ball. Let the defense do its thing. Why do you, like, it gave, like, there was no accountability for how poorly offensively that game was called throughout the game. And all of a sudden, I'm hearing on this panel and other panels, Josh Boyer, when are we going to get rid of it? No. Josh Boyer deserves an extension after what he did to the Buffalo Bills all season long. And the Buffalo Bills are the cream of the crop as far as us comparing and measuring ourselves with. You know what I mean? So if he's handling the Buffalo Bills, you know what I mean, with all the injuries that he has had to deal with all throughout the year, and all the new personnel that have been coming in, and the fact of the matter is Josh Boyer has his own limitations. But there is no 5-star defensive coordinator that's just walking in and be like, I got this, right? Because they're going to look at the coach and they're going to be like, you think I'm taking orders from a 20-pounder teenager over there? Like, tell Mark Anthony, these guys have egos, man. They're not taking orders from that guy. You know?
Yeah, and I knew that's why he sells himself as I'm more of an advisor, and I get that. But when it crosses the line where you're not even coaching at all as a boss or a manager at all, it leads to the lack of discipline and the lack of accountability that we saw at points this season.
How many games has Waddle cost us? And you got Waddle giving Tua an interview before the Packers game. You know what I mean? Like part of the Miami Dolphins. I'm like, sit down. All right. None of you two are elite in no way, shape, or form. Okay. Sit down and make sure, because I will bench both of your asses if you do this again. You know, that's accountability.
Right.
This is a loser franchise, has been since the day I started cheering 22 years ago.
I agree.
Just complete dog shit. So for this guy to come out of the West Coast and thinking we're just going to sunglass this thing, you know what I mean? Like,
sunglass it literally, yes.
We made the playoffs. Dude, some of the shittiest coaches we've had have made the playoffs.
Yes.
But making the playoffs is given to you by the league, just like they give you the first pick overall when you're dog shit, and they give you a franchise QB as a gift. They're like, here you go. This is how the business model works. We want the dog shit teams to finally have one day in the sun so the fans can watch for the next 2 decades.
I get it, RD. Yeah, I hear you. And by the way, we got to watch the S word, but it's all good. I know you're just describing something. But you know what happens to dog poop when you put it out in the sun? It gets even grosser and it stinks worse. And some of the fans are buying into it. That being said, first of all, I'm proud of all you guys because this panel is always so cordial and everybody gets to talk and everybody's clear so people watching can see a legitimate conversation instead of a screaming match. So you know that I'm on that. So I appreciate and respect that.
And the last point I just wanted to finish off is I just want to let everyone know it's completely whatever happens from this point on, you cannot change the outcome long term, whether it's 2 years, 3 years, or after next year. That this team, fundamentally, the core is cracked. It will never be good enough to win any significant playoff games. Okay, it's all fool's gold, and eventually there will be a rebuild again. I just don't know how long it's going to take, but I do know, because of the way the layout is in the AFC, that there's only one playoff spot available, and the moment we don't make the playoffs, that's basically them saying, hey, you know what, that's it, we have to move on. And I think after next year we don't make the playoffs, everybody's going to go, as far as the management team. And I know our strength of schedule might be a little weak next year, so we might be getting a second chance. But if the Jets get a decent quarterback like a Carr or a Brady, and there's some real good quarterbacks that you can draft in this year's draft that can give you a legitimate shot because that's a really good team, and they got the pick. So I'm telling you, zero optimism, from the Miami Dolphins. I mean, they've shown you who they are, okay? That even if the defense plays lights out, the offense will figure out a way to just go settle for field goals, turn the ball over. We gave them 2 touchdowns, right? And then in the final drive of the game, a 4th down, you're going to come up with an excuse. Well, I thought they told us 1st down. But don't you read the sticks, man? It says 4th there. Like,
yeah, no, he's
like,
yeah,
I hate the excuse when I'm telling you, bro, when the coach comes up with excuses, you talk about accountability. That man is a teenager. He's a fraud. Okay, he has absolutely no business coach. He can be a coordinator, but he will never be a head coach that can handle a team making strives in the playoffs, especially in this conference, and winning a Super Bowl. Look at Doug Peterson.
No, I
That's
agree.
a man.
So I agree with you, and that's why I'm telling you there's some issues with him, and that's starting to show it a little bit, is the lack of accountability with the excuses. You hired them. I want to give Anthony the floor, but Lakers, what were you going to say real quick?
What RD said about our, I'm going to call him McDonald's coach, okay? I'm not going to call him his name. He's going to be McDonald's for now.
Okay.
That's his name, McDonald's.
McDonald's.
Okay?
All right. I'm going to get a McDonald's little meme to put up here, just like I do Magoo, and it'll be
McDonald's.
fun. So when you come on and you start talking about, I'm just going to put the McDonald's, the Ronald McDonald thing up.
Do that. Okay, so look. This is okay. What RD said about our coach, bro, he was true. He's saying everything 100%. Because listen, we had a coach, and Brian Flores. He's a dude. He's a man. You know what I'm saying? He's a grown man. He's not a little kid. You know what I'm saying? He's not gonna freaking smoke on the sidelines. He's not gonna freaking wear sun-jack glasses. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Like, what kind of coach do we have? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're supposed to call a timeout. You know what I'm saying? You're over smoking on the sidelines, and you know what I'm saying, the play calling, and you know what I'm saying, like the timeouts and all that stuff, bro. Come on, bro.
No, I hear you.
What kind of coach is this, bro?
I agree with that. Now, by the way, Carlos, you got your hand up, or are you just chilling, flexing?
Can I speak real quick?
Yeah, speak real quick. Then I want to give Anthony the floor. He's been patient. Then KP, but go ahead, Carlos.
I kind of, first of all, disagree. Bird's gone. Whether people think it's not, he's gone. I agree. Said
no, I know, but I'm just saying that he was a real coach. That's what I'm saying.
McDaniel's a rookie head coach. He was their 3rd option. And going back to what RD was saying about the AFC being down pat, no, sir, I disagree with that because you got to eventually pay Allen, you got to eventually pay Burrow, you got to eventually pay all those people. And guess what happened when Russell Wilson took his big contract with the Seahawks? What happened to the Seahawks?
Yeah, that's going to be a problem. They're going to have to deal with that at a certain point when they have to pay these quarterbacks. So I hear you.
It's over.
I hear you. All right. I hear you. We'll see. And then we've got to still get better, even if it's over for some of them. They're in their windows right now and they're competing, and we're still behind. So we'll see what happens with us. But I agree, it's not going to be for the next 10 years. They got to pay them.
Here's the thing. Combination of Tua with Tyreek Hill and the combination of Allen with with a cheap wide receiver is way better.
Agreed.
So
yes,
because that's where the money is going. So it doesn't matter. Like we don't get a competitive advantage the way Tom Brady gives you a competitive advantage when he gives you a discount. We don't have the guy.
No,
we don't
I
have
agree.
the guy. So
I agree.
That doesn't appeal to us. That appeals to the other teams that can compete. Like a Jets team has a good team, gets a veteran quarterback. But it's over,
I agree.
man. Just watch it for fun now. But fundamentally,
that's true. They're gonna pay their quarterbacks and have a supporting cast. But let Anthony go now, guys. So Anthony, what's on your mind, my brother? Good to see you.
What's going on, y'all? I appreciate you for having me on.
No problem.
I'm gonna make it real quick. I think the biggest thing what's going on is, especially with Greer, Tua Tagovailoa as our quarterback. I think what it is the pride. I think he doesn't want to live with the fact that he made the wrong draft picks and they all are bums. I mean, that's just what it feels like to me. You know, it's just the pride. And I mean, I get it. I understand you don't want to be wrong, but you got this one wrong. You know, my thing is with Tua. Uh, I mean, can we deal with him? We're going to have to. We don't have a choice. But Tua, the only issue that we have with Tua are things that could be fixed. I've said this numerous times to people. It could be fixed. It doesn't. He doesn't have to have the strong arm. Not everybody has that 80-yard bomb. We don't have to have that all the time. But I think that Tua has the tangibles to win the game. It's just that the biggest issue we're having with him is that, like I said, he's been reading the defense and understanding what he's doing and understanding the plays. I think also with McDaniels. I can run it again with McDaniels. I can deal with it. I just think it's not McDaniels. It's the execution of the play. We don't have the personnel out there on the field, or they're not doing their job. We've been dealing with injuries all year long, so this is not new to us. Boyer, he coached the game of his life, Buffalo. I can't complain. Matter of fact, the last few games I really couldn't complain because he's had that defense out there all year, just about. We've been dealing with Tua for 3 years and the same problems. So I don't think it's the coaching. I think it might be just the player. Do I think Tua will be right now would be a good backup? If not, I feel like the Skylar can battle him for the backup spot. We need a veteran quarterback that has he has that oomph that everybody's looking for. That's already been in the playoffs, that's already knows what's going on the field, who knows how the play supposed to go. I think that's the biggest issue we're having. I'm not saying that Tua can't do it, but he just can't do it right now, and it's too much time. And with the team that we don't have all the time in the world. We have a small window to get to the goal. That's the Super Bowl, and right now we're having an issue with finding that. Do I think things will change? Yeah, but not until we get a quarterback. And Greer, nothing's going to change with Greer because of his pride. And we're going to have to get rid of him. And I don't want to put it all on him because he has done everything that we've asked him to do. We wanted an extra pass rusher. We got Chubb. Whether Chubb is good or not, we still got one. Running backs. I mean, these are things that we've put in order, but it's the execution of the play. We've been dealing with that all year long. Execution. I don't think it's the plays. It's the people running the plays. And that's what's going on this field. And I don't know if anybody agrees, but that's been my biggest issue with the execution. We have yet to run the ball for 1,000 yards this season. You know what I mean? That gets frustrating.
And Anthony, I'll say this too, and I appreciate one thing I really appreciate that Anthony said was, when he was talking about Tua, he's got some belief in Tua's abilities and et cetera, but he didn't go to the injury excuse. He talked about reading the field, which is the actual issue that he had. The injury is just another thing that happened. He was already struggling, and it's true. And yeah, I see what you're saying too. Greer, I'm not against the guy. He did a lot of things right, but if you get so many things wrong at a certain point, yeah, you got to go, and that just is what it is. And I think Mountie was going to say something, so I think that's who I heard. Mountie, what's up?
I just, Tua, when he's on the field and he's in a rhythm, I think it's fair to say that he does pretty good when he's in a rhythm.
Yes.
But when he starts to get pressured, he starts to get hit, he starts to throw picks.
Yeah.
So
every quarter.
So, and then on another thing, Raheem Mostert. Much as I love the guy was running like a beastie in the last game that he played in. I mean, he's running guys over, but the guy is also aging, dude. I think he'll be 32 this year, 31, 32, something like that. And he's got an injury concern, so his snaps are going to be very limited, I think, especially going to the next year. Hence the reason I think they brought in Jeff Wilson, because Mike McDaniel's got to manage his workload.
He definitely has to manage it, yes. And he got, all year we were good on that, Mountie, and then the last game, when we're going to need him the most in the playoffs, he had that broken hand, and you're like, damn it, he's got to have workload management issues. I actually like Wilson a lot. He's a bulky guy. He can hit the hole quick. I think Mostert you bring in to, really hit the big plays, but you maybe settle in on a guy. Even Ahmed, maybe rotate them and bring Mostert in, to hit the holes when you really need it. But I agree with that thing. Guys, I want to give KP. KP's been patiently waiting. Let's give
Hey
him the
guys, I
floor.
got to hit back in. I love y'all, man.
Anthony, bro, thanks for
Yeah.
the super chat again, and thanks for your contribution, my
Yeah.
brother. Fury fam. Talk to you soon, Anthony.
All right.
Later, my brother. KP, man, what's on your mind?
Yeah. Hey, Bounty, man, just want to thank you, man. Hey, most of the time when you come up on these panels, bro, you're super insightful. I can tell you're a pure football guy. Even though we may disagree here or there, I just want to big you up, man. I just let you know I enjoy your commentary. Also, I promised my wife I would avoid these panels and not be up so much because I keep everybody up at night screaming and hollering. So I'm going to cut this quick, right?
Yes, sir.
How about our dope smoking coach on the sideline talking about how rewarding it was to lose to the Bills? After,
Hold on.
I mean,
He said that?
what kind of universe or planet is the guy on?
Wait, he said that?
Now, he said, there were so many intangibles or rewarding experiences he got from the season. I mean, good for him individually, personally, I guess, turning a negative into a positive, but we lost the game. Now, I'm probably being a bit too harsh. Rookie head coach, and he's not an idiot by any stretch of the imagination. The guy can scheme up a game. He can attack a defense. He's ultra aggressive, which I think leads to some faults at a point. But at the same time, it borders on recklessness, irresponsibility. That's what we saw this season, and it cost us games. So, McDaniel, can we persist with him? Can we survive another season? Will he learn from his mistakes? I would hope so. But I agree with RD earlier. The spotlight is definitely on McDaniel. The honeymoon is over. This season we must get into the playoffs. Next season we must get in the playoffs at the very bare minimum, and we must win a game for him to retain his job. And then finally, what Anthony just was reflecting upon Greer. I think it's more than pride. I think it's desperation. It's his job. He must make Tua a success because that will be a sword that he dies on if the Tua thing doesn't pan out. So he's going to give him every opportunity to be the man, right? I mean, Flores lost his job over this issue, supposedly, and I have a theory that the only reason perhaps Greer's still around and that we're still persistent with Tua is because of the legal entanglements relative to how the concussions were handled back early in the season and how that issue is still unraveling. Apparently, Tua's doctors, are trying to clear a way for him back on the field as soon as possible. And I believe there's some, contrasting, conflicting information about coming from perhaps the Finns, perhaps the league. I'm pretty sure they want to treat Tua with kids' gloves, and they don't necessarily want to see him back on the field as quickly as possible because of the drama surrounding his injuries, his concussions. But you can't make a move on Greer until some of those issues are resolved, and then there's the whole Flores lawsuit as well. So. Greer may have been cemented in a position where we like him or not, whether he's doing the job or not, whether he's done well or not.
Yeah.
So there's just so much to say, man. Just unpacking, everything. Still processing how the season ended, but those are just some thoughts.
I love you, bro. Your cogent, nice, clear thoughts are always appreciated on this channel, bro. So I appreciate it. That's what we're doing.
I was rambling a bit. That's because I'm under pressure at home. I can't be on this.
I already know. All good,
real
bro.
quick,
all good.
Real
Go
quick,
ahead,
this thing with Greer, I think subtly he somewhat absolved himself of any responsibility, especially for Tua, because what did McDaniel say? Basically, what was the criteria for any coach to come in here and coach? They have to be willing to accept Tua
and make the play.
Unlock Tua. So McDaniel said he's going to coach greatness out of Tua. So a big part of it, you see, Greer's smart. He absolved himself. He said, you know what? You said you can do it. Do it. So if the axe is starting to swing, you're going to be the first casualty, not me. I gave you what you wanted.
Fair enough.
Dude, if I'm the owner of the Miami Dolphins and I look next year and I see Justin Fields turn into a superhuman Superman in the football field, I see Justin Herbert doing its thing. I see Tom Brady signing up with another team, getting back in the playoffs. Vintage Brady again. He was good this year too, statistically. Yeah, I'm telling you,
RD,
bro.
you see Lamar Jackson go to the Jets?
Oh my
Dude, all I can tell you is we've had our chances to get a quarterback, and Greer has constantly made the wrong decision. How can you possibly, when it's a quarterback driven league, when this franchise has been so just hungry like a mother for a quarterback, how can you possibly keep a guy employed as your GM when he put a second round pick available for Josh Rosen? I mean, this guy is delusional, bro, when it comes to quarterbacks. If he's giving up top notch talent, physical, raw talent that obviously McDaniels can easily use to run his offense a lot smoother than he can with Tua. He's had to make an offense around Tua instead of using a quarterback to run his offense. So I'm telling you right now, we are so dysfunctional, our foundation, so that the owner can get it right with the GM. The GM has never gotten it right with a QB or a coach. And the coaches are always stuck because they don't have the tools necessary to succeed. And even if they do have the tools to succeed, right, they're rookie head coaches and they're going to make mistakes that even teenagers don't make in Madden. So I can't tell you how stressful it is for the fan base to be like, oh, if this goes right and this goes right, that no. Fundamentally, we're flawed. So until you see it with your own eyes, a quarterback on that field that can flick the wrist on the move for 50 yards, because that's the new league that we live in. You have to be super highlight reel type of quarterback, because that's how good they've gotten. It is what it is. You either have Brady, who still can sling a rocket. Even I saw the game yesterday, he's still making all the throws. It's just there's so much that goes to it, not just the quarterback. We don't have that guy. So when we get that guy, that's the first step. Until we have that guy, because we can't have questions about Tua anymore. Is Tua the guy? One game is good, but no, that's over. Until you see a guy that can win a game by his feet and by his arm and will the game on a win, then you'll be like, you know what? He's not going to get injured. He looks like a Mahomes and an Allen. Until then, you can start believing again. Until then, just watch them for the love of the game. Watch Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb do its thing. Watch this secondary get healthy. Enjoy the 2000 Dolphins again, but not for 1 second do you get your hopes up for real and think like my heart's going to skip a beat because I think this is for real.
No,
we don't have our man.
I
We
get
don't
that.
have our
And
man.
I would say this, by the way, too. I mean, I think Greer traded for Rosen because he was exploring kicking the tires on a lot of different quarterbacks. They brought him in the year they were tanking to see, maybe if it didn't work out or whatever.
It cost us Metcalf. There's no excuse.
It cost cash, but I'm just saying I could see why he would kick the tires on a guy who fell out of favor in Arizona because a new staff came in. He was a highly touted guy originally, brought him in to kick the tires. And remember, Philbin, as I call him, he brought Tannehill in because that was his dude from Texas A&M or whatever he wanted, or whoever they brought in. He brought in Tannehill. He scouted out Tannehill or whatever years before. So Philbin brought in Tannehill. So that I wouldn't put that on Greer.
Yeah, but
that was his guy.
Tannehill has actually made it to an AFC national, and he has been the number one seed. Like Tannehill is not good,
No,
and
it
I can
wasn't
tell you, I have
Tannehill.
his
That was
jersey.
Derrick Henry.
I know.
Yeah.
But he has gone to where our franchise has never even dreamed of going. Has never even had a shot of going.
With a good supporting cast, but yes, he has. I'm going to let Carlos has been raising his hand. Carlos, what up? You're muted. Carlos is muted. We're trying to get him on here. He was right. There you go.
Play devil's advocate. You said we need the guy. We had the guy from 1984 to 1996.
Yeah, we win with that guy now. It just he didn't have a defense.
I agree. Yeah, we would win with him now. This
He
league,
didn't have Hill and Waddle for that whole duration.
he did have Clayton and Mark, but yeah,
For not the whole
but hold
duration.
on. He
He
also went.
made the Super Bowl.
Oh, he also went to the Super Bowl and went to a couple, at least one AFC Championship game.
With
I
those
think
guys.
two. I think two.
With those guys.
2
So.
NFC championships and 1
Two,
Super Bowl.
You know what guy's record was in the playoffs?
What was it?
8-10.
But he still went to 2 AFC Championships and a Super Bowl. So, but I get it.
But it's not all about that guy. It's about building a team.
Yeah, but
Yes,
back in the
both.
day, one second. Back in the day, there was no 8 quarterbacks in the AFC. They were like everyone was a pocket passer, and they just were stones in the pocket. Like the league has changed, man. We need to compete with these guys, man on man. Like you cannot be at a disadvantage at the QB position, not to mention the head coach, but just at the QB position, and think that you have a legitimate shot, with beating all these teams. You can beat 1 or 2, but you cannot beat 6 teams because your road to get to the Super Bowl is a lot harder than it is in the NFC. Your division has one of the most premier quarterbacks in the game. It's just going to be really difficult for you to headlock yourself with, it's not going to work out. And it hasn't worked out. Tua hasn't played one playoff
You
game.
need to build a team, but you also got to have an upper echelon quarterback in today's NFL because the rules are so skewed. The rules are so skewed towards passing and quarterbacks. They just are. We all can agree on that, right? I mean, you can't. You I'm listening.
Do you remember who came out with Marino, guys? Who can name them?
Oh, there was a couple.
What was your question, Carlos?
Elway did.
Jim Kelly?
Yeah, Kelly was a beast. They were good teams. They had a running game,
So
the Bills. And Elway didn't win until late in his career when he had a running game. So I don't think anybody's arguing you could win with just a quarterback. I think they're saying the quarterback's got to be the main focal piece.
I agree, 100%.
Yeah. I think we all agree.
And a coaching staff with a clue, unless you have exceptional talent like a Marino or something.
He's got to be the quarterback's got to be above average to elite, not even good.
Yeah. We agree. But we do have to build a team, Carlos. So good point. Yeah, we all agree. Lakers.
We have built a team. Our team needs a head coach.
But we need we need
all
some
we need is a head
defensive
coach
changes.
and a quarterback, and that's it.
I agree. We need some. The defense has to get healthier, but I do agree. We have built a team. We're in a window. We're in a window.
Greer built the team. It's just his fundamental flaws have always been since he got the job. I can't get the mix of the QB and the coach to be in sync with one another, or to be successful together. Because if he had picked Herbert, and if we had gotten whoever, I don't know,
Brock Purdy, I like him.
Whoever was the coach that was supposed to be coming, but it never came.
But Brock Purdy's interesting, by the way, because Brock Purdy's got a dominant team. Brock Purdy's got
he's also good.
Yeah,
but
he's good. But also watch that playoff game, man. He threw a lot of little dump offs to Debo, and Debo was running over. I'm not saying Purdy's not good. I'm just saying, hey, that's a good team with a good coach.
Skyler would have had a lot more success with San Francisco because we have let him down. Like we have let Skyler down so much. It's beyond me.
He's been neglected like every other quarterback on the roster, as the whole thing has been focused on Tua's development.
Yep.
The offense has changed to suit Tua.
Dude, they dropped his passes. These were the easiest passes.
Hold on. Let KP. You done with your thought there?
Yeah, I'm done. I got to keep these things short.
No, and I agree with your thought, Mountie. Who's saying what?
And just for a tidbit, Brock Purdy is benefiting largely because look at their offense. Look at the 5 guys that are in front of him. Some of the best in the league, and that's been a staple with Kyle Shanahan. Everywhere, at least in Atlanta and San Francisco, the best offensive line in the league. That's why he's developing like he is. He's looking like he is.
And Mountie, to your point, I remember a couple of years ago, my San Fran friend on Facebook, who is not as into football as we are, I remember him commenting, "Come on, San Fran, an offensive lineman early in the round, an offensive," and I was like, "They're gonna be good. Like that's how you build a football team, sir. Quarterback now because of the passing, but then everything's trenches."
Brock Purdy beat us on his first National Football League game.
That's
And
crazy.
not only did he beat us, but it was a game where Mike McDaniels and Tua decided to just poop the bed.
Well,
And
I think Mike
it's
McDaniel called a
ironic.
good game. To be fair, I think Mike McDaniel called a good game against San Francisco, and Tua just could not complete or execute a pass. The Chargers, I think they both got schooled. That's just my take.
That's whatever the case. Whatever the case may be, defensively, right? We were getting outbeat by a rookie who was playing in his first game, and he couldn't help Boyer out. Like basically, the deficiencies of Mike McDaniels is not just offensively, but defensively is completely inept. So you got two coordinators right now, but one is a head coach. He's got to be a coordinator, and you need a head coach there for the discipline. You understand?
I do. I agree.
He's never going to give up the head coach position because he'll just go back to San Francisco out of spite. But to me, I'm like, you need accountability there, man. You cannot have a team be a Super Bowl champion and there's zero accountability when your star players are now being called out because you're afraid to hurt somebody's feelings.
I got to put Danny Pup up on, by the way, because Danny Pup, he has the pup in the picture, which I appreciate, which is all P's and consonation, a poetic tactic. Love it. He says, I'm taking my $6,800 season tickets, section 144, row 13 for Dan Marino. I'm giving them up because they're bringing Tua back. I'm going on a 14-day luxury cruise instead. Thoughts on that? Thoughts on that? Because that's putting your money where your mouth is, man. He's just done. He's done, man.
My thought on that is that my wife does have a travel agency, so if you want to book a cruise at the best possible price, holler, man. We'll put you on any Royal Caribbean ship, any Carnival ship you want, any celebrity ship. Holler at me, man.
Yo, holler at KP, Danny Pup. The Pup, I don't know if it's a pup-friendly cruise, but holler at KP, man. He's got that. He's got that connect, yo. He's got.
Larry, I got a question for y'all. Okay, so look. Okay, so look. Why in the world, right? Do some of our fans, right?
We lost them.
Sorry about that.
It's all right.
My bad. Okay, so why is it that some of our fans see that our quarterback is not that good, and that our general manager Greer, he sees only Tua? You know what I'm saying? It's crazy how like some of our fans are smarter than our head coach, our quarterback, and our GM.
I got one answer for you, Lakers. One answer for you. Look, that's the answer. Because listen, I'll be honest with you. And let me break it down real quick. Yo, last season, our head coach and then our GM. So our head coach wanted a different quarterback, and our GM put together a trade package, negotiated the trade package with the Houston Texans, had it all done. The only thing remaining to do was for Mr. Magoo, Stephen Ross, to sign on the dotted line to approve of the trade package that the GM and coach had put forth. And the owner neglected to sign off on that deal. I said it when it happened. From that point on, Greer got into survival mode for himself and went out and towed the company line, and the company line is set by Stephen Ross. Stephen Ross decided that this Tua kid has a Tua-near fan base. They chant his name at the games. They chant MVP at the games. They buy a heck of a lot of jerseys. He's a nice kid. He's all these other things, and I don't want to show him because I don't want any public outrage, which never happened, by the way, because it didn't happen in Cleveland. I want Tua to stick with him until we get a better option. Now, Tua balled out in the middle of the year, which caused them to trade away their only first-round draft pick. Magoo lost the other first-round draft pick by flirting with Brady on a boat for some friggin' reason. So now we're kind of stuck where we don't have the capital or resources to go out and get anybody else. So now their mode is propaganda mode. We're stuck with this kid, so we're going to market the hell out of him as best we can, and Greer is just following the company line set by Ross. And then they went out and hired a coach who agreed to the condition that if he got hired, and this was his only offer, if he got hired, he would also follow the company line. He would also participate in the propaganda. Daboll didn't want to do it. Peterson wouldn't have done it, but he will. He did, and that's the answer to that question.
Yeah, look at Daboll and look at the other guy now.
Hey, Let me ask you a question. Okay, look, do you know Dayball, right? I think Dayball's smart. I think Dayball knew that Tua wasn't a good quarterback and that he saw that he wasn't gonna do anything with his career. That's why when he went to the Giants, you know what I'm saying? I feel like he saw that light and that he was like, this dude's not gonna do nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because like, how you have a coach that decided not to be in Miami with the nice weather and there's everything
Well,
else.
I've heard that theory, but I will say that Dayball is from New York. He's a New York cat. So I love Miami too. I had family down there I love, but he was a local dude. He was from New York. So I think he also partially wanted to just, come on down to New York. So I'm not saying it didn't have anything to do with it, but I wouldn't jump yet because he was a local dude. He was a local dude.
Let me add to your thought. There's only one coach that Mr. Magoo would hire and would sit back to that one coach, and that's Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, and by the way, it's funny because every year,
Sean
Carlos, he says he's going to leave Michigan, and then when the Dolphins stick with their guy or screw up like they did last year, he goes right back to Michigan. Like, he didn't want to go to, I forget who it was, Denver, or whoever it was. He didn't want to go. And by the way, just real quick before, I got to say, the 69 people in here, if you haven't subscribed yet, click subscribe. Click it. We see the conversation we have here? It's our own brand of commentary. Click subscribe, guys. Go ahead, Carlos.
He's going to be screwed in Michigan because they have violations coming down on them now.
Yeah, Michigan, he went into the playoffs. Now he beat Ohio State, I think, 2 years in a row, but he failed to get to the national championship.
They got that running back coming back. They got that quarterback still. They're going to have a good defense. I think it's going to be
He's
good.
got NCAA violations coming down on him, and he's going to lose.
That's
Oh,
true.
does he? Does he? That makes sense.
Yes.
That might also be why he wanted to get out of there. I could see that too. But he's going back because, nobody great offered. So, and then DTA says, Larry K., whose fault is it? Let me put him up. DTA says, whose fault is it if we all choose to be fans of the most disappointing franchise in the league? I'll tell you whose fault it is. It's Dan Marino, Larry Zonka, all those greats who got me roped into this damn team. And my family who lived in Pompano and frickin' Boca who got me mixed up in this.
No, you know who it is? It's those teal colors because it lures the young ones into it.
That is a good lure. That's true. That's
You
also
know what I
part
mean?
of it.
There's so many people that have families don't watch football, but they like football at a young age.
Yeah,
And
that's also part of it.
internationally, and they just pick, oh, that's a fun logo. We were good back in the early 2000s.
We were good in the 90s too. When I was early 90s, we were good. I had a blast.
Ask people, just ask random fans, when did you become a fan? Because I tell you, you think you're going to get somebody showing up and is like 16 years old, like, oh, I became in 2011 because that was it. Like, no, man. There's going to be a gap. There's going to be a gap like 10 years from now where people are going to be like, yeah, I've been a fan since the 90s. And then the new fans will be either non-existent or it's because we're finally winning again and they're fresh new fans. They're like young or they're just bandwagoners. But
well, you know what, Greg over here, G's first experience was the 08 wild card game against the Pats. That made him a fan. So he's a new fan. He saw one good year that got him started, and then it's been all downhill for G except for 16. But, that wasn't even as good as 08. My ex-girlfriend was with me at the time in 08, and now she's a lifelong Dolphins fan just because she was following them in 08 with me, and they won the division. So, I mean, these little one seasons have effects, and we get these young fans, and I feel bad for them because they weren't even there in the 90s when we had Irving Fryer, we had McDuffie, we had Gadsden, we had Marino, all this fun stuff, JT and Zach Thomas. We still didn't win we still won like two or three playoff games max or four, whatever it was, and had heartbreakers against the Chargers and overtime and all this other nonsense I don't want to get into. I'll save it for Shake's show. But
last visit to the AFC Championship, 1992.
Yeah, bro. See, that's it. We at least saw that though. You guys are the real ones, man. Didn't even get to see any of that, which is crazy. And you're still fans.
It just gets built up, because you want to expect, you're like every year, like, oh, it's getting bigger and bigger because when you want like the Patriots, it's not as big anymore. You get kind of immune.
Yes.
And that's because I'm a Leafs fan too, right? Like it just, it all adds up. Like I have other teams that I cheer for that have won and it doesn't feel the same. You're like, no, these are the last two that haven't won. And it just gets built up more and more. You want them to win more than anything else, But football is different. Football is like religion. Like it's not like any other sport.
Agreed.
And for the Miami Dolphins, it's not just It's like we have pride because we feel like we're one of the elite franchises, and we've
Yes.
been disrespected so badly the last, I wouldn't say even the last 20 years, just a lot since Ross took over. It has just been abysmal to say the least, right? It's been just the worst. We have been the worst. We are the worst. So all the other franchises except for the Washington Nationals, but even they have won playoff games, man. Like
Mhm.
it's embarrassing as it is. The Nationals at least have had some quarterbacks that people literally thought that they could be franchise QBs, right? Or they've had success with their team. We have just been completely drowned to the abyss, and basically we have no idea what it feels like to have anything legitimate anymore. We're just filled with disappointment. We're just waiting for the other shoe to drop every single time we have success. So when we were 8-3, I was like, let me just see if this is for real. Like this is the test. Why should we feel that way after 3 years with the rebuild? We should have been like, no, no, this is it. We're finally ready to, win again. But we've never won, and
And
that's
by the
why the
way, RD Color says you're RD slapping truth like it's a bass, bro. So he's saying you're playing the bass with this truth, so you slapping it. That's what he said.
we can
That's from Color Commentary. That's what he said about you, sir. Just
there
letting you
is
know.
no
Just letting you know, man. People got eyes on your commentary tonight. It's going well.
there's no more. I just feel like there's just no more excuses that you can make. It is what it is. Like the writing is on the board for our team, for our conference, for where this league is going, and we're just not positioned to succeed short term or long term. Even though we have the weapons, even though we have a complete team in so many areas, right? As far as because every team's got so many deficiencies, but our fundamental core is cracked, and we're just going to be that seventh seed, hoping for the seventh seed year in, year out. And we need so many things to go our way that next year we're not going to get as lucky because teams are going to improve. Pittsburgh is going to do its thing. They're going to get a new
Yep, they're not
quarterback
going to sit
in
around either.
yeah.
No one's going to sit around. That's the problem. We just assume. But
That's
let me ask you guys this, and I'll pose it to the whole panel. Whoever wants to jump on it, jump on it. Being that we know at this point we're sticking with McDaniel, we're sticking with Tua. That is what it is. We have the framework that we have. What do we do to the best of our ability to try our best to get back into the playoffs next year and to maybe make some noise? Even just accepting that that's what they're going to do. Even though we're not happy about it, what do we got to do?
Do not trade your first round pick. Do not lose your first round pick. Keep
Trade
that first round pick.
We
Trade
don't
that
have
thing
one now.
so we can get a quarterback. I mean, that's it.
Ride the referees.
See, Shake is a thinking man, you see. He's not dwelling on the nonsense. He's cutting to the chase. We only got a couple options, and that's one of them. And I'll tell you an individual who would be down with some malfeasance like that. Right here. All this guy does is malfeasance. This is an illicit individual here. Okay? So you never know. You never know. Maybe get him on a boat and maybe give him a beer, and I don't know. Maybe a referee will do something for Steve. Who knows?
And strippers for Steve.
Huh?
Hey, by the way, I've been meaning to ask you, bring this up. Can you imagine if Ross was to run his real estate business like he ran the Dolphins? I don't think he would have a franchise to buy. I don't think he'd be able to buy a franchise.
No,
Now, man, real estate is different like all the other legitimate businesses. You have to be a sleazeball in real estate to be successful. So
No,
he's
not
running.
being a sleazeball,
He's
but I'm just
running. No, I'm saying he's running the Dolphins like he runs his business, and it doesn't work.
What I'm trying to say is he's there. He's there. He's accessible 24 hours a day versus with the Dolphins. He only shows up on game day.
I wish he didn't show up at all.
He just doesn't. He doesn't understand football. Dude, he doesn't know what football is. Like when you look at all the successful franchises, the owners, they know exactly how to act accordingly with their GMs, with their coaches, with their fan base, because they know the etiquette that is associated with being an owner. This guy uses it as if it's one of his toys. And it's just like, I have no idea. Let somebody else do it. If they can't do it, I'll fire them. Like, it's not how it works. You have to know who you're hiring. You have to have a good say in bringing in a coach, right? I mean, when you look at the guy in New England before, like, think of the last three coaches New England has had. The Tuna, then they have so Bill Parcells, Pete Carroll, and then
He's had all good
the,
coaches.
you know what
All
I mean?
good coaches.
You know what I mean? Hall of
Yeah, I
Famers,
know
dude.
because
Three Hall
Ross,
of
that's what I've
Famers.
been saying. This is a Ross. Ross always hires the same type of guy.
Yep.
Greer hired Flores, and whether you want to say it worked out or not, whatever. That was the only anomaly because that was Greer's hire, not Ross's. Look at Philbin, look at Gase, and look at McDaniel. They have a lot of similarities as far as personality type, general presentation, pedigree, offensive guru. That is Ross's guy.
And they're
So
not
great
head
point.
coaches. And they're
No,
not
that
head
is
coaches.
he likes like nerdy kind of like brainy
Quarterback centric.
Yes,
Quarterback centric.
Yeah, quarterback
Because-
centric and zany like offensive gurus because somebody told them probably 10 years ago, "Oh, you're going to buy one of the franchises, Steve?" "Yep, I'm going to take the dive." And they said, "Make sure you get an offensive guru. That's where the league's headed." And he won't let it go now.
And he wants a quarterback so badly, so he's like, whatever quarterback I get, they're gonna make it work, right?
Yes. Well, they
But
want a guru to make it work. Yeah. But he won't listen to the guru. If the guru wants a different quarterback, he won't listen. He's got to pick everything. And he's got to pick a guy that he can relate to. And that's Philbin, Gase, and McDaniel. And they all have similarities. So it's like, come on.
We're doomed.
So, but listen, I think to get where we want to go, the only way we could be competitive next year, you got Trill Williams coming back. You got Nick Needham, I think, is a free agent. You're going to have to decide if you want to re-sign him. I think the Dolphins are
Nah, he's
interested.
gone. He's gone because of Kodu, because of who knows who else is
No,
coming.
I think
We have
Needham might
no
be.
money.
I think
We have no
Needham-
money. Everyone has to be in minimum contract. We have no money. We are broke, dude. Like
We have some money.
we have no money. That we are under the cap. We're not under the cap. We're over the cap. And we have a lot of signings we have to get done to 53-man rosters. We got cap issues.
Hold on, Carlos. What'd you say?
Nick Needham's coming back.
Yeah, I think he's coming back. I think
But
you
we
got
can't
Needham
sign
in.
them.
I think you got Needham in the slot. I think you got Kohu on the outside, maybe X on the outside. I think Byron is gone. I think Trill Williams is either a backup or Trill Williams steps into a starting role, and I think that's okay. I think the safeties return and they're good. We need linebackers, man.
Trill will be your outside. Kodu is going to be your inside, your slot, and then you're going to have to.
I think Kohu and Trill are the outside unless X comes back.
No,
and
but
then one
X
of them's
is
backup.
You can't. X is gonna be leaving a year from now because it's on the cap hit, right?
So
you
it's
can't afford
X.
the cap.
So I think it's X and either Trill or Kohu, and then Needham in the slot, and then one of them backing up the other three.
Yep.
They got to sign Brendan Jones now to a long-term contract to get the biggest discount because that's a free safety that I would love to have for the next 4 years.
Yeah, me too. Because then the safety's good. The D-backs
your
aren't
secondary.
bad.
Can you imagine Trill Williams, Kodu, and Javon Holland and Brendan Jones? We have snipers.
Yeah.
They can tear your heart out in that secondary. So stop the run.
Yeah, that
You'll
ain't
hit
bad.
the wide receivers.
And
Then you
Phillips
got
is
Bradley
coming on,
Chubb,
bro. Phillips is
Jalen
about to be a
Phillips,
star. Phillips is
and
about to
then-
be a star.
And then you have obviously Wilkins in the middle.
Yes.
So that foundation, if you can have that for 4 years with Josh Boyer, I think defensively you're going to be always like they're finally going to click it to the point where they're like our core is finally healthy and young, old enough now, experienced enough to be elite because a lot of smoke and mirrors, but now we finally have guys that can make the pressure happen and everything else. It's just the offense is always going to be, limited for various reasons.
Well, yeah, I do think the defense is going to be healthy coming back, and that's why you shake up with the coordinator, but you decide what you're going to do, because there's some guys coming. When you really broke that down, you think about the foundation we have. It ain't bad. They just got to be healthy, and you never know if Chubb finally turns it back on and does something, but. That's a hell of a foundation. I like it. And don't forget Sealer either and some of these other cats. And don't forget Raekwon because I know he hasn't been making headlines, but he's a big old guy in the middle there. I'm not against that.
He's easily replaceable. Sealer, I think, only has 2 more years left or 1 more. I think it's 1 more.
That's why we're in the window.
That's the thing. Sealer has been an absolute steal. Unbelievable.
Yeah. What'd you say? What were you saying, Carlos?
Prediction: Vic Fangio or Jim Schwartz will be the new D coordinator.
We can't get an experienced guy because of.
Well, Jim Schwartz is in Cleveland. They hired him today.
I'll take Fangio all day. I wish it was Schwartz. I like Schwartz. Schwartz is a nut.
Fangio, if Peyton doesn't go to Denver, if Peyton goes to Denver, Fangio's coming to Miami. Guaranteed. Mark it down.
I'll take it.
Because Fangio does not want to go back to Denver.
I'll take it. We'll
And the
see what they do with Boyer, too, because that headline, I thought he would have fired him already if he was going to fire him.
The only way he doesn't come to Miami is if DeMarco, the DC from San Francisco, gets a job, he'll hire Big Benji.
Mike McDaniels doesn't fire anybody, dude. And Mike McDaniels is not the type of guy to break.
He's going to fire him. Who's going to fire him is Chris Greer. Chris Greer already said it. They looked at each other like, who's going to answer that? He already said it. He said it between the lines. It's basically done. Boyer's only got a couple days.
Interesting. And by the way, Zonka would run says, I predict that we win the AFC East next year. I said it first, so I'm keeping the receipt. So Zonka, you now have that receipt. And if we do win the AFC East, I will cash that receipt in for you, sir. So there you go. Guys, subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. Appreciate everybody who's donated so far. Appreciate everybody who's joined the panel so far. Feel free to drop other super chats. Feel free to subscribe, hit the like button, and feel free to hop up. We're going to go a little longer here, so feel free to hop up on the panel and join us.
Another receipt I have on Twitter. Ian Rappaport said it last night that Miami's expected to make defensive changes.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that, but what was interesting was it didn't seem like they were indicating that it was going to happen at the top with Boyer. They seemed like just maybe shuffling some of the assistant coaches. But I guess we'll see. We got some time
but
to sort it out.
defensive changes, like Byron Jones is gone. Like,
no, they meant good coaching. They meant with coaching. Yeah.
Ian Rappaport said coaching.
Yeah, it was coaching. The article was specific to coaching. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what? I got to go with Carlos. Makes some sense, like where we might not be moving on from Boyer unless we can get a clear upgrade. So maybe they're waiting for some dominoes to fall.
Now, if Tua gets injured next year and misses a couple of games, if he's not available at the end of the year, if he's not in the playoffs playing for us, if we make the playoffs, I don't understand. That's 4 years in a row. In college, he was never healthy. How can you possibly, even if you believe in this guy, like next year? Because I can't believe we're still having the same conversation about Tua in year 4. Can he be healthy? And his whole body has broken down. Ribs, hip, ankles, thumb. What else? His concussion, his head. I mean, his was it the leg? Was one of the
his hip?
Well, not the hip, but was there anything with the legs?
Yeah, he hurt his leg at some point. I think it was
he's back. Sorry, he's back. I don't understand. I don't get it. His body doesn't look like he can handle football. I don't understand why people are so fixated in just believing year after year after year, man. There's this kid in Tennessee, Hader Hooker. He looks like unreal. There's so many quarterbacks in college that just look so athletic and they can take a hit. I just don't understand, why are we still stuck with this Josh Rosen type of quarterback, pocket passers, small, it's over. Just why can't it be a clean start? They're not going to do,
because this is the Miami Dolphins.
But we're not contractual. We're not obligated to this guy. We can move off of this guy. It's not
they don't want to.
It's amazing.
They just don't want to. And Kevin, you were on here, but then your device is disconnected. So we got to get your devices back up and then come back on, sir.
Hey, Larry, man, you have to go look at the Hooker guy on Tennessee, man. He's a beast, man. He can throw that ball.
Dude, can you imagine him with Waddle?
Who'd they beat this year? Who'd they beat? Bama?
Alabama.
They beat
Alabama.
Bama, bro.
Yeah, I was down.
Dude.
I was down in Knoxville. I was down there this October, and it was an
Check
awesome
him out,
town.
man. He-
Awesome
Dude, he's a
town.
check him
triple.
out.
He's a
He's
triple
nice,
threat.
bro.
A triple threat is somebody. Triple threat is somebody who can run. A
Right.
triple threat is somebody who can flick the wrist in the pocket, flick the wrist for 60 yards on a dime. The ball gets there faster than the wide receiver. That's what the quarterback should do. And then he can take any hit. Any hit he can take.
We're
So
not-
that-
He's better than
and-
Lamar Jackson. That's what I'm saying right
Yeah,
now.
I'll look. I'll
He's
check
that
him out
nice.
for sure, and I know he had a good season. And Papa Hog asked, "What do I think about getting Jordan Love?" I don't think Green Bay's moving on from him. If anything, Aaron's going to leave in a year or two or whatever, and they're going to have Jordan Love, and we'd have to trade for him. We ain't going to do it. It ain't going to happen. That's what I think. Kevin, what's up, my brother? Kevin, you there? I can't hear Kevin. I don't know if he's there or not.
Larry, real quick, I'm gonna leave.
Yeah.
I'll come back next time.
All right, my brother. Thank you for joining us, bro, and thanks for the super chats again, my bro. Always appreciate it.
Problem. Love your show.
All right, brother.
Go Gators, baby.
Talk to you soon, man.
Anything now?
Go Gators.
Later, Carlos. So yeah, I don't know what's wrong with Kev. I don't know why we can't hear Kev right now.
I remember when the Gators were so good in basketball, and they
Yeah.
were winning their national championships back to back. And I think it was around that time that the football team was good too. With what's his face, the kneeling boy. Oh, jeez.
Who, Tebow?
Tebow, yeah, Tim Tebow.
Yeah,
This
we had
team-
the coach was Billy Donovan. Ever since
Dude.
Billy Donovan.
Yeah, but
we-
DTA,
gotta-
remember, Bama was part of that was because Tennessee
Any
beat 'em.
quarterback that has the name with the T, stay away from it now. With Tua Tagovailoa and Tim Tebow, stay away from the T's, dude.
Hey,
No
that's
more
funny,
T's.
bro. Hey, that's funny.
Oh, dude.
Hey, what about Tom Brady?
Nah, but double T's.
Yo, Tom Brady that's what no one's coming. They're not coming here though. I'm telling you right now, the Jets are going to get one of these quarterbacks.
Dude, Tom Brady can still throw the ball like
hard.
he did it
He
22 years ago.
One of the top four. They're gonna either get Lamar, Carr, Rodgers, or Brady. The Jets are getting one of those four. And
I
the-
hope they get Brady, and Brady just sucks for his last year
Yeah.
with the Jets, like Favre. Favre, before he became an embezzler from Mississippi welfare, he was a terrible quarterback for the New York Jets and threw like 3 interceptions when we won the division that year. So that's my hope. Even though I'm kind of like rooting for Tom at this point because like F it, he's just crazy. He's
No, but
playing
Tom
this
can
light.
still do it though. Like he had a good season this year. Just his team wasn't up to par. Like, he can still throw the ball. Just look at his motion. Look at the zip on the ball. He's got it, dude. He's got it. He just.
Well, I hope he don't go to the Jets then, because I'll tell you right now, the Jets
He's not going to the
defense.
Jets.
The Jets defense is beastly, and they had like 3 players from defense on who made the All Pro, like 3. And by the way, Brees Hall is a monster. And by the way, their receivers are good. And when they had Mike White, they look like a formidable team with Mike friggin' White. So if they get any halfway decent quarterback, I think they're passing us. I hate to say it, bro. The Jets are going to be good, bro. And their coach, even though I can't stand him because he's good, is good. And I don't like it. And I just think the Jets are going to be pretty good, man.
Jets
Yeah,
get
but
quarterback. They're second. We're third. Maybe
Yes.
fourth depending on what the
And who knows?
Patriots-
Yeah, who knows what the Patriots do? They could both get good quarterbacks and both surpass us, for all we know.
I don't even want to think about that right now.
Hey, hey, listen, and that's gonna show us that our organization are like not weirdos, but like they're kind of like dumb, because it's like, bro, like these teams are making moves, right, and getting better quarterbacks, and we're sticking with this one quarterback that we get. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're sticking with this one dude, and all the teams are trying to get Tom Brady, you know what I'm saying, Derek Carr, Lamar Jackson. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand that.
I'm praying that our schedule, the first 5 games, it's just as hard as it gets. Face the Bills, face the Jets on the road, then face the Chiefs, face Herbert. Like right off the bat, just have these teams start the season 1-5, and then that is it. That's all she wrote. Rebuild it
And that would make
And
sense because that's what's happened to us
Hey,
every time.
Art-
Ross
yeah.
keeps the guy one season too long, and then that's what we happen. And DTA says we got to fix the line once and for all. We did fix the line. It's just we fixed it with
Nah.
guys who couldn't last and who got hurt again. And then we had to have a ramshackle offensive line again. We did bring in some guys. It just didn't really turn out correctly. And
the
let's face it, we're not good at drafting O-linemen. So
wide receivers and McDaniels let us down versus the Bills. It wasn't the O-line, dude.
no, I
He
agree with
made the
that.
throws. He made the throws, and Jalen Waddle just proved it once and for all that he's never gonna be, the penguin that we all wish he was. Like, it's you show up in the playoffs, man. It's your legacy moment. You
No, I
want
agree,
to be
and he
special
didn't.
forever. He didn't.
I agree. He didn't.
So,
He's Waddle flat out didn't.
I don't know if you saw our schedule, but it is. I think it's gonna be a tough schedule, so I'll just go over it to you. We're
Yes.
playing at Washington, at Kansas City, at Los Angeles, at Buffalo, at New England, at Jets, at Ravens again, then at Eagles. We got Buffalo, New England, and the Jets at home. Obviously, we got the Giants, Cowboys, Broncos, Raiders, Titans, Panthers at home. And as I was saying earlier, the games I automatically see as Chiefs, Chargers, Cowboys, Giants. Now, if that playoff game, I think that's be out. Eagles, I think Ravens. But that depends also if Lamar's there, so I can't really say anything. Tennessee and Panthers should be easy. Same thing with Washington, but I don't think Washington's going to be easy. And then I think we spoke the Bills. Patriots and Jets, I don't know. And then the Raiders and Broncos, I don't know. It depends what they do in the offseason. So I think
That's a terrible schedule. That's
So
the worst thing I've heard
basically,
all day.
it's over. Like, you can easily, if you had to put money on it right now, it's done. There's no way. There's just no way. But looking forward, I just hope that we have the arsenal, because we do. Guys, keep in mind, we do have the arsenal. If we needed to get a quarterback and restart this franchise, we do, because you can easily trade Jalen Waddle away, right? You can easily trade Hill at that point. You know what I mean? And get compensation, move up with your future first round picks or whatever it takes to go and get the guy, that you want after the new head coach comes along. So we can hope again in the future. It's just next year is just going to be a wasted year. People are just going to be hopeful for some stupid reason until we start 1-5, and then that's all she wrote. So I'm calling it right now because again, we saw what we needed to see. We saw it, dude. 4-game stretch, San Francisco. The Chargers were struggling. You had the Bills, and then you had the Packers, and you flat out stunk. So what? Next year we're gonna figure it all out. And no. We got this now because our second-year head coach and Tua is finally gonna be elite. They're limited. They're limited.
Unless Tua balls out, two things have to happen.
No more unless Tua balls out. That's like unless I ball out. Like, I know I'm not gonna ball out. I know it's over, man. Please, no more balling out. The balling out should have happened on Sunday night, and all that man did. The highlight of that game was him leading Hill to the end zone. He's like, "Run that way, Hill," through the fumble. Hill got the fumble, and he's like, Tua is pointing to the end zone. That was his highlight reel for that game and the second half of the season. And I'm like, aside from the concussions, this guy is not supposed to be. God is telling you he's not supposed to be on the football field, dude. We just are so desperate and so clueless and so blind to see the writing on the wall that we have a coach who is smoking on the biggest game of the franchise history the last 20 years. We have a quarterback who can't take one push. Like, Matt Milano just pushed him to the ground and he got a concussion. With the Green Bay Packers, somebody just tackled him to the ground, just pushed him. Are you kidding me? Are people seeing this? This guy's not supposed to be on the field. He's not durable.
Truth, man. Keep it 100, man. I love it.
We've seen enough now. Like, no more excuse. I was the biggest Tua fan I could be. I didn't even want Deshaun Watson. I didn't want any of those guys because I wanted to see a real fair shot at this kid, and we got it. And I'm sorry to say, but Nick Saban screwed us again. He gave us hope that this was Drew Brees. Drew Brees never missed a game for 15 years, dude. You know what I
I hear
mean?
you.
When he went to the Saints, he had some injury concerns because of the shoulder. The man didn't miss a game for 15 years. Enough with the bull. This kid doesn't have it. He's not the guy.
I
And
hear
there's a
you.
lot of platforms that kind of believe in this guy, right? There's a
They
lot of,
want more clicks.
right.
And it works. They get a whole bunch of subs like
Yeah.
overnight because they're two
Yeah,
idiots.
but
They have like
Larry,
40,000 subscribers. But hold on. I want to give Kevin and then Color a chance because Kevin, can you hear us now?
I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you now too, sir. What do you want to say? And then I'm going to put Color up.
I just wanted to mention Xavier Howard and being traded. A lot of people think there's nobody that would trade for him. Honestly, I think, he made the Pro Bowl. And if you ask the majority of Dolphins fans who you think would be the ones that voted him there, most of them say no, like he shouldn't be there.
Yeah, it wasn't us.
Or, he played like crap, whatever. It leads me to believe that much like why Tua didn't get in is because players and coaches voted him there, which if that's the case, which I think it is, that would imply there is a demand for his services and people would trade for him. What they would trade, I don't know, but I think he could be traded and I think he will.
Nah, his contract
see that, too.
is big, man. He's got a lot of money owed to him, and I don't think anyone wants to eat that.
They might take him if they think they're going to get more, but I agree. I don't know what we would get for him because of it, but we could potentially move him if we think we got somebody to step up, which I think we do. It depends how we see it, and because if he blows out his knee this year, then we're stuck with that money anyway. So I don't know, but good point, Kevin. I like where your head's going.
I think it would be more of a contract dump. I don't think we would really get anything for him, but they would take the
But we get hit though.
and that would
Even
be
if
what
we
get.
trade him, we get hit with the cap hit though. As I understand it, you can't just trade him and not get a $20 million cap hit. It doesn't work that way.
I think if you cut him, you get the cap hit. I'm not sure if you trade if the other team takes on the salary.
Yeah.
Sometimes they trade and we keep some of the salary, so that would have to figure in.
Restructure.
It'll be dead cap, which actually, if we can recover it from our trade partners, would be ideal for Stephen Ross because I read an article recently that showed how basically dead cap money is basically cash in the owner's pocket.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because you just can't spend it because of the cap, but it's cash that you have.
But it's there. The money has to go somewhere, and the owners take that.
That makes sense. That makes sense too.
Kevin,
that was
how you doing tonight, Larry?
What's up, Color, man?
I couldn't refrain. You were being so kind to me in chat. I had to come up and give you some love, man.
Hell yeah, bro. I appreciate it.
What's going on, my brother Color? How you doing?
What's up, Jake? How you doing, man? I figured I'd blow your panel up in your chat tonight by bringing up the 11,000-pound elephant in the room that everybody wants to push so hard back on me on. But I have a question for you, and I'm not talking about proactively shopping the guy or anything like that. I know he can probably correct whatever issues we saw in last game and also this season because everybody thinks it's just one game, but we have seen a 10% drop-off in catch rate by one Jalen Waddle. From last year to this year. And what I want to know is when I brought up the idea of even contemplating whether we should do something with him, the reaction I got told me that at least 90% of the league is convinced that Jalen Waddle is a wide receiver one. I'm not convinced he is. I put out there yesterday that he was a wide receiver 3, in my opinion, and the whole world exploded.
I think he's a wide receiver too. I definitely don't think he's a one.
Well, somebody got to me, and I will concede that I was probably being a little harsh. And yeah, wide receiver 2, yes. But you can when they're telling me, they're listing 5 different deficiencies with this guy. Wide receiver 1s might have one deficiency,
right?
And one of them certainly isn't panicking in a big game. That's certainly not one of them.
Yes, you're right.
And I want to, and it's certainly not, I can only catch the ball when this guy's the quarterback. Because if anybody thinks Tua would have won Sunday, they must believe that Waddle would have caught all 3 of those balls just because Tua's the quarterback.
Yeah, that's a bad argument that we would have won with Tua.
And even if that's true, you think Justin Jefferson cares about Kirk Cousins or who's throwing him the ball? You think panic sets in when a ball's coming to Justin? That's my point.
Yeah.
That's a wide receiver 1. Okay.
Agreed.
And I'm not saying Tua can't Waddle can't correct issues and get back to that status in my mind. I'm just saying this is the question. If somebody comes along, one of those 90% of the people that are shocked when I said what I said, if one of those people comes along offering us a wide receiver 1 bag for the guy, you'd have to be foolish not to take that deal at this point. We could build an entire offensive line with Waddle alone.
I agree with that because Waddle himself, even if you don't talk about that, which we can talk about his deficiencies, any wide receiver who's not a wide receiver 1, like a star wide receiver 1, you always would take a big bag because receivers, you can replace receivers, especially if you have an O-line, a running game, and a wide receiver 1 that's working, you could replace them. So I would say if somebody came at us with wide receiver 1 bag, I think you have to take it at this point.
Right. And here's the thing. And if for anybody that thinks that's outrageous, Christian Kirk, the Jaguars gave Arizona Cardinals wide receiver 1 bag for Christian Kirk. He was a free agent, but he got wide receiver 1 money. And none of us even blinked.
Not at all. Right.
That's definitely not a wide receiver 1.
No. Waddle has the reputation where I think somebody would pay that. And like you said, maybe not proactively shopping because he's on a rookie deal right now.
And I like the guy. And he's a great player. I mean, sure, if he fixes these issues, I just don't want to be the one guessing whether he's going to fix those issues or not.
And the clutch, kind of like Tua, which I don't know what's up with these Bama boys, man. In the clutch, late against the Minnesota, and then in the playoff game. I'm not saying it's always. I'm not saying he's always going to do it. I'm not saying I don't like him. Just like you're saying, I do like the kid a lot. But he's come up short in big moments, to be honest.
I mean, I could point to the Vikings game with the fumble.
Yeah.
A wide receiver 1 doesn't do that. No. Maybe once in their career.
Right. No, that was terrible. And I was screaming at the TV, man.
Here's the thing.
Here's the saying that we made a mistake on Waddle too?
No, I don't think it's a mistake. I don't think that at all. I think he's a great receiver. And again, fix these issues. Maybe he's in a funk, whatever. He could be a wide receiver 1. I just don't want to be the one standing there finding out 2 years from now that he's a wide receiver 4 when we could have taken a bag for him. And so what I'm basically saying is we kind of need to put the Herschel Walker on him.
Yeah, the Waddle.
Or the Khalil Mack.
Yeah, no, I get it.
This game.
I'm not against it.
For anyone outside of a quarterback, okay, I truly believe that there are fireable offenses that somebody can make on and off the field. The game that he had that cost us the game, and there's one guy that did cost us on the field, and that is Jalen Waddle. It wasn't 1 or 2. It wasn't. He dropped 4 passes. 4 passes that could have changed one. Right?
And three of them were deep shot dimes that were laid right on his hands.
Yeah. No. It was just incredible. Each one of those passes would have changed the outcome of the game. So, you're not going to get a lot of these games because these are high leverage games where you make your name and your legacy. So to me, I look at it as Uzomah, okay? We never saw this guy the entire regular season. I don't trust our head coach because I don't know what we have. I do believe that they play favorites. I do believe that what we saw in that preseason was a lot of promise out of Skylar as Uzomah. We never saw that the entire regular season, right? So basically, whatever we're seeing, they don't care. They've already made up their plan. And when Tua started getting injured and then Teddy Two Gloves started getting injured, they're like, uh-oh, plan C, we haven't really planned for this. And they got caught, flat-footed. And all of a sudden now, these guys are showing promise that they can make the throws. And now your primary wide receivers are not making the catches. So what does that tell you? Where's the accountability?
To that point, Artie, everybody wants to throw Waddle's yardage and production at me to say I'm being foolish. And it's like, wait a minute here. His yardage is greater because his average depth of target is now greater. Like you're saying, McDaniel is stretching the field and his catch percentage has gone down 10%. So Okay, so he can't catch longer balls? That's not a wide receiver one.
Yeah, he's not a wide. I don't think he's a wide out one. He's a wide receiver too.
He's not going to run
size,
block. He's not going to run block for you. He's not going to high point catch for you. He's not really a touchdown threat.
Right. So the second we double his yards per catch, his catch rate goes down 10%. That's 10%. Right. There's a tight end on our team that had an 85% catch rate last year. Durham Smythe.
Yeah.
And his average depth per catch, was 10 yards. So basically, Durham Smythe is 85% to get you a first down on third down and 10.
One thing, Larry.
I can't say that about Waddle.
One thing, Larry, about this player development. Okay, Hunter Long hasn't been developed one iota this offseason. Okay.
I don't think he's very good.
Jalen Waddle has had 2 games where the drop passes have been inexcusable. All right. The draw passes have been around for the team this year, I think, at the same clip that they were last year. You know what I mean? I don't see the player development out of the offensive lineman with Eichenberg or whatever the left tackle, Austin Jackson. You know, they're new players that have changed the play on this. I just don't believe that this guy, this coach, can get much in player development.
Well, that's a great
Ezukama, we saw him in the preseason. No one even played him the regular.
But
I don't believe in him.
Preseason is a lot of fool's gold. Talking of fool's gold, they play vanilla defenses. They got their third stringers in against our third stringers. There's always a preseason superstar who doesn't pan out. So I'm not saying I don't know what went on with Eazy-E. I don't know what went on with Skylar, but I'm not going to get too excited over that. What I will say is we know coaches play favorites. They do it every year. They always have their guys, their favorites that they bring in that they want to do. I don't know about the development because I do think that Tua developed a lot more than he was. Not saying he's the guy, but he developed. I think
not in the second half, though. He developed in the first half, but the second half he did not develop. He receded, so that's the fact.
Yeah, but he developed when they ran that offense that worked for him, he was significantly better.
Until the defenses caught up, and then he was again. So I don't know how development works if it's only temporary, man. Development works when the defenses cannot catch up to you, and the player is known now as, you know what, that's a guy, that's a dude.
Well, I think what Larry's fairly pointing out is that Tua finished the season last year ranked 27th in the league, and now he's 12th. So you have to give some kind of credit to improvement.
Yeah,
whether that's all the pieces around him, we could speculate.
But what was he ranked the last 7 games he played?
I haven't divided the numbers yet. I have a lot of
terrible. So it's like we can't listen. The numbers lie sometimes. Okay, they just do.
They don't always. We can't just fall on that and say they always lie when it doesn't.
I know, but
I just want to be real. I'm not even singing McDaniel's praises, like Color's saying. We're just trying to keep it real because that's just the style we have on this.
The point you made about the offensive line was more astute. And this is where I would fault Greer. Greer chose to go get a bunch of coaches and build up what we had. He traded Jesse Davis, cut Jesse Davis, the quote unquote problem of the whole team. Okay. And then he got a bunch of coaches in to coach up what we already had. That failed. And that is squarely on Chris Greer.
Yeah, it really is.
Everybody in the offseason, all the Tua-neers, all the Tua detractors alike, were calling for better offensive linemen, and he chose to go get coaches to solve that problem.
Yeah, he failed. Like, those players never developed. So the ones that wanted to be developed couldn't be developed. So basically, he knows now, Greer, that he picked the wrong guys. They wanted to develop Noah, couldn't be developed. He knows he whiffed hard in 2020 with the talent that was on the board and what he picked up. I don't know if that was with Brian Flores combination, because Brian was telling him I want this guy, and there's a lot to that. But as a fan and as an owner, that all falls on the GM. It has to, man. It just has to.
The other point I want to make about Eazy-E is it concerns me a little. There's either two, in my estimation, I can only see two possible realities of the situation. One being that They know, they look at him in practice every day, and they know something we don't know, that he's not that guy. Okay,
Possible.
fine. That's a possibility. The other possibility is we are just as stupid as we always have been, and we don't do what other teams do to have success, because I will point out that Mr. Easy's counterpart in Buffalo shredded us for 3 receptions this weekend.
Oh, it should have been 4. He just dropped. Remember, it was the the fourth one.
And his stat line. You ready for it? 5 targets, 3 receptions for 51 yards. Jalen Waddle's stat line. 7 targets for 3 receptions and 44 yards. I say again, I'm struggling to call Jalen Waddle whatever is better than Shareek, because Shareek is a wide receiver 4 rookie. And our rookie sits on the bench while our star wide receiver first-round draft pick drops 3 dimes that cost us the football game.
And what was Trent Sherfield?
I have no sympathy for that.
Trent Sherfield is a guy that's got speed. He can run block. He can high point. He can take multiple hits and stand upright. Like, why don't we get physical wide receivers?
Yeah, and see,
Ezukama can be our Debo.
Waddle prop bet now. That's what it is. Okay, fine. Whatever y'all want to believe, but you all can still keep running it back with the same little babies that get in their feels every time something goes wrong. You all can keep players like that all you want. I'm sick of it.
It looks more and more like football. It looks more and more like
you know what else I was going to
Greer.
say, Cole? You bring up a great point. Here, I completely forgot about this, and I think it might have been listening to you that I was thinking of it walking around my kitchen. I forgot to bring it up. It goes with RD's points tonight too. The players taking to social media to call out the fans so frequently is a reflection of the head coach being too permissive. There's no way Flo would tolerate that. He'd be
Bingo.
like, be about your business and don't worry about the fans.
Right, because Larry, what's the one thing they keep saying? Oh, Waddle knows what he did wrong, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, bro.
He's out there arguing with everybody.
Yeah. No, bro, good point. I forgot about that. I'm glad you said it, because that's a reflection on the leadership or lack thereof on this team. You're not supposed to address fans. Bro, whether you're a professional so you don't do it, or whether you just assume fans ain't nothing, you don't address them. Either way, you're supposed to be beneath addressing and fighting with fans. And we saw Hollins and we saw Waddle doing it now. Great point.
Here's
Great
the
point.
other point, Larry.
Yeah.
What did we see happen last night in that football game?
Oh,
What's the biggest thing take from that football game that everybody's laughing about today?
Tom Brady looking like garbage.
Well, that's okay, fair enough. But let's put aside Tom Brady.
Oh, okay.
Absent Tom Brady.
What's the one thing that sticks out in your mind from last night's game? Blunder. Big
blunder. Oh, the kicker.
4 extra points.
Yeah, duh.
What does a kicker get paid to do?
Bro, make.
What does a kicker get paid to do?
Kick.
Make kicks.
What does a wide receiver get paid to do?
Catch.
Yet, is anybody calling for Waddle's job? But they're out there excoriating a veteran kicker like Marr, who normally don't have days like that.
Yeah,
bro. Good point. I don't know what that guy's issue was. I was.
But he's just a kicker. He's not Mr. Waddle. He's not Mr. Penguin. Okay.
Jesus, I don't understand what
he doesn't have a cute end zone celebration that all the kids love. So nobody's talking about saving him and excusing him.
Yes. No, you're right. You're right about that, because he's just a kicker. He's expendable. They're laughing at him, calling him Finkel, which I did.
If everybody wants me to shut up and quit being so hyperbolic, well, that's fine. Then we'll be mediocre for the rest of the time, because the rest of the league is laughing at receivers like Waddle. They're laughing at him.
I like your hyperbole, sir. And look who joins us. El Capitan is on here now, so we are gonna.
What up? What up?
We do a proper invasion tonight.
Isn't it coincidental? Isn't it crazy coincidental? Like, maybe not coincidental, but it's just very hard to explain how all of the games that Skylar Thompson played, there was massive amounts of mistakes done by our veterans, done by our play calling abilities, massive amount of penalties. Like, how did the team not try to make it easier for they all melted down? It's as if it was never part of the plan. Everyone thought Tua was going to have a successful regular season. He was never going to get injured, right? And there was no plan B for this thing at all. And that is why Skylar Thompson was never even getting any type of reps throughout the entire offseason and in the training camps and whatnot. They just played him in the preseason because they're like, hey, we're not going to play Tua and Teddy's injured. Let's see what you got. He wasn't even going to make the team because he flashed in the preseason. He made the team. There was never a plan. So they don't have a plan B. It was one plan, Tua. That failed. Guess what's our plan next year? Tua. But it failed this year. Why is it next year the same shit?
Because it's the Miami Dolphins
It's
and
crazy,
it's Stephen
man.
Ross and Deuce Goose. Thank you for the donation, my friend. Thank you for
I like
the,
that it's $5.22.
I was just gonna say Deuce Goose and it's Deuce after the dollars, like $5.22. I love that. John is a wild guy. I love him.
John's a cerebral guy if he did that on purpose, or he might have just stuck the thing down and just went,
By the way,
into
John,
it.
And never fear, John. It's likely that Sunday Ticket won't pick up the Dolphins game contracts next year anyway.
And by the way, John, if you're listening, I'm going to be texting you tonight. I got your number, but also I just want to say TFTG in this month.
Yeah, we full invade. You
Tailgate
know,
North, man.
Color's been championing this Waddle thing, and I don't agree with all of it personally. I think Waddle will and can get better, but you know, I think he's a dynamic playmaker, dude. I mean, he's still a baby. You know what I'm saying? He still don't even grow like a full deal in and stuff. He's gonna get bigger. He's gonna get stronger. He'll probably get a little faster. And I can't imagine a guy that has that competitiveness inside of him doesn't just go out there like Jarvis Landry and do 15,000 hand drills from here on out, which all this fan pushback that he's getting, probably a little bit eye-opening. Everybody's high on Waddle, everybody's doing the Waddle. Well, now he had the Waddle done in his face a couple of losses by some teams, and now he's, getting called out for bodying footballs all year, and in the biggest time, in the biggest moment, not helping out the third string guy. I mean, it's a fact. It is what it is. But the real issue, guys, as you know, is that this team will continue to go with this quarterback because they have enough built-in narrative to run this bitch back and literally just squeeze every drop out of this orange, and we're all going to have to suffer for it.
And Carlos, thank you for the donation, sir. I really appreciate it. YouTube TV got Sunday Ticket now. That we know. It is on YouTube, John. So cancel that if you're going to do it, or don't subscribe. El Capitan, I want you to elaborate
real
on
quick.
that.
Well, you're lucky then, because YouTube loves mediocrity, so they'll probably keep the Dolphin game contract.
Well, there you go. There you go. But no, I want you to expand on that narrative thing, because I've been saying it till I'm blue in the face. I want you, while you're on this show, on this channel, please just explain it again for the people, because I said it when he got the concussion, bro. I knew it was going to be the narrative. Now it just becomes the truth because everybody believes narratives. Go for it. Just please.
Well, even beyond that, the facts, first of all, I could speculate, and I've got a couple of irons in the fire to come back and try to figure out exactly what's going on. But to me, it looked like there's a little bit of contract disputing going on, because Tua played well, got us right on the cusp of playoff contention, or, in there, and then all of a sudden just falls off a cliff and continues to fall off a cliff. And we had that game in hand against Green Bay at home, but then all of a sudden what happens? He literally gives the game away.
Gives it away.
Himself. I was hearing rumblings of the team not wanting to pick up his fifth-year option.
I hope
and
not.
For anyone who doesn't believe that, and I talked about it, and a couple of you guys heard me say it early on, now Locked On Dolphins and other outlets are picking up what I'm putting down, and heard the same thing, saying that they're probably not going to pick up this fifth-year option. Pretty certain that the Tua camp heard this, and the contract negotiations began mid-season. And so that kind of held him hostage in a little bit of a way. Because think about it. If you're Tua, injury-prone, concussion-prone.
Yes.
And if he's not concussion-prone, then he's a damn liar.
Yes.
Okay? If he's not, it's one or the other at this point, ladies and gentlemen. It's either this man is concussion-prone or he's a bold-faced liar. Either way, it doesn't spell good for us, the fans, not Tua fans, Dolphins fans, ones that we want the victory.
Yes.
That's it. I don't give a damn. I want the no-name Miami Dolphins, much less a bunch of jerseys I could buy. Do I want jerseys? Do I want players to root for? Absolutely. But I want to root for them for what they're giving me, not for what I hope they're going to have happen someday.
Yes.
I'm tired of that shit.
Me
Anyhow,
too, bro.
On that
anywho,
note,
he hold on. Let me land because I'm almost there. The contract talk of not fifth-year option, if it made it to the Tua camp back when I was hearing it, it was right before, well, right during the losing skid that they were going to ride him out in that fourth year. If you're a doctor, you're concussion prone, Let's put the timeline together. It's very simple. After the Green Bay game, Tua just played bad. A game he finished, mind you. No one talks about that anymore. A game he didn't come out
hours
of.
later,
a
bro.
game.
Yeah.
A game that the NFLPA had an investigation and found themselves with no malpractice, no loss on the spotter, so no fault of their own. Tua then, on Monday morning after that game, when everyone was pissed that here they are at Christmas taking a loss at home in a game we had in hand. What comes out? On social media, this magical video shows up speculating, hey, did Tua sustain a concussion right here? That would explain a lot of why he played. I literally have the tweet. I literally seen it, and it was frigging everywhere. It was everywhere. Any Dolphins fans seen that, and they're like, you're either, oh my God, that explains everything to me, believing boldface this conspiracy, or you're like, what the hell is this? Are you serious? What the hell is this? And we laugh. But then 2 days later on Wednesday, when the team finally comes out there, we find out that actually it was Tuesday evening late. We find out that, Tua is got a concussion, and we find out that it was said that he self-reported, which would in turn to me means he went to his doctor and said this stuff, which if you go to your doctor and you say yada, 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 whatever you and your doctor does, I could sit there and talk across from my doctor for a half hour and get him to prescribe me whatever I bitch about with whatever insurance that's going to pay for it. That's just how doctors work. And if you don't believe me, you guys didn't live through 2009 and 2008 when the whole opioid epidemic was going down. So anywho, that scenario continues. Then Wednesday, coach comes out. And what does coach say? Well, no, we saw some things and told him to go self-report. Never was this the team doctor. And that was the last time we seen this man all year.
And then that was followed up by the contradictory statement by the man's own quarterback coach that said he was not willing to say that concussions had any effect on his performance.
Yes, and TV broke it down.
And now
he still had
Darren
good
Neville is
passes.
coincidentally being shopped to other teams for head coaching positions and likely won't be here next year.
Why? You're the only other one I've really heard break it down that cogently, that on point, that with the Twitter video. And I'm trying to tell my non-Dolphins fans friends, there was a Twitter video for a full 48, 24 hours before they said anything. And they're like, yeah, whatever. I'm like, bro, trust me, if we saw it, the Dolphins saw it. And to act like they didn't is absurd. And to think they didn't see an opportunity, an opening to use a narrative is also naive. Stop lying, bro.
And you know what?
Real quick. Unfortunately, Larry, I thought of something that goes even more beyond that, more nuanced as to what we're actually seeing here when we're talking about running it back with Tua. We could be really looking at the 7-year plan, and here's why. Chris Greer, in my opinion, outright lied in that press conference by saying that most of our players didn't have a playoff experience, and he was doing that to make it look like a greater feat that we got to the playoffs and competed with Buffalo, right?
Yes.
Well, just on a short list off the top of my head, I can list 10 players that actually do have playoff experience on our team. And the thing of it is that when we get, let's say we eke into the playoffs next year again, we run it back with Tua, we get to the playoffs and Tua fails and flops and we lose that. There is already a
It's
built-in
his
excuse
first
to say that
playoff
Tua
game.
hasn't had a chance to be in a playoff game
Yo,
yet.
First playoff
And you better run it back another
first game
year.
ever in the
Oh my- Yeah,
playoffs.
but
Next
caller-
year, he's gonna get him.
You know that's
Caller.
going to
Get
happen.
him.
You know the
Caller.
Tuaniers are going to say that too because
Bro.
McDaniel's a rookie coach.
Hey.
You know
Well,
it.
they pre-built in an excuse last year, and what was it?
What they've
Caller.
been building it in.
Whoa.
Yeah, they
The
did
flaw-
build in a pre-built
Lawrence
excuse last year.
sabotaging him.
It
Caller,
was-
the flaw with your outcome next year is we will not be making the playoffs next year, man. We weren't supposed to make
I know what it
this
was.
year.
It was this is the first time he's going to be able to have a second year in the same
Yes.
offensive scheme with the
Yes.
same head coach
Yes.
and all that.
It's
They're
really
saying
his
continuity.
it's his sophomore year. If
And
you
I've
guys
already
want to
heard
be
them
real
put that
about
out
it,
there. So they
it's
pre-built
really
in
only
that
his
excuse.
second year in football, guys. If you
Yes.
want to be real,
And
Hey,
we even
never-
said they were at the time. We even said they were pre-building in an excuse, and
Yes.
people laughed at us. And
Yes.
here we
Hey, by
sit.
the way,
when they hired the coach and we're gonna pivot to a genius
Yes.
guru
Don't worry, don't
quarterback
worry.
whisperer.
When the
I already knew
Bills,
what time it was, bro.
Bro,
It
you're
was
right.
rinse, repeat. It was
You're right.
2015 all over again.
Because Flores
When the-
doesn't count because he hated him, so that those years don't count
Well,
anymore.
here's what got me thinking of it, Larry.
Why do we do
Everybody,
this?
Greer said yesterday that going into the game, we had very little playoff experience on our roster, right?
Yep.
Well, now we've got 53 guys with playoff experience. Guess who's not one of them?
Tua.
That's why I laugh at all the
Here
Herbert
comes
haters.
the
Are like,
deference next year
all
when
I'm
we
gonna
lose in the
say-
playoffs. That's where it's. Oh,
I
well,
already
he's the
know,
only one
bro.
that hasn't been to the
Larry.
dance yet. Let's get him another
you are
shot.
not lying.
Larry,
You are
I'm
not
telling you right
telling-
now, they pick up that 5th-year option. I'm a Jaguars fan. I'm a Jaguars
Well,
fan.
go ahead and
Do you
get
know-
your
do you
spots
know-
ready, buddy, because that 5th-year option
It's
come about
coming.
in May.
Hey,
It's
you know
a
damn
done
well.
deal.
Because I'll
you're
tell you what
doing
else.
Deal. I'll tell you why. Because you ain't trading a rookie quarterback not under a 5th-year option, no matter what. It gives them the flexibility both ways, guys, to be real.
Yeah.
Because a team with Tua's output and injury history alone is not going to trade you to then sign him to a mega deal. They're going to trade you for him and say, I'm going to ride him out for the big money on a 5th-year option, the prove it year, because that's the only way they're going to sell it to their fan base. Because I'm promising you right now, and here's the bottom line. How many teams are lining up? And I said this question the other day to somebody. I want to say it was EM on the phone. I said, how many teams are lining up for Lamar Jackson? Any and all of them.
Hell yeah.
How many are lining up for Tua?
Nobody.
Not
Nobody's anxious.
the phone ain't rang, bro.
No.
Yeah,
The
and
bat
all these
phone
people
is
keep
not
pointing out the alternative and keep comparing to these other quarterbacks that aren't panning out. It's like they don't realize I am done. If this is our quarterback, I am done with quarterback.
Nah, not me, boys. I'm in here for the
Get
long
me
haul. I'm going to
four
wait
running
it out.
backs
When these
standing in the
2 years
backfield and
fall
let
off
one of
because
them
Tua's
take the
gone in
ball.
3
I'm
years,
sick of
I'll
this
be here to
nonsense.
hold their hand and welcome to become real Dolphin fans.
Yo, you know what? I'm down with that too because they are going to fall off. The only thing
They're
is
gonna
they're never
fall
going to
off.
shut up, bro. 10 years from now, they're going to say, "Oh, he would have been amazing, except he had the concussions."
Nah, those people will be long gone. They'll
But I
find
don't
some new
care.
god to worship,
Yeah.
Larry.
Yeah.
The realization of the
The thing
actual
about it-
Dolphin fans that wake up from their days, you know what I'm saying? Then they'll be like, "Wow," and I'll be like, "Welcome to being a real Dolphin fan."
Bro,
Now
what
you've-
percentage?
Now you've been
Yeah.
red pilled all of a sudden.
And these
Capitan.
sycophants are actually calling for a QB2 competition. When have you
I
ever
know,
heard
bro. I
something
know.
like that in the
Because they're
history
just trying to
of the
hold.
NFL?
They also have to push Skyler down as far as possible because the drop
but
off
guys,
wasn't that
you
serious.
should want that because Tua's so injury prone.
Yeah.
That guy's gonna show.
Yes.
Or they'll be like,
Yes.
let's get
Yes.
this veteran or that
Hands on you,
veteran
bro.
to come in
Oh
for
my
for
God!
backup
Don't
QB.
don't be so stupid and try to think you're gonna outsmart me with a statement like that.
Yes.
You freaking
They
nincompoop.
try to outsmart. That's what they do.
Yeah,
By the
and
way,
they're like,
We're
what-
talking about super uneducated people here, Larry. It's
And
not that
they're
hard
like
to see
bringing
through
this
their
star
veiled
veteran and that
friggin'
star veteran.
GEDs.
It's
Okay,
not, bro. It's not
not
hard.
Your
They're
failed
also-
GED, I can see directly
Yes.
through. We got it. You didn't get enough credits to go
Yes.
down the aisle.
But
You got
we're
a little-
uneducated and we don't know football, according
Right,
to them.
and they'll actually go so far as to call for a veteran star quarterback to come in to back up Tua. Like, who's gonna do that? Like, which quarterback is gonna be like, oh, I mean, really?
Now you guys
tell
see
you
why I
what,
watch
there
you
is
all the
one.
damn
Go
time.
get a
There is
Marcus
one.
Mariota
There
or
is
something
one
like
that
that. That's
actually
what they
fits that
want.
description that's better than Teddy Bridgewater.
There's no
Marcus Mariota color.
That's what they're
Nope,
gonna try.
nope. I've said it already.
Listen,
Bring him
Tua
back
looks
home
up to
for a
Marcus
one-year
Mariota.
retirement
He
deal.
said so himself.
Bring him home for a one-year
go get-
retirement deal if that's what y'all want to do as a backup.
Tannehill.
Well, it's crypto.
Hey,
Yo,
what's
all I'm
going
saying-
on, fellas?
yo.
This is a breath of
Crypto's
fresh
got the
air.
2080. That's when we'll get the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I like that.
That's
I like that. I'll
exactly
be
right.
dead.
That's where I'm going. That's where I'm
I
going.
drink
I
too
will
much
be
to live that
100.
long, sir.
I will be 105 in the year 2080 if God let me live.
I don't
that
even know
long.
what will I be?
am
I'll be
looking forward to
95.
2080
I will
because
live
that's the
and
next
die
time we're going to
never
win a
seeing
Super Bowl.
Yeah,
Yeah, but not in Miami.
Hold on. I got a
In
question.
this
Hold on.
organization.
Let me ask you this: what percentage of Tuaneers do you think are actual Dolphins fans, and who do you think is just from like
30%,
Alabama,
30%.
Hawaii, and Christian? Whatever.
30%.
50%.
Yeah, I think you're right, dude.
25.
30%.
And I don't say
somewhere
30%.
around 2/3. I was going to
Oh,
say
I ain't saying
are Tua
5%.
fans. 1/3 are real Dolphins fans.
I ain't
That's right.
saying
That's all around there.
5%.
Listen,
I'm
listen,
saying
listen.
5.
If you're a Dolphins fan, right, and you're still a Tua fan, okay, like a diehard Dolphins fan, and you're still a Tua fan, I've said it before, dude. By 3 years, right, you need help, you need medication, you need a lot of things happening in your life because you are not well. You cannot watch the primetime Sunday game
RD's kind of on something there,
with
man,
Tua,
because-
with Tua and Justin Herbert, and see Tua again and again get worse and worse. And it was
What
like,
about if
is
Lamar
this
Jackson ends up going to the Jets? How do you think that's going to fare for the Dolphins?
Kiss my
the Dolphin? Doesn't matter what happens. The Dolphins,
Bro, it might
cannot
happen. You
beat-
know it will.
I'm gonna punch
said
myself.
that
I know.
they will not be
I'm
outbid
going to look
El
at the
Capitan.
Jets if they get Lamar Jackson, and I'm going to think, damn, they did what the Dolphins should have done. They kept
Yes.
the defensive coach and went and got the marquee quarterback and did it
Yep.
right.
But they don't need Lamar Jackson. They can just get Huntley. Huntley will lose to Huntley and the Jets because their defense and their running game. They're
I
gonna
ain't
get
sweating
Bell back, dude.
No.
Don't. Huntley's a dual threat. We don't do good versus dual threat quarterbacks. Trust me.
Any young quarterback unproven coming into me, I ain't scared till I should be. So that's how I always look at some stuff like that.
Yeah,
I'm not
Huntley-
saying you
Huntley
ain't
might
right
be
about some of
another-
these younger quarterbacks,
Do you
but
really-
until proven otherwise, I ain't shook
Huntley
on 'em.
Huntley might be a little less of a Tyrod Taylor. I don't have no.
They're
fear.
gonna
Yeah, I
get
ain't
Carr.
sweating guys
How about
like
this?
that.
The Jets are gonna get
I
Carr
ain't sweating
easily.
Carr
The reason
either. I'm
Huntley's
not.
been
But
winning is
Carr's
'cause
the
of John
exact guy
Harbaugh.
they want to bring in around here. I promise you that. They would love to bring Carr in this quarterback room and go, well, guys, just so you know, we're going to start Tua, but Carr's waiting in the wing.
Yeah,
that
like
Jets
Harbaugh-
deep-
The best backup quarterback in the
No,
And I don't
NFL.
think-
They
No,
got
guys,
the best
yeah,
quarterback room in
exactly.
the NFL right now.
Guys,
That's
for
a
those
sales
for
setup.
those sycophants
That's
that
a
are
sales
calling
setup.
to bring in a guy like Carr to back up Tua, let me remind you, they benched Carr because they didn't want to get him hurt, so they can trade him or deal him as a QB1.
Yep.
You're not going to bench a guy
Right.
just to deal him
Yeah.
as a QB2 later
Oh
on.
yeah, exactly. And by the way, Greg, this is what you have to look forward to because
That's a
we're
great
old,
point,
like
fella.
we're old, like embattled men. rooting for
I
this team.
shouldn't have all this gray in my face, Greg. Okay, I shouldn't. And
Well,
it's going gray. I can't even grow a full beard, and half of it's gray already. Full.
So that's two new paradigms we're in now. Teams bench
Yeah.
a guy to trade him to deal him as a QB2, and teams now have QB2 competitions. Oh, great!
Right.
With
We're set
with
all
only
those
the
presidents,
illusion
aren't we?
of competition. 'Cause I
We're
promise you there's
revolutionizing the
never a
league down
real
here in
competition.
Miami, don't you know?
Yeah.
The competition is dollars and cents, and when the dollars go, that's where the cents ends up being. And I'm sorry to say this, Dolphin fans. Damn it, bro. We took our eye off the ball. The deal was this. The deal was this. Franchise coach, franchise quarterback. Without either thing, you have nothing. Right now, maybe McDaniel can be a franchise coach. Maybe Tua might freaking come out of some cocoon and spread his wings like some freaking weird Mothman.
Maybe he starts up the
But
argument.
but for
franchise guy or
certainly,
not.
I have nothing. I have nothing. You've
No,
given me nothing,
you can
and
run.
we will stay on this roller coaster with no good climax, no ecstasy.
You
moment.
can run a franchise You can't. You
RD,
can't.
What is the goal? What is the goal of the franchise? Tell me.
We cannot convince ourselves with maybes
Guys, what is the goal
after
of the
year
franchise?
3, right?
Super Bowl.
Win a Super Bowl.
Super Bowl.
I'm going to start stowing away on
Super
that
Bowl.
train.
Cocktail.
Hold on, let me.
Super Bowl, Greg, what is it? Super Bowl? Super Bowl. That's your goals, fans. That ain't the goal of the franchise.
Nope.
Goal of the franchise is to make dollars. That's the goal of the franchise.
And Tua
as
sells
long as we
jerseys.
keep buying they nonsense,
Right.
we
Well,
will
I'm going to
continue
start
to
riding
be
on that train as a
franchise
stowaway next
snake
year.
bitten, bro.
I ain't
Because
paying.
you know what? The Niners fans who have a team in the playoffs all the time, they go to the Super Bowl every now and again. Maybe they'll win one. These other franchises, they don't stand for it. And I use this example just the other night. Two cities lost their teams. Both teams ended up in the same city. One team has Super Bowls in their past, an illustrious past. The other team hasn't won anything.
You're right.
What's changed? They both moved in the stadium almost at the exact same time, and the Rams have already gotten a Super Bowl. But guess what? When the Rams were there and they were playing, they were trying like hell, trying to freaking bring people to the stadium. You looked in that big stadium, it was empty.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? When they started winning, it was filled up with Little John and Little Wheezy and Little Einstein, whatever the next rapper's name is.
The next
okay,
Yep.
they're all up in that watching them win a Super Bowl. Nobody showed up this year where they won no football games. But nobody still has shown up for the Chargers, who continue to turn over coaches, because one was a poverty franchise before and the other continues. And listen, I like Justin Herbert as a quarterback, but to me, they're screwed just like the Dolphins are. They're going to be a mediocre team with a guy that they can't build around, and they're going to shuffle around coaches. That guy's already gotten 6 coaches fired in that place, it seems like. It's a done deal. They're snake bitten. They'll never get it right. They're stupid. They're dumb because their goal ain't to win Super Bowls. Their goal is to make money.
And sorry, Larry.
That's why they left San Diego for the dollars.
We might have been
And
here
the
a little
Dolphins
too
will
long.
be that.
We might have been here a little too long.
No. Listen. You guys
you're gonna have them all coming after you now, Larry. You associated with us, bro.
Listen,
you're done now, man.
It ain't like I'm spitting a different message than you guys. That's why I listen to you guys. You know how we do, bro. This is we're like sister channels.
Facts are facts, Larry. I mean, if people want to lie, we can go.
I'm looking at all the wolf heads in chat from CB83 right now, and I'm like,
CB83 ain't doing
we're ruining you, Larry.
Bro,
hey, Larry,
hey,
Larry, I will say this: you the real lawyer in this community. I'll say that.
Oh, see, I don't even know who's the other one now, so I didn't even know.
Who's another lawyer? There's another lawyer around here.
Now
there's only one lawyer I'm going to for legal advice in this community. That's for damn
right. You're damn right. The people who know how to wear jackets and make it look good, okay? We stick together.
Without any
That's right. That's right. Thank you. That's right. Stick together. That's right.
Bro.
That's right.
You're like a legit radio host in here, okay?
Without the tie, you're like a defense attorney.
Going on there.
You're not a prosecutor. You're a defense attorney since you don't wear a tie. You got a suit jacket without a tie, so you got to be defense side. You know.
Yeah.
I'll defend. I won't defend the Miami Dolphins though. I'm a prosecutor. When it comes
Hey,
to that,
Larry.
I'll tell you. Yes.
Larry, can you assist us? Can you assist us if we do a class action lawsuit on that genius owner of ours for 20 what is that, 15 years now of,
Bro, I've been trying to expose Ross from the New York perspective that I'm telling you about, where guys were committing suicide off the vessel, which is a monument outside of Hudson Yards, which he built, which I've been telling you is glitz and glamour
place that
from
runs
the
on
outside.
garbage, right?
Yeah,
Place
bro,
that
and
runs on
inside,
garbage?
inside is like, it's not that impressive. There's no character. There's no, spirit. And people were killing themselves off the vessel. He got a warning about it, and then he refused to put up a couple preventative measures, and more people killed themselves, and now he's got lawsuits coming for him. He's that kind of guy. Been trying to tell people around here he's that glitz, glamour real estate guy who's full of it. I've been saying
his daughter owns all of Detroit right now, right?
Yeah, bro, because he's I don't know where he's from, because he's from Miami, he's from Detroit, he's from New York. I don't know where
from
the hell
New
he's
Jersey.
from.
He's from all over Detroit.
Bro, he's part. Don't let him fool you.
He's
He
just
is
your
part
typical
of
slumlord.
He is part of the Goodell, Kraft, McMahon, Connecticut, Greenwich, Connecticut clique. Man, that's what he's from, and don't let anybody fool you.
He had that old wooden table is what he's
And
at.
he
He's
is
at that
literally
old
he has
table.
literally set up a farm system down here for the Patriots. That's what he's literally done.
I don't know about that, boys. I think he's a serve himself type of person
He
because,
is.
look, again, Formula One, tennis. We might as well put a golf course around yonder as well. It's just for his investments. He brings his investors' money, his properties quadruple in value. He is a money-making machine, and we are just a cog in his wheel. Shake, you said the best analogy of all time. We are his side chick. We'll never get the ring, bro. We'll never get the ring. It was so. It was like
We'll
an
only
epiphany
ever be
lightning
a
bolt
concubine.
struck me in the eyes. It made so much sense because it's the best way to put what I've been trying to get across to people. If Ross really cared, then it would have been done by now.
Yeah.
Just like if the king really cared about his concubines, he'd marry them instead of the queen.
Right.
Hey, El Capitan, like last year, right? He knew that the fan base was a little edgy. So what does the sugar daddy do? He gets his side chick a Ferrari. So what do we get? We got our Ferrari in Tyreek Hill.
That's right.
Yep.
Just like the last time we were upset when he fired a coach, what'd we go get?
So
what's that?
That's right.
Yeah, we got
That's
We got a Land
That's
Rover
right.
with
That's
Sue
right. We got a
instead of
Land Rover the
Ferrari.
first time. We got a Land Rover the first time. This time we're getting a Ferrari.
That was
Maybe
back when
next
Land
time-
Rovers were popular, you know.
Listen, and everybody's like, "Oh, he'll have to die." That SOB is so rich, he ain't dying for another 40 years.
Bro,
I'm gonna
he
die
isn't.
before
No,
him.
he's
Okay.
I
They're gonna
already made
download
peace
that
with
man's
that, bro.
consciousness and upload it onto some supercomputer AI bot, and he gonna be here till we all die. Okay,
That's why he ceded the team to his business
But
partner,
you know
whatever.
what? Guys like Paul Montano that just came in gives me a little hope because I think there's a lot of people that just haven't voiced their opinion.
Yes.
There's a very, very large silent majority just tuned in, but God, please help us, Finn fans. We suffered. We were promised a coach and a QB. 3 years later, we have nothing. You know,
Now, we have less than
I've
nothing.
never seen
We
Paul
have-
Montano before, so they're just slowly coming out, getting
We have
their
less-
voice, bro.
That's
Less
the
than
thing.
nothing.
We're the silent majority of this fan base because I
No,
promise
no, guys. We have less than nothing because nothing is okay. We know we've reached rock bottom. Less than nothing is. Whoa, wait. We still have to try for 2
Right,
years.
we're still in
and
denial,
We're gonna fail.
exactly.
Yeah, we're still in denial. We're not.
Now we're hemorrhaging. Now it's a festering, hemorrhaging, friggin'
We've gotten
nastiness.
so good. We've gotten so good at when we know we've reached rock bottom that we can tell the franchise, "Hey, you got to rebuild." Like the fan base is okay with the rebuild, and it's the franchise like, "No, I think we got a few more years left. I think we can still salvage this. It's gonna work." Like, it's crazy, dude.
We got to keep pushing back because if we are the collective voice and voicing the opinions, because listen, they're drowning us out. You got the Big O show, you got these other channels, you got these other media heads trying to drown
Not
us
to
out.
mention,
with the
Larry,
false
there's so many of them willing to jump in line to
Yeah,
just
bro.
be their mouthpiece for no
Big O is
payola,
the
for
big
nothing
propaganda
other than
machine.
hopefully the Dolphins will give them the nod. They're all delusional.
They
'Cause the
are.
Dolphins
There's
ain't
also-
doing
there's a
nothing but
large
looking at you
group of
going,
people in the
"Yeah, that's
middle.
right, my little simp boy, my little
Right,
punk,
and there's a
my
large
little-" you know
group
what I'm
of
saying?
people
They're
in
just
the middle
punking you, bro.
that just don't care enough. Like there's a lot of people in the middle that are like, okay, well, you know, we still have a chance, and they just don't care enough. It's not like they're huge Tua fans, but they're also not fans of getting rid of him and whatever else. So you got a lot of those people in the middle that are
Right,
basically
exactly.
acting as enablers for the Big O's of the world. You know what I mean? Like
Exactly.
because
yeah,
they won't
enablers.
push back and say no, this is not acceptable.
Well, you know what I think too, by the way? I think there's a
Exactly.
lot of just middle of the road fans
That's a
who
good
aren't as
point.
dedicated, who aren't as outspoken, who don't have as much of a vested interest. So to them, any way they can build up hope for next year in their own heads, they'll do it. And if it's lying to themselves about a fake narrative, they'll buy into it just to have that fan hope. And it's not a good thing. And there's plenty of channels and content creators and media heads that are willing to give it to
look
them.
no
And I just see
further-
them as this. This is them, bro. That's what they look like. Yeah, thanks for kicking me in the ass. Give me another autograph. That's them, bro.
Nice. You know what though? It look no further than right before the beginning of offseason, before the trade or during the offseason, right before we started, the before the trades, everything. It was quiet. All the talking heads were straight trash into it. But
Yes,
the
bro.
things they brought to the forefront, the articles that they wrote about, the things they highlighted were guys like Dan Orlowski, Emmanuel H.O., and a couple of other unnamed guys that I can't think of off the top of my head. Now, listen, I respect these guys in the game they do and the play, but they're all they are is a bunch of talking heads with narratives and counter narratives. You bring enough of them around, you're gonna find a table of 5 is never gonna agree. So somebody's got something for someone, even if they're there alone and everyone's making fun of them. Again, that's what they highlight. That's what they preach. And then when things are going your way, they're like, this guy was the smartest person ever. Well, guess what?
Yes.
They'll put that guy in rotation. Next year, Dan Orlowski will hate Tua, and then the next guy will love him. Look no further than watching Good Morning Football. I have watched them rotate the who's going to play Dolphins fan this year on that table to the point that now they had to get 2 different new co-hosts because they can't keep rotating it. I mean, it's a game. We're
so
welcome to the WWE.
Mhm.
It's what we are now. It's done. This is an entertainment now.
And
They're
check
literally
this
taking the
out.
real sport out of it.
Before you go, Crypto,
Before
you go, Crypto, I wanted to just say this, now that the word's been used so much that everybody forgot its original definition, the word gatekeeping itself. Do y'all know what that really means? Think about things like Comicsgate. What was happening was, or Gamergate in particular, what was happening was there was this major review site or major review magazine that was taking payments, actual sexual favors to be exact, to get good reviews for these video games, right? And they all sucked. Okay, and that was all exposed, and the people that exposed it got shunned out of the good review world. Okay, that's what's happening here. That's what Capitan's describing. These people are being paid to say what our organization wants to say, and when they don't get paid, they say things our organization doesn't want them to say. Okay,
no, you're right.
and so that's why you see guys all of a sudden come out of nowhere and say, "Oh yeah, 2 is great." And then when they ain't getting paid anymore, they throw us under the bus. That is gatekeeping. That is being paid to play.
I also think they're getting clicks and they're getting because these guys, like half these Barry Jackson and they guys, I don't know about Barry, but Shad, they were taken to the task for a year. Now all of a sudden they're like, well, he was highest QBR. Like they want to go where the clicks and the money comes in, man.
Yeah,
and
bro,
the
they
tips from
got
the
bosses to
Dolphins.
answer to.
And
as
here's
well.
one thing I'll caution everybody to be wary of, because I'm a real, by nature, I'm an analytical guy. The guy that comes in here and say, as an outsider, and say, well, Tua is this, y'all need to hold on to him. But they'll say that as an outsider, but their interest is keeping us mediocrity for so long that they'll pump up somebody like Tua and pretend like that's our best interest, and then in another voice they'll say, oh, by the way, I'm a Bills fan or I'm a Jet fan. Of course you're gonna pump up Tua because it's in your best interest to stay at the top. Because of course you're gonna say
that. You know what, Crypto? That's just an NFL exclusive form of the same gatekeeping I'm talking about.
Yeah, they'll outside fans will pretend like they're gonna be objective and then turn around and say, well, Tua is your best option because he was
you know what? I don't even know if it's so
Why do you think it was a Boston reporter that broke the news that Brady was talking to Miami?
With him beating them.
Listen, I don't even think it's so in depth as all of that stuff, as much as it just keeps you chasing your tail.
Yes.
And for you to sit here and try to find, you got so many threads to pull on that even when you delve into it like the rest of us have, I could spend my entire life trying to figure out how the spider web works, but all it's going to do is frustrate you, break you, and get you to quit. And usually you either just say, yeah, I'm just going to, I'll just watch football.
What did Maverick
I won't
say
be a
about
fan. They'll break you, dog. They'll break you.
What did Goose say about Iceman when he was telling Maverick about him? He makes you bored. He gets you bored, frustrated, and you do something stupid, and he's got you.
Yeah, catch you slipping, pretty much. And that's all. They just, again, it's too much to go through. We can speculate until we're blue in the face, and everyone's like, "Oh, this is crazy, it's conspiracy." But guess what? Any and every scenario anyone's ever said in conspiracy about football was only because something like that has already happened. Okay, it's already happened.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, there's nothing. None of it is far fetched, and the narrative was never far fetched. and all the other nonsense. That's what I told people. You're naive if you don't think the Miami Dolphins, like any other political or large corporate organization, isn't sitting there going over messaging and
Bro,
narratives.
it's a
and
gajillion
specific
dollar
scenes.
organization
Yeah, come on,
attached to
bro.
an organization that is literally international.
I'd also
Forget about
like
it, bro. Forget
I'd
about
like
it.
to also ask the question of when they asked Chris Greer about Tua, he says, "Oh, it's Tua we're talking about," but same thing. We evaluate everything, every situation, and he says, "But Tua is our Tua is our starting quarterback." And I'm thinking,
Guys.
well, who else was he supposed to say? Even if we were going after somebody else,
just like Flores all year
somebody
last
else
year,
is not
Tua's
on
the
our
starting
roster
quarterback.
right now. What I mean is that somebody else is not on our roster right now. So
Guys,
it could have been
haven't you-
Donald Duck. Whoever QB1 is who Chris Greer is going to say QB1 is. That's who our QB1 is on the roster until further
haven't you-
notice.
Haven't you
Right, and
noticed
keep in
how
mind the offseason hasn't started.
They're
So
sticking
far.
with him,
I'm
though.
saying,
Listen,
Crypto, we only have 4 quarterbacks rostered right now. Who else was he supposed to say?
But
Mike Glennon?
they went out on purpose
Exactly.
and released the
Right,
press release before the
Exactly.
game and reiterated it at the press conference because they are sticking with this kid. That I promise you.
That is
Let me ask-
true.
let me ask you
Larry,
something.
You're
Let me
right.
ask-
It was the signal.
Yeah.
Let me
bro.
ask you something.
They
The
wanted to
last,
silence everything before it started.
Real quick, I had it before, Derek. I was actually saying that, but people were pushing back on me because they didn't
Guys.
understand what I was saying.
here's what I just realized. Listen to this. The last 3 since Greer took over. Okay, do you think it's a coincidence or not? Who have we been associated with as far as quarterbacks?
Everybody.
Whoever the fan base was most excited about. Think about it. We tanked for Tua, so the fan base was really excited about Tua. We tried to get Joe Burrow because the fan base wanted Burrow as well, but we couldn't get him. The fan base was never excited about Justin Herbert. Never. Okay? We got Tua.
The
fan
vocal
base
part
was
of the fan base.
the fan base was then, was thinking twice about Tua, but they were really excited about Deshaun Watson. So now Deshaun Watson gets into the mix. The fan base they didn't hear about Tom Brady because they know Tom Brady, but the organization knew that if you can get Tom Brady, the fan base would be happy with that because it's Tom freaking Brady, right? The fan base in 2019, Josh Rosen became available. Oh, please go get him. It feels like this organization, whatever the fan base, so it means they have no clue. Because if you go by what the fan base wants, you're going to be part of the fans fairly soon. It's very difficult to get a number 1 pick like a Joe Burrow, like an Andrew Luck, like a Trevor Lawrence, and it's a hit. And it's like, oh, easy decision. It doesn't work that way. You have to be the one that sets the competitive advantage as a franchise with your management team. And this management team is inept at picking the right quarterback because they go with what the fan base wants. So they don't have an eye for talent when it comes to the most important position in the field because they've done it again and again and again. They've gone with what the fan base wants. And when you look at Deshaun Watson right now, if we had gotten Deshaun Watson, right, he has struggled mightily, in Cleveland. We don't know what the future looks like. But I don't want, this franchise to constantly be making the popular pick because what the fan base wants. If they're any good, they're going to pick somebody, and we should know right away once that pick is made, within a few weeks, within a few months, that this guy is special. It shouldn't have to be year 3 and year 4, man. And that's how you know you have the right management, and that's how you know you're going to be successful moving forward, right? And we've never gotten that feeling from this franchise. So until we get that, and it happens fairly quickly, the shift happens fairly quickly because every team has talent, but it's about the fundamental core: coach, quarterback, and a good, environment in the clubhouse. And that can happen in one off season. So every offseason, you'll know if this team is worth it.
Jacksonville already did it.
Yeah, you'll know with every offseason, you'll know if
Basically
it's
overnight.
worth it. Yeah, that's how it happens.
They lost 22 games in a row prior to playing us last year in London, and they are in the playoff already in the divisional round 1 year later. Explain that, Chris Greer.
Bro, but they're gonna give excuses forever as to why we're not. It is what it is. It's just gonna. We're rinsing and repeating next year. I just hope everybody.
I'm already
100%,
prepared for
Larry.
that, Larry.
100%. It's
Looking
a
at the
done deal,
schedule
bro.
next year, we're
It's
either gonna
done,
be
bro.
worse or the same.
What'd you say, Greg?
Jacksonville
Looking
is on
at the
their way
schedule
to.
next year, we're either gonna be worse or the same.
Boy, I tell you.
Mm-hmm. No, it is what it is. We need to
Anything
just
other
keep
than a
talking
Super
about
Bowl is a failure. To
Agreed.
think.
If we're having conversations and coming up with the reason why we didn't win this game, it don't. There is no reason to make excuses. You know you're not winning because you stink at the most pivotal positions, and we got talent that's way at a higher level than what we got in this key positions. And when Jalen Waddle is dropping those footballs, it's just basically God is telling you, hey man,
right?
what else?
Oh,
What
God.
else do you need? What else do you need to see to move on with this franchise? I am for a rebuild. I am for get as much out of the assets on offense as you can, because I believe this defense can play.
Well,
They're
they're gonna
young,
rebuild,
they're
but it's
talented,
gonna be a
bring in
rebuild.
and they can be good for 7 years.
Right. And during that rebuild, if you bring in
Right.
an elite quarterback, you have a chance to do the same thing we did this year.
Exactly. Very fast.
9-8 and falling out of the playoffs. We
just cut.
Larry, I keep pointing. I'm sorry to interrupt, RD, but I keep pointing this out over and over and over again. How many times have we completely rebuilt this team in the last 30 years?
Oh God, several.
At least 6 times.
Well, we do it about every
minimum.
5 years.
Every 3 to 5 years we do it.
You could
Every
at
3
least
to
say
5.
5 times we've done this.
Right.
Every 3 to 5.
And we've built some pretty decent teams. This might be arguably the best one we've built, but we built some pretty good teams.
Yep.
Yet for some reason, destroying this team to go get a Lamar Jackson, let's say, okay, for some reason, destroying this team to do that means we'll never be able to build one of those teams again.
Bro,
and we just proved we can do it 5 times in the last 30 years.
Exactly.
Right.
Right.
What the hell is the difference? It's just like Ross said. What's the difference? The difference is we are insane, and we will continue to do the same thing over and over and over again. We're making and it's already starting, and I promised Capitan and I promised myself that all I was going to do this summer was re-upload every single show I did last year. It's literally the
Groundhog
same
Day.
thing over and over again. We're talking about a bad offensive line. We're talking about more weapons for Tua.
Injuries.
We can't get a quarterback. We can't afford Lamar Jackson or Aaron Rodgers.
But we had a
But we can
top
buy a
10
bunch of weapons
offense
for Tua.
color.
If you guys
QBR
just
color.
Where the hell is the money coming from to buy those weapons that we can't get an elite quarterback with?
If you guys were
Bro.
watching TD stream earlier,
Exactly. They spent over
He pointed out-
140
We
million
already
for Waddle.
spent the wad for weapons.
What did he say, Greg?
he said we have spent $44 million on offensive linemen, and then he showed the Bills, and they spent $30 million on their line.
Yeah.
Well, they got a running, they got a monster running.
I'm telling you,
salary
an
cap.
arm.
They won't,
Yeah.
they
He's
won't
a
tell
beast.
you because it's not part of the salary cap. They won't tell you how much we spent on offensive line coaches.
Yeah, well,
That's private money.
Listen, we got robbed
That's
too
private.
with the
Exactly.
concussion
That's
at the end of the
Ross's
year.
money.
Let's face it. That's
Right.
why that's the narrative that was subsumed after the Twitter nonsense. Without that concussion, if Tua was forced to play the whole year, we would have more of a definitive answer. They evaded that and avoided it, and now we're stuck in purgatory again.
Yep.
Had he had to play, bro, he would have struggled because he was struggling all the way up to that game, and then all this is over. But
Rinse,
no, we're in
rinse,
purgatory.
add
And
some
they love
rinse
it.
and repeat.
No, here's
Good point.
here's the thing.
People may say that the private money doesn't matter about paying coaches and all that, but guess what? That Jerry Jones uses that private money.
Echo, Greg.
Echo, we got Echo here. There you go.
Jerry
you got
Jones
Echo,
uses that private money for
Yeah,
under the
join.
table bonuses to get the star players to come to his team.
Yeah.
Instead, we use
Jerry
that private
Jones is
money to
doing
get
the
a bunch
same
of coaches
shit
for
to
a
that
bunch
football team.
of offensive linemen that
He
were
doing
the
the
historically
same
worst
thing to them,
offensive
bro.
linemen ever in the league.
Dak Prescott is his golden goose, and he's able to repackage that Dak Prescott thing over and over again. So it's the same shit over
Greg,
there.
you might have to
Just
come
making
back
it
out
up.
again, Greg. You're still
I got-
you're still
there you go.
feedbacking.
So
He's literally playing the same game. He just got a different centerpiece that looks different. That's all.
It's really
That's
amazing.
it. He got the same game going. Guess what? Cowboys, richest franchise in the NFL. Freaking
Exactly.
Ross
They
over
are,
there
yes.
looking at him going, how did he do that?
Yeah, man.
How did
and
he
Larry,
do
hey,
that?
the suggestion I brought up earlier is funny
That
because
guy
when I
around the
first-
tree licking his lips and the meme and
When-
stuff. That's
Hey,
what
when
Ross
is
does
that
when he
brought
looks
up-
at 2 in ears. He goes,
when I first brought up a suggestion, everybody. Matter of fact, Cliff D. I love Cliff D. He's been around a long time. Definitely not a 2 in ear, but Cliff D. has been kind of poking at me lately, saying I'm a conspiracy guy. I'm a tinfoil hat guy,
That's right. I'm a tinfoil hat guy. You're right.
Oh, one of the suggestions I made. One of the suggestions I made, I myself thought was kind of tinfoil hat. I was being flippant. I kind of, joking around, right?
Right.
But now all of a sudden, people are like, hey, what about this guy? And I'm thinking, you've got to be kidding me. And I'm just thinking, after 7 years of promising a certain quarterback weapons, we finally got him the weapons. If we need a guy that's willing to stand behind Tua, come in and be a second fiddle until he gets another shot, what's wrong with a retirement deal for Tannehill? At least we finally got the weapons. Remember, that's all we needed to do for him.
No,
well, we did
he
it.
didn't
So
need the
what's
weapons. He needed
what's
an
the reason we're not
O-line and a
bringing him
run
back
game.
here?
Yeah,
Tell her.
he needed a
They
O-line
said
and run.
weapons, and that's what they kept giving him. They gave him Mike Wallace and douchebag McGee. The reality
No,
is
but we
that
have
guy
real
needed
weapons
friggin-
this time,
That
El
guy needed an
Capitan.
O-line
We got
and a run
real
game.
weapons now. Tyreek
we got
Hill.
weapons, legitimate.
Yeah, but it don't
Aaron
work. He needs an
Armstead.
O-line and a run game,
He
and
need
he
better
still struggled
O-line
down the
color.
stretch.
Get a better
still struggled
O-line
to
and
play
new
off.
running backs. Just keep throwing more throw the kitchen sink into it. We'll get there
Hey,
eventually. We got the
can Drew
quarterback.
Brees come out of retirement?
What makes Tua better than Tannehill then?
Yes, RD. He would be
Money.
the best quarterback in the
Money
quarterback
color.
room.
Jersey
Money,
sales.
exactly,
say.
money.
Jersey
Jersey
sales.
sales.
RD, he
I'm
would
I'm
be
just saying
QB1
that
in a
Carr,
heartbeat
as
if he came out
opposed
of
to
retirement.
Tannehill would be precisely the weak-minded kind of guy that would come here and back up Tua.
He might.
The
By the way-
NFL's
He played
verified
second
Twitter
fiddle to
account.
Mariota.
I love
the,
it.
The
like,
NFL's verified Twitter account changed their profile pic to Tua Tagovailoa and its description and said, "We're calling him Tua touchdowns." That kind of PR,
Touchdowns,
Ross
they
couldn't
call
pay
it.
a gazillion dollars for that kind of PR. That boy ain't going nowhere. Just do it up. Everybody, go get your Tua jerseys because we're going to be here for at least 2 more
You know
years.
we
That's why I'm
are.
willing to wait for 3. I'm willing to wait for 3. I'm willing
But
to wait
dude,
till the year after he's playing on a new contract, and then he gets injured. And everyone goes, "Oh, we got screwed,"
But
and then we
Tua
start
has-
to rebuild in 3 years. That's how long.
But Tua-
That's my. I'm in a 5-year plan right now, guys.
Oh, and
But
by the
Tua
way,
has
we're in
never-
the
caveat-
shit-a-cane.
caveat-
We're in the shit-a-cane right now, boys. We getting
caveat,
out.
I was off of
Tua-
Tannehill in year 2. That just to put that out there. I am not a Tannehill guy.
here's the thing. Tua has never had. Forget about a full regular season, because this thing is 17 games. I checked the numbers. He's never once in his life played 13 games
But
straight.
RD, he's got a winning record in games he starts and finishes.
You know?
I didn't realize Jay
So-
was a Heat fan too.
So now 13 games. So this guy next year, he has to, number 1, make the playoffs. Number 2, complete a full season, play in the playoffs. Number 3, go through a schedule that's really grueling. Number
53
4,
guys with playoff experience on our roster now, and
Yeah.
Tua is one of them.
That's why we need to
Absolutely
invest
laughable.
in
How
Tua
crazy is that?
and
You
the
cannot
backup
make that up.
quarterback, RD. We got to invest in the full 53-man roster.
Well, Connor, technically, the players we're gonna draft this year ain't gonna have playoff experience.
Oh, true.
Shake
No,
money, don't worry. Those guys aren't supposed to play. We're supposed to have a 53-man roster. It's a
Jake,
full
did you just
team
give
effort.
them a way to say it's Tua's first year
That's
again?
why the money is a full
always
team
Tua's
money
first year.
effort.
Shame on you,
always
Jake.
going to be.
Welcome to the Twilight Zone and Groundhog's Day combined color. It's always
Exactly.
Tua's first year.
It's always
Well,
his
we've
first
got
year.
we've got at least 10 rookies now that don't have playoff experience, so it's to his first year again.
And
Dude, we're
they're
gonna get a
next
rookie
by the
year.
way-
Welcome to
Oh,
year
you know-
1 of the real Miami Dolphins.
This reminds me of an episode of The Simpsons I watched where Homer screwed up and Mr. Burns walked up to him and said, Why did you do that? He goes, I'm
It's my
sorry, Mr.
first
Burns. It's
day.
my first day.
Oh, well, since I've never seen you, maybe it is your first day. You're fired.
Every day is his first day on this as a football owner.
Whatever,
right?
buddy over
The next
there.
thing
is
we're gonna
swinging
hear
That
the
is Mr.
dough.
Burns.
Homeboy's
finally
flying
got
on his Learjet right
Mr.
now.
Burns,
Not
finally
giving a
got his
damn.
favorite surfboard shipped over from Hawaii.
He's
and he
over
got
there buying
he got
a
a
third
second
world
home in
nation
Sebastian.
right now.
Now we're cooked, man.
Don't
He's
give a
gonna be
damn,
here
bro.
forever.
That guy
He's
don't
gonna
give
sell
a
him Tua jerseys. That's what
That
he's
guy's
gonna
over there buying a mountain full of lithium right now and gonna start a full-on 2-year slave culture on top of that thing. That guy don't give a shit.
Hey, I'll tell you this: if any of y'all want to get lucky, try to get lucky and just kind of come across Tua in public, I guarantee you, on his off time, he's up in the Sebastian area.
You do realize there was some
That's the
footage
first
of
place
him.
the surfing starts
Did
to
you
get
guys-
good in Florida, so that's probably
guys-
where he's at every weekend.
Did you guys see Tua and Sherfield like kind of celebrating after the Jets game? Did you see how fat Tua had gotten?
He's just not. He does
Huh?
have like. I'm not trying to critique
Just see how
my ass
fat
ain't in shape, but
the guy looked.
he's
The guy looked like a defensive tackle, dude.
Fat
I
gives him
couldn't-
arm strength.
He
I'm fine
made
with
the
that.
running back look like a little kid. I'm like, this guy
Oh
is
man,
not
he's on,
taking
he's
care
on
of
the next
himself.
step of that friggin' human growth plan.
Well, RD, how do you think he added 10 yards to his long throw, bro? I'm telling you, I
I'll
don't
tell you
mind
what, Buddy should put on about 20 pounds.
Russell
It'll
Wilson
help him.
got a little pudgy.
He put
dude.
about 5 of that on
He
that
started
neck of
throwing
his.
bombs,
Protect his
man.
head.
Dude, listen to me. This man
That man
doesn't.
got
I don't-
fat.
I don't know who his trainer is, but
Oh,
I've
whoa!
seen
His
every.
trainer is known because he tweets at people.
I know,
He
but
tweets
I've
at
seen
people.
so many.
Just
I've
like
seen
Hollins
so,
and
all
Waddle.
the
They
qu-
tweet at people.
Listen, all the quarterbacks that I've
down
seen.
to a guy with
He's gonna
100
come at you now, RD. He's
All
gonna
the all the
tweet
qu-
at you.
listen,
You're
listen.
so much in trouble right now.
All
You
the
have no idea.
all the quarterbacks. Listen. All the quarterbacks
Getting
not
tweeted.
named Joe Flacco. Okay, all the quarterbacks not named Joe Flacco. When I look at them, they all got good arms, ripped arms and stuff. You know what I mean? Every time I look at Tua,
territory tonight.
every time I see Tua, dude, his form when he has to sling a football, he has to
baby fat.
torque.
He got baby
has-
fat, right,
Now he
RD?
does
has
it with
to-
his all might.
He has to torque his entire body. You know, so that's why
CCRR
when he
says too
gets
many
tackled,
golf course hot dogs.
when he gets tackled, his form allows him to get destroyed because he has to tilt his head. He has to take his entire momentum to get that ball across. Why? Because he doesn't work on his shoulders. He doesn't work on his arms. Like this guy, I have no idea. Stop working on your legs, dude, because even when you scramble, you fall down on your own. Like that was
The dude's calves are the size of his head, bro. If that was his bicep, I mean, jeez, man.
Gee, I know that's what I'm saying. Like this guy does not know how to work out properly, dude.
He's like switch leg and arm day regimen. You know what I mean?
His
Yeah, you gotta
arms are
switch it up. You gotta
soft as like his arms are so like he
needs to
can't
go
stand
with
tall in the
50-40
pocket.
ratio, Crypto, on arm to leg day.
Yeah.
And his fingers.
He needs to
dude,
learn what the Adonis ratio is. And he'll
his
know.
hands and his fingers just it feels like just get those
Now we're
grips.
just
You know
throwing
those
shade.
oh jeez.
For like guitar players and stuff like that, for the fingers and stuff.
Remember the Tennessee game? Remember how the ball just flipped out of his hand? I'm like, how is that even possible? The man
You know
fumbles
what
like
it is,
ridiculous.
RD? You know what it is, RD? I don't, and I know I'm going to get a lot of flack for this because it's been such a contentious
Can't
thing.
make excuses for the
I've
guy anymore,
never
man. 3
I've
years of
never
tape.
used the word noodle arm. Okay, you've never heard those words come out of my mouth to describe to it, right? What I'm saying is this is why people are so excited about Skyler, and this is why I have caution myself because we have been so starved for just a regular looking thrower of the football that Skyler looks like Dan Marino because he can flick the ball 45 yards with his wrist.
Yeah, well, he can do it and not
No,
as
that's not a
consistent as
great
we hope, but he can
That's
do
not
it.
a great feat. That doesn't immediately make you a QB1.
Yeah.
But it
But we-
looks like it does to us because we're
Like-
so starved for it.
How terrible
I know.
does Tua look?
I saw Robert's comment. I saw that, Larry.
How
I know.
to-
Robert, relax, bro. He got enough people that love him that we can dog on him, man, and he'll be fine. He'll
Well,
lay
and
on
again,
his
you
$1
didn't
million
hear me
bed.
say we're just throwing
You know,
shade
he
now.
gonna
Maybe
be
we're
all
being a
right,
little
Robert. Don't worry. If
harsh,
his
but-
feelings find this
But-
channel and it affects him, he ain't the guy
But the
anyhow.
point
buddy.
about his
Okay?
trainer, The point
True
about his
story.
trainer
True story.
is what's laughable, because this guy will literally punch down to a guy with 100 subs on.
He
on-
will, bro. The trainer
Yeah.
goes
He
in on
will.
people.
Oh,
He goes.
He
I've
ain't
seen him
scared
on.
to mix it up.
I've seen him on
that's
every
part-
show.
that's part
Credit
of the
to
on every
him.
purchase,
I
talk.
mean,
boys.
he's framed
That's
this
part of the
narrative about
purchase.
his guy that, hey, you know,
It's
hard,
the training and the
damn hard to
media
crack.
output team, dog. That's a good purchase. That's good money.
Yeah, dude.
Listen.
Nobody can accuse Nick
take
Hicks
notes.
of not being loyal.
Take
That's
notes.
for sure.
Take notes, because Buddy plays the game better than him a lot. He plays the game
And like
better
I
than
said,
a
nobody
lot.
can accuse him of not being loyal.
Not
Now
at
here's
all.
the thing. Here's the thing.
the game.
For 3 years, we've seen Tua throw, right? So if he doesn't have his feet set under him to throw properly, have you seen how ugly all those throws are? Like if he doesn't set his feet, those throws are horrendous. Again and again. If he throws
RD,
off
how about
balance,
just the throws?
Oh my
15 yards and outside the outside
bro.
hash.
You can't throw the out.
Can't do
And so
those,
there's
bro.
limitations.
Those are the ones
not
that get
foot.
intercepted. Those are the ones that you're like, who the hell is he looking at? Those are the ones that end up bouncing off of a DB's hands, and you're like, whoa, it's those throws.
What about all
And-
the 50 interceptions that didn't get caught? That people are like, well, he didn't catch it. No, fuck you.
I mean, look, RD,
it was supposed to be
I
caught.
can play that game, but that, you know what? I don't have to. I got enough evidence on the contrary to be
I
certain
truly
to
believe
know that guy.
I truly believe that Tom Brady is one of the luckiest quarterbacks. He's as talented as they get, but he's one of the luckiest
RD, if you
quarterbacks of all
remember,
time.
When
Tua beats him in
when
luck.
Dan would throw a ball, it was hard to intercept because if it wasn't coming to you, unless it bounced off somebody. Dan didn't get a lot of interceptions outside until latter part of his career because he was throwing so much heat behind that thing.
Yeah.
That it was. Here's the deal too in the loss of Tua, and here's where things are just different. When you get top 5 quarterbacks, usually it's on a bad team. You get all these grace period years where there's low expectations and stuff like that. Well, we put a caveat on that. We drafted a top 5 quarterback who's injured. He's not going to play his rookie year. Expectations weren't very high. He came out. People were happy to see their pick. Expectations get real. It's like we never got out of that cycle. But here's another thing you usually get from young quarterbacks when you hit, usually. You either get you see an arm that you're like, oh, yeah, I can do something with that. If they can figure that out, good. Mechanics, whatever needs to be done. Or B, that dude has legs and he extends plays by running and just being a squirrely young guy on a field with guys that are 5 to 10 years older than him outrunning people. We didn't get none of this. We got none of that. It's a flawed ideology from the get, bro.
And there's the guys.
The ideology was we're gonna build a team, we're gonna have a defense, we're gonna bring in a mistake-free type of systematic quarterback, and we're gonna figure a way to just ride that through. And within a 4-year deal, we're gonna be a Super Bowl champ. That was what I was sold, bought. I understood what it's gonna be. Problem is, we've found ourselves going into year 4 with not a lick of answers. None. We got a new coach. We pivoted on the whole thing. Getting the new coach thinks that they can restart the 3-year build. No, it does not.
No, it doesn't.
No, it does not, bro. You get it at where you left off at the minimum, which you still kind of failed because you only got an equal amount of wins when you spent so much more money and retained everything on the defense. We didn't lose nobody on defensive notoriety. Again,
it didn't.
Other than the injury.
I mean, okay, injury. Yeah,
Oh.
You're right. But again, you lost an injury and and coaches. But that's your call. I didn't make that call. Again, Dolphins fans we need to just create the chronicles. So when they try to rebrand this nonsense to come around again, there'll be more of us that won't allow it to happen.
Can I ask you guys something? How come we were more optimistic? Let's face it, every one of us, whether you were a Tua believer, I was a Tua believer, whether you were a Tua believer or a non-Tua believer, how come we collectively were way more excited last year, at the end of last year, for the upcoming year?
I'll tell you, it's very simple.
Then we are this year, and mind you, this year
because last year was billed as the year we were going to have an answer one way or the other with the quarterback.
Right.
And after that
He was
Tennessee
about to
game,
pull the
that's
trigger
why
on a new
many
quarterback.
that's why many said no, we ain't got the guy. And even the 2-and-ears zipped it up from there on out.
No.
And they
I'm
they
saying
were quiet after San Fran.
They
and
were
LA
quiet
too,
until
the
week
concussion.
one when they until they fired the coach, till they rebuilt and the team quadrupled down and went Tua over Flores.
One of
And
the
then
biggest
once that happened, they
I
took
have
their
that-
victory lap, and then now guess what?
Yeah,
the Dolphins just lost in the playoffs. They're taking their victory lap.
And one of
again.
the biggest
we're gonna have to
indicators
watch
I have of that is
deja
the
vu
fact
all
that-
over again.
Well, hear this out. The biggest indicator for myself that I have of that is that, yeah, while I've been attacked for my recent takes on Tua, which my recent takes on Tua are much more direct and harsh than they were last year, and I'm actually getting attacked less.
That is no lie.
I mean,
By the way, I am
I'm getting
Bob.
attacked
Thank
way
you
less
for the
because
donation,
people are
sir.
remembering that I've been a man of my word, and now they need to be a man of theirs because they told all of us, just like Capitan said, this was the year. We would know at this point, one way or another.
And
And now
last year was the year.
Now we're
This
being
is the year.
gassed
This is the
again.
I'm done arguing with them
we
because
are,
they're
and we
dishonest.
will.
I said that. I said that last week or on my show last week. I said, look, or a couple days ago, I'm done even having honest debates with them because they're not going to be honest, bro.
Nah,
they're not
they
being
honest.
honest. They never will. And
And
I
if
am a
guys
Bob.
like
Thank you, Bob.
And
for
it's
the
done so
donation.
much for
Guys
my
like Brian Terry can turn around and
realize,
see the
bro.
light.
Let me read his
shout out
comment.
to Brian Terry.
Yeah.
If he can tell you now at this stage of the game, then I don't know what.
God bless Brian Terry. He gives me hope that the
He's
fan
a
base is
complete
waking
180.
up.
Exactly.
Because some
gives
people
me hope.
have. The real
They
fans
have.
will. The other 2/3 are not real fans. So
Listen,
that's
guess
the
you know
problem.
what? The Dolphins go ride it out, and I'll let you get. Hold on, the Dolphins ride it out for another year, and I'll let you get to this comment. That shout out to the super chat. If they make us all eat our words, I'm not eating the words. I've been eating a lifetime of Dolphin whatever. They come out and win a Super Bowl with Tua next year. Thank the Lord. Make me wrong, please.
There's no way.
Beat me down with a victory for a Super Bowl. Oh,
Guys, there's no way they can shock us next year because we're predicting a bad year. There's no way they can shock us more than they shocked us this year, starting 8-3 and pretty much
RD,
almost
we're
losing
lowering
6
our
in a row.
expectations. So all they
There's
got to
no
do
way.
is get into the playoffs to
But there is
supersede
no
them, and
way.
we find ourselves in it again.
There's no way. Put
They run it back. They run it back. My expectation is a Super Bowl and nothing less.
Agreed.
them making the playoffs. It's the same odds.
Yeah, but don't lower your expectations, RD. If and when they roll it back, if anything, we need to quadruple
Do you know
down
why?
on
Do you know why they
expectations.
can? Do you know why they cannot win? Because Tua now has been exposed. People don't seem to understand. They know how to defend Tua now.
Oh yeah.
They didn't know in the beginning of the year. They
one
know-
more year and that's why we have to dissemble the way we have RD.
One more year
exactly.
in the system. And he has
No,
to get
no,
a better
but-
help. Remember, what? They're teaching him how to fall, bro. So
Oh
the
my
key here is they're teaching
That's
him how
what
to
we
fall.
need. I need a quarterback that needs to learn how to fall, man.
So they
that's
have
the,
a
that's
coach-
the, that's
So
the
Larry,
problems
you
I
mean
need in my life.
defensive coordinators got to come up with a game plan against him falling?
Yeah, they got to figure out how to
That's-
make him
that's the
fall
new
normally because then he'll get hurt. But McDaniel has the master plan because he's going to teach him how to fall better so that he doesn't get hurt, and that's going to cure every
They're
ill
buying
that he
to
has.
a system of like 16 kiddie pools, and they're filling them up halfway, and they're having people hide in the dark, and he has to be hit, and he falls in these kiddie pools, and eventually he's going to learn how to not fall and get hurt.
Yes, but
That's
he
the
might
plan.
get concussions on the way to that.
Yeah,
so
that's
it's-
gonna be
No,
let me get to this.
because he's going to be wearing
Interesting training
specifically,
camp,
you know, those
a
water
fall
wings.
drill.
He's going to have one around his face. So
But guys-
no, that's not going
but
to
guys-
happen.
But
Hey,
seriously, how are you
tell
gonna
us this,
think?
guys?
WWE?
Why is it always us? Why is it always us that's trying all the new things? You ever wonder?
Because
Seriously, how are you going to fix a quarterback that if you push him to the ground, he gets concussed? Push him.
He's
Matt
gonna learn how to
Milano, that was
fall.
a
We just told
push.
you.
The Matt Milano was a push.
RD,
And the
I just
last-
gave you the plan. The
gave-
water
it's a
wing
pool
face
kiddie-
idea
No,
is
you-
on point, buddy. I don't know
No,
what you're talking about. I
listen,
better
that's
patent
the
that
solution.
right
Listen,
now.
here. McDaniel
we
came up
have
with that
reached
while
the-
he was vaping.
We have
gotta-
reached a new low in our franchise that we are delusional beyond repair. Like we are
We're not even
we
delusional.
are
We're just
finished.
we're just
Not
I'm
you
not
guys. I'm
delusional.
talking about
I'm
our
not.
management. Not you guys. I'm talking about our
yeah.
management.
Yeah.
They're
yeah.
so
They're not
delusional.
delusional, RD. You're
They know what they're
acting like they
doing.
have the same goal as us,
yeah,
but
they don't. They don't.
But
no, you're acting like they're delusional
but-
that they think they're going to win something. No, you're delusional thinking that they think we are the same.
Yes.
They're about dollars and cents, brother.
Yes.
That's
It's
what they
over,
are.
man.
If anything, Chris Greer going to get a promotion.
Yeah.
That man has essentially hid the fact that he missed on Noah and missed on Austin Jackson and probably missed on Tua, while all the while still kicking it down for 100 million years, apparently.
Yeah. And hold on, let me thank I am a Bob too. Thank you for the super chat, my brother. Much appreciated. It says, I just got here. What you think about the Greer and Mike press conference? Sorry if you went over it. We did go over it quite a bit, but if anybody wants to chime in, I just thought it was the same nonsense, pushing the same thing. I am a Bob, same thing.
Have you seen?
Letting us preparing us for the same.
I'll say this about the press conference.
Yep.
I've always been a Chris Greer supporter. I thought Chris Greer was a cerebral guy, that he was playing this game. He's playing chess. Everyone's playing checkers, whatever analogy you want to, metaphor nonsense you want to put in there. But I realized that he is a super mad genius because he's been setting me up to be screwed over again. That's what happened.
Does it
I got cooked. He got me and all of you.
Yeah.
That's the problem. He got all the tuneers
Bro.
and the people who were on the fence and the haters. He's able to pull them all in. The guy is a genius.
He
Promote
did.
that man.
Bro, you're right. He got us early in the season, and he really grabbed us mid-season. I was resistant. And he got us. I was resistant.
Listen.
God.
Isn't he so
Man, he's good at his
nonchalant
job,
about?
bro.
Damn,
He's so nonchalant about everything.
That's his game, bro. He he shows you his
so
belly the whole
chill.
time while he's shivving you in the back.
He's been so chill. I remember in 2019 when we were
The
tanking.
man will talk you down a flight of stairs head first, bro. That guy is good.
We were tanking, and at the end of the year, he basically just came up and he said, "Listen, man, I know we had a bad year, but now we can do whatever we want." And everyone was like, "Whoa, we can do whatever we want." That is incredible. Now this is it. We're gonna get the quarterback, the O-line, the coach.
We're gonna do whatever we want. They need
want.
to hire me as football operations guy because I'm gonna fix this mess right away. I
Greg.
promise y'all, 2 years we're winning Super Bowls and we ain't stopping because I ain't
Well,
putting
guess
nothing
what?
but
And then-
straight
and guess what they did?
Give me
Guess what?
nothing but meatheads and crazy people on my
Guess
football
what they
team.
did?
Nothing else.
That first offseason, forget about the draft, but that first offseason, everybody they signed, even Byron Jones now, all right? Everyone they signed was gone within 1 year, or Byron Jones now that's still around with the team that doesn't want to play for us. It's amazing how they whiffed on everybody, but there he was giving everyone hope. We can do whatever we want.
And guess what? Guess
Yeah.
what else we got from that damn presser is what pisses me off is they still sell us the same bullshit. And by them, so Greer and McDaniel coming out with that presser, it's almost like telling us that there's going to be no changes, or at least no major changes. Obviously, they're obviously saying,
It was a success.
but that they're going
We
to
got you guys in the playoffs.
They're literally, that's what they're saying. They're saying that they're going to run it back all without saying the same words. They're literally just going to run it back. No major changes. Don't expect anything. So by that standard, we can just accept that next year's probably going to be the same thing or
patting
something similar.
themselves on the back in the back office.
Okay,
So they're already setting us up. They're already setting us up as fans to be fucking let down and disappointed again next season before the season is even came underway.
Guess what? We make it to the playoffs. Guess what? This is a perennial playoff team. We got a real winner on our
But
hands.
that's what pisses me
real
off is
winner
that
on our
you would think at the end of the season that with that presser, they would say whatever they're going to say, but they would leave things open so that there's hope that there's going to be changes made, whether they be on the staff, albeit the player personnel, albeit the coaching staff, whatever, right? That there's going to be changes made there, changes made with personnel, like I said, both on the staff and with the player personnel, and just changes of how we approach this next season. But no, they basically just zipped up the bag and said, well, it didn't work this year, but we're going to give it another go next year and hope it works next year.
Wait.
So what the fuck are we looking forward to?
How I said it the other night, but it was
That's what I'm
Crypto, you
telling
were
you,
there.
GTA.
They're gonna They're gonna
2080.
invite us over for supper for steak dinner.
Did you hear?
But
Did you hear
They're
McDaniels?
gonna cook a hungry man and put it on a plate and serve it to us and say, man, I made this myself, bro. I spent all day on it and stuff like.
Yeah,
They're gonna give you crap because you weren't there at
captive
8
audience,
o'clock
bro.
sharp.
Yeah.
And that's what it's gonna be. And you're gonna be eating this, you're like, it's edible. This is nasty. And then as you go to take your plate into the dish, you look in the trash, you're like, that was Hungry Man. I knew it was Hungry Man. What the hell? That's what we getting next year,
The
boys. We
saddest
getting
part-
a Hungry Man on a plate.
The saddest part about that whole
And they're gonna
press
eat it and
conference.
like it and find something good
Well,
about it.
you're
Well, I
hungry
guess
as
it-
hell, Larry.
Yeah.
You're starving
TV
anyhow.
dinner.
Bud.
No, they
and
just
you
they
invited
literally
me over for supper.
they
Damn it! I
they
mean,
literally
shit.
just he literally just keeps shitting in his hand and then handing it to us. But every year he wraps it a little bit different.
Nah, see, they don't shit in their hand and give it to us no more. DTA. They got we got wise to all that around here. Now it takes a hungry man on a fancy dish.
How do you miss that?
It takes a hungry
so
man on a fancy dish. Listen, I'm
saddest-
gonna bounce out of here, boys.
All right, El
Larry,
Capitan.
love the show.
Thanks for
bud.
joining us, bro. I'll see
I'm
you
happy
soon.
to come
Hop on
by. I
YouTube.
come.
All right,
oh,
okay,
yeah, I
big
got
man.
you, brother.
Good to see
I'll
you, my
see
brother.
everybody. DTA, Color,
All right,
Shay,
okay.
Crypto, Greg, my guy. I fucking love Greg, dude. Greg kills.
Greg's
me.
that
I
dude,
fucking
bro.
love
Legend.
Greg. I
Legend.
fucking
Greg.
love.
Does
Greg.
the show
Hey,
from the supermarket.
Greg
while
is
he's
the
working.
best instigator in the biz, dog.
Yes.
Nobody instigates it like Greg does. And
Show love.
RD, nice meeting you, RD. Salute,
Yeah,
buddy.
bro.
So,
Yeah.
I'll see
pleasure.
y'all
Hey,
later.
are
Hit
you-
the
brother.
like button, everybody. Take it easy.
Yep. Good.
Are you going? Are you doing anything in the morning, Kohler?
Oh, colors on mute.
Caller.
So one thing I noticed.
By the way, guys, subscribe if you haven't yet. It's right here. Just hit subscribe. Click subscribe. 7080 in here. Hit subscribe. Join Fury Fam. We have lively conversations, as you can see. So
I literally thought the saddest part of that entire interview was Mike McDaniel still thought he can make jokes, like little
well,
light
that's
jokes.
what I'm sick of his jokes. Bro.
And
They're not
I'm
funny
sick and
anymore.
tired.
I'm
Listen,
sick
man.
of them. And
The NFL is not a charity, dude. This is not a charity.
Yeah.
This is not like you are trying to, what's it called? Be a little enthusiastic for the crowd, or try to sell us a bag of goods. You have to go there and make us feel comfortable that you're going to dial it up the right way and win big games. And his offense was what screwed us over in that game. So for him to just nonchalant sit back and be like, hey, I coached a pretty good game because our defense. No, that wasn't you. That was Boyer. Your job was the offense. And you failed
and guess
miserably.
what, RD?
You failed
Guess
miserably.
what, RD?
I was actually
Guess what, RD? You know who they're gonna scapegoat?
Boyer.
I think if they were going to do
No,
that,
of course
they would
I
have
don't
already
think they
done it.
are.
They would have
bro.
already
yeah, I
done
don't
it.
think so, man. I don't
No,
think so.
they would have already
They're not
been
even
done
gonna do
already.
that. They're not even
They're
going
not
to do
even gonna
that,
do
which
that now.
maybe is good because whatever, he wasn't that bad.
No.
but they're not even gonna do that.
Because here's the thing. They're not going to go immediately, like within a day or two after our season ends, or albeit
Why
the
not?
postseason ends, and then
That's
fire
been
the
the
guy.
norm throughout the
He is still very much capable of being fired. Just because it didn't happen with if he did a piss poor job, yeah, you may see something where he's fired the day after our last game. But Boyer's done enough where,
if the tables
in one
were
way or
turned
another, like I said, when
and
they
Boyer
decide to
screwed
make
us the
those
game?
changes, he's going to be the guy.
If Boyer screwed us the game, he would have been gone.
No,
but I'm telling you, he saved.
They've already
he saved
shown
his
us that they're
ass.
satisfied. They've already shown us that they're completely satisfied.
The injuries. He
They're
brought up injury
completely.
excuse for Boyer.
They
Why
have
would he
already
bring that
shown
up if
us
he
that
wasn't
they're.
justifying it?
I'm telling you, they're going to scapegoat Boyer, and there's going to be other people on that side of the defensive staff. Just because it hasn't happened yet, they've already shown us that they're very.
I think that they've gotten away with it already by not doing it right away.
Honestly, I think if there's a clear upgrade, if
sorry,
not,
Larry,
no.
I was just
Go
going to
ahead,
say
Color.
that the smoke.
Well, let me finish real quick. I didn't even finish my sentence. That's what I'm trying to say. They're satisfied, and they've already shown us all that they're completely satisfied and content with this fucking offense and McDaniel. Can we cuss up here, Larry? I'm sorry.
No, we try to keep it to a minimum, but we're
okay. I'll do that. My bad, bro.
It's all
I know, I was talking about Boyer, bro. I'm thinking that they've already smoothed it over enough. There's enough people quieting down about Boyer that they don't need to have a scapegoat anymore. We're taking the pill. We're taking the Kool-Aid, and they know it. They don't need to scapegoat anybody.
Well, yes, I agree. They don't need. I think they will if they get a clear upgrade. By the way, hold on. I am a Bob. Shout out again for the super chat, my brother. Much appreciated. You've been kicking us your second one. And by the way, guys, it's 82 of you. You subscribe to Fury Fam. Subscribe. Look what we got. We got Finn's Tailgate guys up here. We got Greg. We got everybody up here. But let me ask this question. Larry, you think Liam and Jackson deserve the stat they about to get? No, I don't think Liam or Jackson played well. I'm sick of hearing about them, and I'm sick of them trying to push that lie on us, too.
Yeah.
Sick
Bro,
of
I
it.
said it. I said it earlier.
Liam's showing some things. No, he's not. He's showing penalties.
I said
Jackson's improved, bro. He didn't even play this year. What are you talking about?
Liam,
Right.
Austin Jackson, Noah Benagi, you're gonna be there for the next 7 years, guys. Get ready for it. All 4 of them, man.
They're Chris Greer, and then wherever he goes, he's gonna take them. By the way, guys, all right, we're coming up on we're at 4 hours.
7-year plans.
So we're gonna do final thoughts now, and. Thank you, by the way, for everybody who came up tonight, bro. We had all the Finn's Tailgate guys showing love, coming out, a bunch of great panel members, a bunch of super chats, a bunch of hopefully new subscribers, a bunch of likes. You guys are killing it, man, and I'm happy. This is going to be a Tuesday night thing. We're switching, but we'll get to you on the off-season schedule. But look, final thoughts. I'm going to go DTA first. Final thought.
Screw the Miami Dolphins, and appreciate you having me on, Larry. I appreciate it, man.
All right, love you, brother. I'll see you soon, man.
Love you too, man.
All right,
peace. You later, DG.
I like that
All
final
right,
thought.
DJ.
Short and simple and to the point. Crypto, go ahead.
I'm looking forward to my 105th birthday when we win another Super Bowl.
I like it. I like it, bro. Join us again, bro. And I love the
appreciate
handshake.
it, Larry.
Hey, Crypto, you're dead wrong.
I
love you, Crypto, man.
Yeah, the Jets may have. I was going to say something else.
Yeah,
the Jets may have did us a disservice by starting Flacco and by enabling us to win that game. So they extended our purgatory. So shame on the freaking Jets.
Well, they tried to beat us, dude. They tried to beat us.
Hold on, RD. You got the final
too
thought now too. You're up next, bro.
Right.
All
Yeah.
right, brother.
No, I just wanted to add that in there.
Yes, sir.
But
yeah, thank you, sir, and hopefully we see you soon on the panel again, my brother.
Oh, no problem.
All right,
Yep.
have a good night,
Appreciate
my bro. Later.
All right.
RD, final thought.
I think now we're all mature enough and experienced enough to know that if you don't have a quarterback that everyone unanimously believes is the guy and has no doubt that is the guy, you know what I mean? It's not 50% say because of this or because of that, and 50% is like he's trash. No. You gotta have your elite quarterback, and until that day comes, okay, whatever you have on the field, just enjoy the game of football. You don't gotta watch the Miami Dolphins, with your heart on a sleeve, and hoping that this is the year. You just enjoy football. Because it's all fool's gold if the quarterback is not there. This was the year for Tua to prove it. The first half of the year was a mirage. The teams, you can justify every win we got was because this, and that. For him to have proven that he was the guy, he needed to show up in the second half of the year and maybe win us a playoff game. Well, he didn't do anything. Not even close. And it's year 3. So that's done. Our franchise is a joke because we are never going to learn the lessons of what is needed to win. We're desperate. We always make mistakes in the fundamentals, for the fundamentals of what is needed to be successful. So we're just going to be a mediocre team for the foreseeable future. But for the average fan out there, until you see that man walk onto the field and be healthy, and be elite. That's it. We got nothing but a mediocre team, and I don't want to hear anyone come out and say, "Hey, we have a special team. This is going to be Tua, whoever the quarterback may be." Until we unanimously believe that that's the guy, and we all wear his jersey, we have to get our guy, or else this franchise will never, ever see the 90s, 80s, 70s ever again. We are never going to get a team like San Francisco and just put a random guy there. That's never going to happen for us. It's never happened before, and it's not going to, in the 70s it did, but it's not going to happen now.
Agreed. I remember even in the 70s we had a Hall of Famer.
And we're still at Greasy, right? So it's
Yeah.
just,
So no, it's
Oh,
only in
Lord.
'82 maybe, but that's it. But brother, I appreciate all your commentary tonight. You were a star
Yes.
of the panel tonight, man, and it's always greatly appreciated. All your effort and hard work and tears, man, making the show great.
Oh,
So thank you,
man.
sir. And we will
Later,
talk
bro.
soon.
For
Later,
sure.
my brother.
For sure.
Later, my brother. Stay
Later,
warm
boss.
up there. Later.
Later, guys.
Color.
Yes, sir.
What's your final thought, my brother?
Oh, nobody's gonna like it, but I wanted to point out something I've been meaning to point out for a while. I did already, and it kind of, how we say a lot of things, and a lot of things just get, over people's heads or forgotten about, or it didn't seem too important at the time or whatever, right? And one of the things that I had noticed during the press conference that Ross gave with Greer and McDaniel when they hired him, I noticed a verbiage change from Ross that I pointed out back then, and I pointed out all summer, and just keeps getting forgotten about. When he brought Flores in, and even Gase, his verbiage has been consistently, we got this guy in now, we're gonna do this and this and that so we can win a Super Bowl. That's our goal. And there was a slight, subtle verbiage change that a lot of people didn't notice in the hiring press conference of Mike McDaniel. He said all the same things, except that he said, and hopefully make it to the Super Bowl. Big change, subtle change, but big in what it means. It means he's changed his perspective in life. It means he's changed focus.
Yeah, and he doesn't have
as to what the real goal is. So basically, we have gone back to trying to build a playoff contender instead of building a Super Bowl contender and stumbling in the playoffs a couple years on the way. We're building a playoff contender, which means we are going to be perennially a 9 or 10 win team and hopefully win one playoff game. That's where we're at. That's what playoff contenders are. And he is successfully convinced the audience that that's acceptable to pay for. I just don't have the money to pay for that. I'm not rich. So, unless people are going to be buying me a ticket next year, I don't plan on spending one dime on this football team as long as our quarterback is mediocre. I'm not doing it anymore. And it's tough to say that because I really enjoy going to football games, but I never used to when I was a kid anyway, so whatever. You know what I mean?
And I respect that too.
I mean, I used to have to listen to the game on blackout on the radio, when my team is playing 50 minutes down the road from me. You know what I mean? I can't even watch them on TV. That's how things used to be.
Yep. I remember when it was,
the great Jim Mandich. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
By the way, Color, back when I was living in Miami, I used to do that anyway. I used to mute the TV and listen to the radio broadcast.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Well, once you got used to them guys, it was hard to get away from them, Plus, they were fans, and they're allowed to let it known they're fans, so it was cool,
Yeah, local broadcasts are always the best.
Yeah, man, there will never be another, in my opinion, another color commentator like the great Jim Mandich.
Oh, you're right, man. You're right. You're absolutely right. But as far as the team, the organization, all of that, I mean, look, I guess it's a matter of like everybody said, the fans. Look, I know what I was going to say now. So I brought up yesterday or earlier today to one of the pom-pom waivers, not, obviously a two and ear, but lifelong Dolphin fan and is really just about the toe in the company line. So as such is a two and ear. It's not that he's exclusively a two and ear, but he's a pom-pom waiver.
Gotcha.
Right. And I pointed out that, that people are going to stop. I asked the question, I wonder what the numbers look like right after that press conference of people calling in and canceling and taking their name off the waiting list for season tickets. And this gentleman said, well, I upgraded mine. And I'm like, And he started to proceed to try to convince me that most of his friends are calling for upgrades and this and that and the other, and to renew their tickets, which is anecdotal, obviously. But I've been, just in the short time I've been on your panel tonight, there was already one person in your chat that says they're not renewing their season tickets, and there was another one that said they're not renewing their Sunday ticket.
Yep.
That's what's going to change. That's what's going to get them to change their bottom line. You stop buying Tua jerseys, okay? Let them go down up into the 30% off bargain bin, and watch how fast stuff changes around here. The problem is our patricians, our rich nobles in the fan base don't care, and they're not standing up for us. The king don't have ultimate power when the nobles hold his feet to the fire. And we are not getting any help from them nobles because they have bought in hook, line, and sinker.
Truth.
That's why tickets in the nosebleed section are $300.
That's ridiculous.
That's why I had to spend $120 on bottled water to make sure I survived a football game.
That's insane.
This is why I can never go to games down there.
That's insane.
It's ridiculous.
That really is.
And we have to stop paying for it. I don't
agree.
care. If y'all say, oh, well, the Vikings fans will just flood right in. Well, good. They can pay for it.
Right. No,
If everybody other team in the league is paying for our crap product, I'm perfectly fine to sit here and watch mediocrity. But it ain't coming out of my dime anymore. I'm done with that.
I'm with you, bro.
That'll be my final thought.
I respect that, my bro. And I'll be tuning
Thanks,
into
Larry.
you soon, my brother.
Thanks,
for coming
Larry.
on.
Thanks, Shake. I want to thank Shake Money and Greg also for contributing to the tailgate all the time. We absolutely love you guys, and you make it. You guys are and Larry K too, but you guys are the type of guys that makes me reminds me that not everybody is just a complete asshole, and it is worth doing what I'm doing. So appreciate all three of you.
Hey,
Yes,
Carter,
sir.
let me tell you something. I am very proud to say I've been there since day one, since
Yes, you have.
Mike days, baby.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have, man. And it don't matter. I'm going through a move right now. Actually, this damn Dolphins content is so bad for my health that I got distracted enough today that I had to extend my truck for another day. So I'm still moving out of my apartment into a new one, and we'll be probably down like for a day or two just to get everything set up again. But Shake, I haven't forgotten. We'll get it. We got it. We got to get we got to get it. We got to do the Nike swoosh, if you know what I mean, and just do it. You know what I mean? So we'll get there, buddy. And like I said, I appreciate all three of you guys. You guys have been, so gracious to me, and I really appreciate it. So
Hell yeah, Color.
Yep.
Anytime,
And
my
thanks
brother.
for your
I'll see you
audience,
on
too.
your show soon, and come back anytime, my brother.
Yes, sir, Larry.
Joining us
Thank
all
you.
night. All right, bro. Good luck with the rest of the move, too. We'll see you back up soon. All right, Greg.
Yo.
Final thoughts, my friend.
Well, I was going to attribute to Color's point a little bit here before I get into my final thought. You guys got to be more like me and Larry. No playoff win, no buying Dolphin gear.
Yeah, man.
For Christmas this year, my mom got me a Tua jersey, and I'm gonna wear it, of course, because it's my mom. She got it for me for Christmas, not knowing I wasn't buying any Dolphin gear until we won a playoff game, which we were so close, Larry. We were so close.
I know, bro. Close to it.
again.
I know.
But my final thought of the night is, man, if you're my age, man, we don't worry. In like 20 years, we're gonna get our Tom Brady. We're gonna be like the Patriots, okay? The Patriots were abysmal. Like all the adult Patriot fans now, they had it rough there, child. The Patriots were garbage. Then they got their quarterback in Tom Brady, and look at what happened to them. Guys, we're gonna be there in about 20 years. We'll get our Bill Belichick, our Don Shula, whatever. We'll get our Tom Brady, and we're gonna win 8 Super Bowls.
All right.
From your lips to God's ear, my brother.
I like it, G. I like it, my bro.
Anyway, have a good night, y'all.
All right,
See
you
ya.
too. Talk to you later, brother. Shake Money.
What's going on? Hey, check
Final
this out.
thought. Yeah.
So what Color was saying, I remember what's funny is to the point is, I remember I used to, which was a very bad job, doing petitions, okay, to change laws and stuff like that. And one of the things that was interesting was on the bottom of the page, you put your voter registration ID number.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells you right there that if you speak to a politician and you're not a voter in his district, he doesn't give a two fucks what you got to say. Sorry, but he doesn't care what you have to say because your voice isn't going to secure his future. Now, if you are a voter, he's going to listen to you a little bit more. And this is what and I say that to say this: if you're a season ticket holder, if you're not a season ticket holder, Ross and the upper management ain't gonna care what, because we're not season ticket holders. Like, who cares what they gotta say? They're not season ticket holders. Those are the ones with the real voice in this fan base. Believe it or not.
True. And they're still chanting for Tua a lot of times, so that's where we are right now, bro.
I mean, at the end of the day, man, nothing we could do, bro. At least me, anyway. I'm just gonna still.
That's all we do. And hey,
yeah, exactly. I'm gonna still be doing my salty tours or whatever drinks, where the hell the quarterback is.
Oh, I know, bro.
But anyway, like I said, man. Hey, by the way, I'm also linking up with the Fins Tailgate to do some Gator content for the Florida Gators.
Bro. Nice.
So I'm gonna be everywhere this summer.
Make sure you promote that too. So I think probably. If we get it squared away, bro, we should be coming with your show next Thursday. It should be the first show if we can pull it off.
Okay.
As long as if you're ready, then it should be next Thursday. But it's up to you because I should be ready next Thursday. I think.
I think we'll do one. Give me about 2 weeks.
Okay, that's fine.
That's fine. And I got, like I said, I got the guests. I'm still working on the theme song. Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk offline too to figure it out. I just we'll make sure I advertise it to the people like when we have a hard date, and so everybody's ready for it.
Hey, either way, man, all I know is I got my seatbelt on and I'm ready for this bumpy ride.
I like it, Shake. I like it. All right, Shake. Talk to you later, my brother. So Shake Money, man, get ready for that show. It will be soon, maybe 2 weeks. Next week, you may see me on another LG Shaking the Panel. I might take the week off next week from this particular show, but I'll let you guys know. And I'll try to jump on some panels elsewhere if you guys, want to see my take on things. But there'll be content this week. Later this week or early next week, you're going to get a season in review video from me. I'm going to give grades out, and I'm going to talk a little bit about how the season went and how I think it might go going forward. So make sure you tune into that. And LG Shaking the Panel will be back. It's going to be Tuesdays now. I'll let you know the off-season schedule when I get a better handle on it. But Shake's coming with his show. And by the way, anybody else out there who is a Fury Fam member who's been joined up with us for a while, if you have an idea for your own show or if you have an idea for your own segment, reach out to me. My Instagram is a good way to do that. It's Larry_AK. Larry_AK, and you can see it also on the channel. There's an Instagram link. You can click it and reach out to me if you have any ideas for your own show. I'm not going to go too crazy because I got a lot going on, so it's not easy to produce. But at the end of the day, I am looking to fill a couple special spots and do a couple special things with the channel and kind of expand our reach and expand our platform. So reach out to me. But Shake's the first thing that's coming at you, and that should be very soon. A Thursday half-hour about show. It's going to be really interesting. I'm looking forward to it a lot. Stay tuned for more content. If you guys haven't done so yet, hit the subscribe button. It's right there. It takes 2 seconds. Let's keep growing the channel. We are a smaller channel, but hey, you can tell. We get people on here. We get noticed. We have good conversation, good content. That's what I care about, quality, and we're making it happen here. And a special thanks to all the Fins Tailgate guys, El Capitan, everybody who came on. It was really awesome. DTA, Color, awesome to have you guys on. So you're always welcome up here, and I'll return the favor. And I'm obviously an avid watcher. Everybody else who joined the panel and everybody who was in the super chat donating tonight, thank you so much. You help keep this thing going, and you help me expand the channel and expand the platform and keep new content and new bells and whistles coming. So you're greatly appreciated. We will get through this, Dolphins fans. We will keep analyzing and keep discussing regardless of what happens. But we will get through this, and we will hopefully turn it around, and hopefully we'll have a nice season next year, but we'll see. And there'll be plenty of off-season content, and LG Shaking the Panel will be with you in the off-season. So stay tuned. Keep it locked right here. And until then, man, Fins up and Larry K out.
I know you heard me on the radio flexing. She loved the sound of my voice, it's the best thing. Daydreaming of the jazz all day. Pick up the phone late Jazz